Chapter 12:18. The small alley at the corner of the street was the shadowy part of several large buildings. The area surrounded by the buildings was crisscrossed to form a complex, small topography in the city. It was the gathering place of some small creatures living in the dark. Yun Nuoshing was just passing by here. He walked around aimlessly and was bored. He was not interested in the buildings. The large buildings that were back to back were not small in scale. They seemed to have been deliberately placed in this area. It seemed to be the center of Juguang City, and it was indeed bustling. The areas in front were indeed bustling, but the shadowy area a short distance away was unusually quiet. It seemed to be isolated from the outside sounds. Someone had even ingeniously placed a few benches in this area. Yun Nuoshing looked at the benches and felt that they were somewhat deliberate. They were not placed in some more obvious small places, but in this shadowy corner. It looked very suspicious. Then he sat down and walked for a long distance. Now that his laziness was acting up, someone just happened to give him a chair. What a coincidence! He looked up at the sky in a daze. The building closest to him was a large building with a golden spire. It was different from the other buildings made of gray and white brick. Its scale was probably the largest in Juguang City. The decorations were just right to show its importance, but it was not as luxurious and ostentatious as the other buildings that were specially designed to show their luxury. It looked like, in the words of the realm of the gods, it was a soul building. It probably had some special purpose. He saw that the sunlight in the sky would intentionally or unintentionally gather on the golden spire of the building. Probably this was the origin of Juguang City? I'm so lazy. I don't want to move anymore. Yun Nuoshing stretched his waist and laid lazily on the stone bench. He swung the scarf around his neck in boredom, which made the scarf spirit a little unhappy. You can rest, but don't shake me. I'm dizzy. Ugh! Yun Nuoshing rubbed his eyes. He was a little dizzy. The strength in his body seemed to have been drained. Speaking of which, he felt a little weak half an hour ago. The rules of this world are slowly depriving me of my strength. Is it like boiling a frog in warm water? The scarf spirit was stunned. Why don't I feel anything? Are you okay? Fortunately, it's only warm water. If it were someone else with weaker laws, if they were only gods, they would have been assimilated by this world. If they were at reciprocity, it might be better, but they'll be abnormally weak right now. Yun Nuoshing clenched her fists. I'm fine. In about 1,000 years He deliberated over his words, and the scarf spirit could not help but say, Kill? I'll probably be a little weaker. I'm at the peak of reciprocity after all, and I'm currently restraining all my energy to prevent my powerful laws and causality from distorting this weak world. Otherwise, why would I be so lazy and sleepy? Yun Nuoshing stretched lazily again, and spoke in a domineering tone that was not domineering at all, causing it to feel awkward. By the way, it felt that the reason he was lazy was purely because the laziness cancer was acting up. This guy probably wanted to sleep again after seeing such peace and tranquility. It was really hard to change one's nature. Even when he went to another world, he still didn't forget to sleep. Well, that's right, so I'll sleep for a while. Help me look after Yon. Yun Nuoshing grabbed a handful of her long hair and covered her eyes to block the weak light reflected. Just as she was about to close her eyes and sleep for a while, she suddenly heard a series of footsteps. She noticed it, but she was too lazy to pay attention to it. However, she could not rest for a while because of the commotion. Her mood became a little bad. Someone can find her in this place? And it's a little girl? The veins on Yun Nuoshing's forehead throbbed. She frowned and squeezed out a few strands of her long hair. With her weak vision, she noticed a group of people walking in from the place she had just entered. The leader was a burly man who looked too strong. She felt that if someone hit him with a wooden stick, that person would be rebounded to death. It was clearly the season of frost, but he was only wearing a thin shirt that was 1 or 2 times bigger than normal clothes. The people behind him were all wrapped up tightly, afraid that they would freeze to death in this cold weather. Moreover, the things that this group of people brought, Yun Nuoshing squinted her eyes slightly. Among the large bags, there was no lack of small tools used in the wilderness. There were also simple assembly tools that could be used to split mountains and rock. They looked like sharp blades and huge hammers. They were probably tools from this world. This group of people looked like a group of explorers. This place seemed to be a treasure trove for this group of explorers. Suddenly, someone occupied the place that they often used, and the uninvited guest was a weak little girl. Of course, this caused the group of people to be dissatisfied, but it was very strange. They could not show it. The dissatisfaction in their hearts circled around, but before it could appear on the surface, it disappeared. The strange girl had a strange aura around her, and for some reason, it made them unable to get angry. The group of people wanted to put a fierce expression on their faces, but after holding it in for a long time, they could only make a slightly funny expression. The 8-foot-tall burly man frowned. His subordinates were just ordinary people, so they might not feel anything. However, he really felt the aura of the person in front of him. This person was constantly releasing an aura that made people feel warm and relaxed. It made him let go of the grudges and vigilance in his heart. The burly man scratched his head and waved his hand to stop the group of people. Then, he sat down on the chair opposite Yun Nuoshing. He looked at the latter for a while and then whispered, "Hey, woman. Are you the person that little girl Qing Lei called? It should be about this time. Where is she?" Yun Nuoshing was still closing her eyes and pretending to be asleep. When she heard that there seemed to be a story behind this, her gossipy heart immediately flared up. She became a little more energetic and mumbled a few words to deal with it. Then, she asked, "Who knows? So, what are we going to do? TSK, that little girl is still so irresponsible." The burly man rolled his eyes. He raised his hand, which was the size of a praying mat, and pointed into the distance. He said, "The snow-capped mountains, that holy mountain. Do you understand? If you don't understand, let her tell you in detail. How would I know so much about those troublesome things? You can't be so hasty when doing things. Last time, I didn't find enough people and rushed over recklessly. I almost lost my life there." Yun Nuoshing's face darkened. This big wok was really straightforward. It was a typical example of a brain full of muscles. No, that's not right. If it was really full of muscles, she would have punched him by now. However, she was also a little concerned about the burly man's words. From what she could sense, there was no breath of life in that snow-capped mountain, and there were no traces of life left. No life should have visited it for millions of years. However, from what the burly man said, it seemed that they had already been to that place. This was a little interesting. What nonsense are you guys secretly talking about down there? A clear voice came from above. Yun Nuoshing and the burly man looked up at the same time and saw a figure appear with her back facing the sunlight from the top of the building. It was a red-haired woman. Her clothes were a little revealing, and there were some light armor around her joints. Her waist-length red hair was tied into a ponytail, and she looked somewhat valiant and formidable. She greeted him from above and jumped down. Her hand, which was wearing a black long glove that looked like a defensive suit, slapped the man's abdomen without hesitation. She could not reach any higher than that. Sorry, I'm a little late. Hey, you expanded the team again. Where did you find people this time? Is there anything special about them?" The woman smiled at everyone when she came down. Then, she curiously looked at Yun Nuoshing, who seemed to be asleep, and asked. The burly man was about to complain about her irresponsibility, but when he heard this, he was stunned. His eyes widened and his face became a little fierce. He glared fiercely at Yun Nuoshing. Then, the look in his eyes instantly returned to normal. He put on a strange expression and said, "Isn't she the person you called? I still can't get them to come. You should know that to invite a proper mercenary, even if it's a friend, you need to spend money. As for how much money you need, That's up to them. They gave a price that they couldn't afford, and then they went back empty-handed. Qing Lei laughed as she knocked her little head with her little fist, acting cute. Yun Nuoxing and the burly man were speechless. So, who is this little sister? She looks so beautiful, so flat. Qing Lei jumped to Yun Nuoxing's side, reached out her hand and pressed on his chest, her mouth making a tisk-tsk sound. Yun Nuoxing. Why did he feel that this action was a little familiar? Right, it was the action of Bing Er when she was young. It seemed that he remembered something that he didn't want to recall. The burly man finally couldn't hold it in. Then, he looked at Yun Nuoxing and held it in again. He said softly, I still want to know who this little girl is. I thought she was someone you called. She's not one of your people? No, I thought she was one of your people. So it seems, then, the whole dark place fell into a dead silence. The burly man patted his chest and guaranteed that if it weren't for the strange aura of this woman of unknown origin, he would have been full of murderous intent by now. That's why I said that this place should be protected by a layer of protection. You didn't listen to me at that time. Now that an outsider came, what did you say? The veins on the burly man's forehead bulged. Didn't we set up a layer of protection at that time? And I paid for it. You haven't given me your share. Mid-level protection spells, 60 gold coins. Hurry up, I'll pay 20 gold coins and you pay 40 gold coins. Hey, didn't we agree to split it in half? Seeing that the two were about to quarrel, the group of subordinates behind couldn't help but whisper. Boss forgot again. We agreed that Big Sister would do it herself. In the end, Boss paid for it himself. Big Sister forgot that it was 600 days. Shoo, don't say it. We will be thrown out. The red-haired woman and the burly man glared at the subordinates at the same time. All of you, shut up. Yun Nuoxing finally couldn't sleep because of the noise. She rolled her eyes and pulled down the long hair that covered her eyes. She slowly stood up and stretched. She said, Stop quarreling. You're disturbing my sleep. Yawn. I heard you say that you are going to the snow-capped mountain range. I happen to want to go there too. How about we go together? You? The burly man looked at him suspiciously. He looked him up and down and muttered, You look even more delicate than this little girl. The temperature at the snow-capped mountain can freeze ginseng beasts to death. There are also many wild beasts. We are going there to find something. If you want to go there to play, I don't recommend you go there. Big Sister, you want to go too? Okay, let's go together. Jiang Lin and the others are a group of rough men. I was just looking for a big sister to talk to. Qing Lei smiled, and came over to hug Yun Nuoxing's arm and shook it. Hey, don't cause trouble. It's not like you don't know that place. People without strength can't even last a minute in the periphery. Besides, we want to go to the center. We don't have extra space to carry her in. The burly man frowned. Yawn. You guys don't need my combat power. Yun Nuoxing said lazily and flicked her long hair. Didn't you hear what I said just now? I'm going there to play and see what's going on in that ghostly place. I'm going to play and walk around. This stupid thing is making me nervous. I can't sleep well if I don't go and take a look. Don't worry, I won't take your space, and I'm not interested in what you guys are going to do. I'm probably not interested. It shouldn't be so coincidental. The scarf spirit felt a headache coming on. This guy had just been in this world for 2 hours, and he couldn't hold it in for 3 hours. He even said that he was going to disguise himself in another world. Damn, his mind had never wandered. But after thinking about it, he agreed. The strangeness of this world made even him feel scared. This time, it didn't seem to be the result of the influence of the abyssal death mist. But the Yangdan realm was also occupied by the abyssal death mist. The only abnormality was probably the strange void altar that crashed into this place a few days ago. But how could a strange altar turn a destroyed world into such a state in just a few days? They didn't know. If there was an answer on this planet, Perhaps there was an answer at the place where they felt the palpitation when they landed. But until now, they hadn't felt anything strange. His divine right and soul had swept the snow-covered mountains back and forth a few thousand times, digging 3 feet into the ground, but he couldn't find anything. The brawny man and Ching Lei looked at each other, back and forth, and then glanced at Yun Nuoxing. After looking at him for a while, Ching Lei got out of Yun Nuoxing's body. The two huddled together and whispered, "Is this lady still asleep?" That snow-covered mountains. This is the first time I've heard someone talk about going there to play with such a casual tone. It seems that the grass on the grave of the last person who said this was already 30 feet tall. Yun Nuoxing smiled as he listened to the two people's mutterings that were so loud that it echoed in this small place. He didn't say anything and just slowly stretched out his hand. A blue light flashed across his eyes, and a piece of sparkling snowflake appeared in his palm. Soon after, a gust of snow and ice suddenly blew up in this small dark place. It was just a very weak snow and wind. The energy that he controlled was like pinching small ants to the extent that it wouldn't be enough to crush them to death. That was why he created such a small snowstorm. With just a little more energy, this snowstorm would blow in Zhuguang City. Hiss! The sudden snow and wind made Ching Lei gasp. She quickly hid behind the brawny man to hide from the wind. A small head popped out from behind him. She looked at Yun Nuoxing in a daze, and then saw the snowflake in his hand. She said in shock, "Ice Curse Master?" Yun Nuoxing casually crushed the snowflake in his hand. He opened his hand and blew on the ice crystal fragments in his hand. Those fragments drifted with the wind to everyone's body. They fell on their shoulders, chests, and hair. Then, flowers of ice and snow grew out of thin air. "Are you sure that's how you use your power?" The scarf spirit's swaying movement on his back suddenly stiffened. "This is like the use of a street performer. Oh my god, you're a heavenly god of origin, okay? You're using these little tricks here." "Shut up," Yun Nuoxing muttered in a low voice. "In the wild, warriors can't find a kitchen knife, so they can only use their own weapon as a kitchen knife. So you're the only one who admits to performing on the street?" Yun Nuoxing. He carefully thought about his actions just now. Coupled with the scarf's words, he suddenly felt that his whole life was gloomy. If we and the others heard it, it would be sung for hundreds of eras. Wow, Big Sister is an ice curse master, an extraordinary profession. Big guy, you don't have to say anything, it's decided. Ching Lei suddenly jumped in front of Yun Nuoxing with stars in her eyes. She grabbed his hand and shook it. The worship in her eyes overflowed. Even the way she addressed him changed in an instant. The brawny man stared blankly for a moment. He rubbed his palms together in a somewhat uneasy manner and laughed dryly. "This, Miss Magus, there are many proper explorers in Zhuguang City every day. Moreover, their style is bigger than ours and also more formal than ours. The success rate of following them will be higher than following us, you see. Wow! Are you stupid? What if they leave?" Ching Lei was so angry that her hair stood up. She jumped up and knocked on the brawny man's shoulder. She wanted to knock on his head, but she couldn't reach it. Yun Nuoxing looked at these two people and rolled his eyes. He could see a little bit. There were many strange professions in this world. Those professions that possessed great strength. Those professions that possessed great strength in comparison to the strength of this world were called extraordinary. Just like the Southern Plains Magus that he heard not long ago, this Magus was also one of them. As for the specifics, he didn't go to understand it in detail. In any case, this was the case. Cough cough, for me, whoever I find is just a formality. I can go there myself. Who I go with, it's purely up to fate. Yun Nuoxing coughed lightly. He closed one of his eyes and said faintly, "So, what do you think?" Ching Lei and the brawny man glanced at each other. Suddenly, they smiled like flowers. The brawny man's smile gave him goosebumps. "Of course, welcome." Chapter 12:19. The two of them agreed so readily that Yun Nuoxing, who had prepared a lot of lines, was a little stunned. A lot of words were in his mouth, but he swallowed them back into his stomach. The extraordinaires in this world seemed to be rarer than he thought. Oh, you two agreed quite quickly. Aren't you worried that I'm a suspicious person? There's nothing to worry about. Big Sister's power is right there. As long as you're not stupid, you can sense it. Qing Lei waved her hand as she spoke, causing Yun Nuoxing to be stunned. He originally thought that she was afraid of his power, but her next sentence dispelled his thoughts. The power of an extraordinaire is related to their own nature. If they have evil intentions, they won't have such a pure phenomenon just now. Moreover, Big Sister has a very amiable aura about you. Just now, Big Sister wanted to curse, but he was suppressed by your aura. Yun Nuoxing nodded. Yun Nuoxing thought for a while. Power came from the heart. There were many worlds in the void that were similar. He had seen some of them, so he didn't find it strange. However, he didn't expect this world to be the same. Cough cough. After the situation just now was exposed, the brawny man couldn't help but cough loudly. He rolled his eyes. Just now. Well, there's nothing to hide. Anyway, that's the situation. Cough. All right, if you want to talk, it's not the right place to talk. Miss Spellmaster, do you want to come to our foothold? It's not the time to set off yet, I just happened to have them put back the things they purchased. There are still many opportunities to introduce each other. I'm feeling a little cold standing here. Big Sister, let's go to a warmer place to talk. Qing Lei hooked Yun Nuoxing's arm. She smiled sweetly and dragged him forward. Maybe she felt that this extraordinaire was a little amiable, or maybe it was for some other reason. Anyway, she wasn't too afraid of anything. It's been 3 years. Our team finally has another newcomer. It's not easy. Boss and Big Sister haven't been able to kidnap anyone all these years. Today we only managed to get one in by chance. It's not easy. Shoo, lower your voice. If they hear you, they'll throw you out. But it's not easy. Yun Nuoxing's expression instantly became a little strange when she heard the two men's underlings carrying a large pile of parcels and whispering so loudly that the entire alley could hear them. She turned her head and saw Qing Lei and the burly man looking away with awkward expressions on their faces as they laughed dryly. Interesting guy. Yun Nuoxing smiled helplessly. He did not mind. After all, it was really fate that triggered something this time. His character had not changed even after dozens of eras. However, even if this matter did not happen, sooner or later, he would have to go to the snow-covered mountain range that looked different from what it actually was. He would have to go sooner or later. It was just a matter of whether it would be a day later or a month later. It would not be a problem for him to set off now. After walking out of the alley, Yun Nuoxing slowly raised his head to look at the blue sky. The corner of his mouth curled up into a somewhat strange smile. It was a strange smile that disappeared in an instant. He quickly put on a more amiable smile and said, "Speaking of which, I thought you guys were staying at that place." "Of course not." Qing Lei shook her head and said, "That's just the place where I meet up with the big guy. After we're done buying things or scamming people. We'll meet here after we're done. We'll see if we've missed anything. This is the center of Juguang City. Next to it is the headquarters of the explorers. If we want to find a team or purchase tools for exploration, we'll go there. It's quite a distance from where we're really staying. It's not convenient for us to go there." Yun Nuoxing gave a vague response. He raised his head and pondered about something. Then, he asked casually, "Speaking of which, why are you guys going to the snow-capped mountain?" This was a question that was intentional or unintentional, although he could also go there himself. Oh, this was not the main point. The main point was that they were now considered to be a team. If he did not ask about the team's purpose, it would seem a little stupid. What if they were going there to look for something or achieve something? What if they were going there to look for something? It would just be a coincidence that he would ruin it. Ah, big sister, don't you know? I heard that extraordinaires are all reclusive. I thought it was just an exaggeration. I didn't expect it to be true. He thought it was a secret that was hard to talk about, so he had prepared his lines. He didn't expect that Qing Lei only showed a surprised expression and then a sudden realization. She nodded and said, "The snow-sealed mountains, the holy mountain that hasn't melted for 10,000 years. The big guy and I, and many others, all want to go to the holy mountain to find the holy relic." When she said this, she also showed a thoughtful expression. It was as if they did not know what the so-called sacred relics were. This made Yun Nuoxing very curious. Sacred relics? What's that? Sacred relics, it's the sacred relic. Qing Lei scratched her head and showed a silly smile. Actually, we don't know what it is either. We just heard from those people that it's amazing. 90% of the explorers gathered in Zhuguang City are going there for the sacred relics of the sacred mountain. But in fact, I'm afraid no one knows what the sacred relics are. Maybe those things don't exist at all. It's just a joke that someone said out of boredom that was spread like this. We've been to the snow-capped mountain range 15 times in 3 years. At first, we've only just entered the range. Later on, we've gone more often and gained experience. The furthest we've gone out is just the edge of the hinterland of the holy mountain. Some high-level exploration teams might have reached the center. As for whether they've seen anything, it's hard to say. The burly man said from the side. His voice was as loud as thunder in Yun Nuo's ears. It seemed that this matter on this planet, in this Zhuguang City, everyone knew about it. There was nothing special to hide. People like Qing Lei and the others who seemed to be joining in on the fun, but in the end it was not uncommon to see them being serious about it. It was a bit of a stretch to say that. Anyway, he could see that there was some legend left in the sacred mountain that was very attractive. It attracted countless explorers to crash into the frozen sacred place like moths to a flame. Qing Lei and the brawny man and Yun Nuoxing did not take the main road. They went in and out of the intricate alleys of Zhuguang City. They went around and around. They took some hidden paths and shortcuts that ordinary people would not take. The entire history of Zhuguang City's hundreds of years of development, if all the roads were outlined, it would be like a huge nest. A nest with both main and small paths. Generations of life continued to expand and transform the main body of this nest. Without the restraint of the city wall, this development was even more unhindered. Yun Nuoxing originally still remembered the direction, but after walking out of the 10th path, he still got lost in the maze-like alleys of the ancient city. He, an outsider who had just arrived, followed 2 locals who had been rooted in this city for a long time. If it was another person, he would have suspected that he was going to be caught and sold. "We're out." About 10 minutes later, Qing Lei cheered softly and walked out of the last alley. She pulled Yun Nuoxing out and said, "This is the shortcut that we're used to. It takes about an hour to walk from the main road of Zhuguang City to here, but we can come back in 30 minutes. Yun Nuoxing just looked up at the area in the north of Zhuguang City. He suddenly saw that the sky was gradually dyed with a layer of purplish-green color, like an aurora that filled the entire sky. The sun in the sky was slightly dimmed and was slowly descending towards the horizon. "We spent a lot of time today. It's almost time for Wei Su to sleep. Next time, let's go in the morning." The brawny man looked at the sky and did not feel that anything was wrong. Yun Nuoxing was speechless. That sun was not a real star, but just the burning ashes left behind by the previous one. He did not expect that its light fell on this world and dyed the sunset into such a color. He had not seen such a scene many times. Explorers were a relatively noble group in this world. Well, it could not be said that. It should be said that they were a relatively popular group. This world was quite vast and was full of mysteries for the original residents here. There were many places waiting to be developed and many places waiting to be discovered, because they did not know and were untouchable. those who watched from afar would have countless guesses and conjectures. Those conjectures were passed down from generation to generation and became legends. Now, they were waiting for someone to lift the mysterious veil of the legend. This was why so many explorers were born. The number of lives on this planet was not very high. It could only be considered a small number, and this small number was somewhat evenly distributed in various places. Naturally, there were not many groups born with this relatively small base. This was also the reason why this planet had not been fully explored yet. Although his thinking was a little biased, and this was a saying he heard from another world, this world was not much different. The place where the explorers gathered was also not a small matter. This place looked a little more upscale than the ordinary civilian district. The headquarters of the explorers was located in the center of Juguang City. Juguang City also had a district dedicated to these more special group. No matter if they were stationed in the city or outside, they would all be in the same place. These occupations that required more resources than others did not live in the same place for most of the year. Combining these two conditions, it was right to place them near the city center and also near the exploration area. That is to say, the North District of Juguang City was directly facing the snow-covered mountain range. This place didn't look any different from the civilian district. Instead, there were a lot of special things that looked like symbols, like decorations that were more symbolic than practical. Standing at a higher place, one could see the entire North City district. Beyond that was a flat plain. Looking up slightly, one could see the end of the frozen sacred mountain covered in thick clouds. Against the gradually darkening purplish-green sky, the sacred mountain was almost completely hidden in the shadows, which added a bit of mystery to it. Qing Lei and the others' foothold was near the center of the North District. It was not considered good or bad. It was a small house with only 3 floors, like a pavilion, built with wood and brick. Compared to the buildings next to it, it was not much different. It was just that the corners of their little house had already cracked. The special decorations on the top of every building had disappeared without a trace, leaving only a stick standing there. The gray-white bricks were stained with black ash and looked a little dilapidated, like a dangerous building. This 3-story building had obviously been in use for a long time and urgently needed someone to repair it. With this building as the center, there were more dilapidated buildings within a radius of 500 meters, but there were only a few dilapidated buildings like this one in front of them in the entire North District. Yun Nuoshing squinted one of her eyes and looked through the gap in the wall. She could actually see the scene inside. She immediately lowered her head silently and couldn't help but sigh. Ahaha, this is our foothold. When we first came to Juguang City, this was the only room that was empty. It was already a little dilapidated, and we had to pay for the repairs. Big Guy and I thought about it, and we didn't stay here for many days in the year, so we were too lazy to do it. Qing Lei noticed Yun Nuoshing's somewhat gloomy eyes and was slightly embarrassed. She scratched her red hair and said, that, although it's a little dilapidated, the facilities inside are very complete. There's a stove and a meditation room. We haven't used that place before. Big sister, you can use it now that you're here. The corner of Yun Nuoshing's eyes twitched. It turned out that this building hadn't been renovated since they settled down here 3 years ago. Oh, that's not right. She had to look back. This building didn't just look like it had been abandoned for 3 to 4 years. It was as if no one had lived here for 1,000 years. Looking at it this way, Qing Lei and the others couldn't be blamed entirely. Qing Lei felt that the atmosphere was a little awkward, so she quickly threw a glance at the big guy. The big guy also turned his head with a look of disdain. Qing Lei suddenly felt even more embarrassed. Before the atmosphere became completely awkward, she quickly pushed the door open and rushed in. Ahaha, come in first. Although it looks small, it's not a problem for us to stay here. Big sister, you can follow me to the 3rd floor. Don't be too restrained. The chandelier is a little loose, so it's best not to make too much noise when you pass by, as Qing Lei said, Although this three-story building looked like it could be ranked as one of the top 5 worst buildings in the North City district, the facilities inside were still quite complete. The chandelier that was powered by a spell was still on. There were no holes in the ceiling, the walls weren't crumbling, and the stairs weren't rotten and hollow. Yun Nuoshing accidentally crushed a piece of the handrail when she habitually touched it. Just as she was wondering if she had accidentally used too much force, Qing Lei and the big guy had already turned their heads with an awkward expression. Suddenly, she understood everything. The reason why nothing happened to them while staying in this house was because they didn't stay here for long, and they were lucky. The two men quickly opened the fireplace, but it wasn't a burning flame inside. Instead, it was something that looked like a combination of a charm and a magic circle. It was probably a spell or something like that in this world. After the fireplace was opened, a gentle breeze like the warm spring sun blew into the three-story house, dispelling the cold air from the outside world. The square hall on the first floor looked very simple, and there were many small rooms with simple tables and chairs and a shaky chandelier. Other than that, there was nothing else. Also, the space inside did look bigger than it looked from the outside. It was big enough to accommodate more than 20 people, so he wasn't surprised. The big guy and his men seemed to have to tidy up the things they had bought today, so they stayed on the first and second floors. Qing Lei pulled Yun Nuoshing up to the third floor. When they went upstairs, they could still hear the clanking and thumping sound. The noise downstairs didn't sound like they were tidying up or shopping, but more like they were doing something strange. However, since he had heard a lot of such noises along the way in the North City district, he didn't think it was strange. After all, explorers were always able to get their hands on some strange things. The third floor seemed to be where Qing Lei lived alone. The space was relatively small, but it was still spacious. The third floor wasn't the top yet, and there was a staircase that led to the rooftop above. Yun Nuoshing initially thought that this was her boudoir, so he hesitated for a while. But when he saw that the decorations here were so simple that there was nothing there, he finally realized that the explorers lived in was really just a house without any extra furnishings. There were some pictures hanging on the walls of the third floor. One of them was a portrait of a person, and the others were the terrain of this planet, and it was very wide. Based on the strength of life on this planet that he had observed, it shouldn't be possible to depict such a topographical image of the world from the sky. Even if there were extraordinaries, they wouldn't be able to explain it. Ah, big sister, are you curious about those? Qing Lei had just put down her things and came over. When she saw Yun Nuoshing looking at the pictures curiously, she suddenly became serious and whispered in his ear, "Let me tell you, this is a secret. It is said that this is a relic left behind by the life of the previous season." The previous season. Yun Nuoshing widened his eyes slightly. In other words, this planet had once ushered in destruction and rebirth, and more than one season of life had passed. This season of Qing Lei and the others might be the second season, or it might be even more. If that was the case, the life of the previous season should be even more powerful. Then those pictures could explain that there was once such a powerful life that could overlook the appearance of this planet from that angle. However, these aren't any special secrets. There are a lot of them hanging in the explorers' headquarters. These are the topographic map. Look, this is Juguang City, this is Azure City, and this is the Dian Black Sea. They are all very clear. I don't know how they did it. Even the current scholars can't come up with a reasonable explanation, even after racking their brains. Qing Lei pointed at the pictures hanging on the wall and said one by one. Yun Nuoshing's cheeks twitched. So these were not considered secrets, and everyone knew about them. He saw her slightly dazed expression and thought for a while, then said, "There's nothing to explain. The life of the previous season was very powerful. It could break free from its shackles and fly into the sky. That's all." Ah, big sister, what you said is very similar to the answer given by that famous scholar. As expected of an extraordinary. Qing Lei looked at him in surprise. Yun Nuoshing raised his eyebrows slightly. It was not difficult to understand this. This was for them, but for them, the life of this season, it should be very difficult to understand. That scholar was very insightful. Then, what happened to him? The next day, he was treated as a lunatic and dragged away to be treated. Qing Lei shrugged. Yun Nuoxing. Seeing his stiff expression, Qing Lei laughed. Big sister's expression is very strange. Actually, this sentence is the conclusion I came to after condensing a long speech of his. The original words he said were too outrageous. Something about being omnipotent in the sky or the ground, something about being able to cross the sea of stars, and so on. It's too scary. Yun Nuoxing. Perhaps that scholar unintentionally told the truth, but it was too advanced for people to understand. Even if they understood, they would not believe it. The life of this season was naturally suspicious of the existence of the previous season. Moreover, the difference was so huge, people were always unwilling to believe that there was something that they could not understand or control, and it seemed that this place was no exception. This person is? Yun Nuoxing stiffly changed the topic and pointed at the only portrait. Qing Lei's expression suddenly changed a little, and her eyes became a little soft. Suddenly, she smiled foolishly. This is my teacher. He is also an explorer. She looked as if she was hiding something. Before Yun Nuoxing could probe further, she continued, he is the scholar I told you about just now. Yun Nuoxing's expression froze slightly. He looked at her with a little shock. After a long silence, he said softly, I'm sorry. It's okay. Teacher is still alive. He was just taken away for training. Qing Lei grinned and waved her hand. I still remember what teacher told me at that time. I believe that everything is true, but there is no way to prove it. Yun Nuoxing tilted his head. So, you want to go to the holy mountain to look for the holy relic. You want to find something, and you want to find some evidence about the life of the previous season? Qing Lei was silent for a while. Then, she nodded gently. Yes. That sacred mountain didn't just appear in this season or this era. Previously, it was said that it was an ancient legend, covered with the most mysterious veil, waiting for someone to go and lift it. Then, in the previous era, in the previous season, it clearly existed as well. It was just that he didn't know what they thought of this sacred mountain at that time. However, since it was still a legend now, the truth should not have been discovered in the previous season. Perhaps there would be some traces left there, not the traces of the holy mountain itself, but the traces left by the life of the previous season when they went to search for the holy relic. If they had been there before, there would definitely be traces left behind. Chapter 12:20. There was no moon in this world. There were only a few stars that were very far away in the sky. They were so weak that they seemed to be about to be extinguished. The night was a little dark. One could only see the silhouette of the stars 10 meters away. If Juguang City did not light up the spell lamps, one might not even be able to see the road clearly. Yun Nuoxing quickly changed the topic. Fortunately, Qing Lei was also a simple-minded girl. She giggled and forgot about the previous topic. She continued to talk about other things with him. Other than what I'm looking for in the sacred mountain, there are also some items left behind by some extraordinaires in ancient times. Any item that an ordinary exploration team finds, regardless of whether it can still be used, can be exchanged at the headquarters for wealth that is enough for a 20-man team to live a prosperous life for 5 to 6 years. Our team actually relied on this to survive. That was the starting point of everything. It allowed us to move into Juguang City from a distant place. We're closer to the snow-capped mountains so that we don't have to travel long distances every time. Yun Nuoxing moved a long back chair over and turned it upside down. He leaned on the back of the chair and said, "You've been there 15 times, but you still haven't found what you're looking for?" Qing Lei shook her head. The life of the previous season is very far away. This world once welcomed destruction, but after countless years, it was reborn. This is the germination of life again, This is what my teacher said. The ancient times that we're talking about now don't actually refer to the life of the previous season. Yun Nuoshing nodded. Of course, he knew this. When this planet welcomed destruction and rebirth, the cycle of life would complete. Then, a new season would begin, which was the season where Qing Lei and the others existed. Yun Nuoshing looked at the sky outside and suddenly realized that it was dark outside. There was no moon or moonlight, so he couldn't tell what time it was. He thought for a moment and said, "When are we leaving? If you don't need to make any preparations, we'll follow our original plan and depart before noon tomorrow. If you need to make any preparations, you can delay it until the day after tomorrow, but it's best not to exceed these 2 days." Qing Lei's expression became more serious as she gradually revealed the temperament of an experienced explorer. "It's fine if we're just going to the outskirts of the snow-capped mountains, but we're going to be near the heart of the snow-capped mountains. According to the information from the other side, these 2 days are the best time. If we're late, we might be trapped by the storm of the sacred mountain. We'll have to wait until the next storm weakens before we can escape. But if we're lucky, we might be able to escape from the storm. I don't want to gamble on that slim hope." "All right, I don't have anything to prepare. Let's set off tomorrow." Yun Nuoshing nodded. "Do you need me to prepare anything? I see that you're bringing a lot of things." Just as he was about to say that he had a spatial spell to store things, Qing Lei waved her hand and grinned. "Don't worry about it. The big guy will take care of it. Our team has always been like this. I'm in charge of watching the road, and they're in charge of carrying things. If we're leaving at noon, we might have to get up early to deal with other things. I'll take a rest first. Big sister, you can sleep on this side of the bed. I won't cross the line if I sleep in the middle of the night. I forgot that big sister is an extraordinary. There's a meditation room inside, so just be casual. There's nothing that you can't go to or touch in this place. Well, I'll sleep first." After Qing Lei said this, she leaned back and lay on the bed. She curled up into a small ball, which only took up half of the bed, and quickly began to snore softly. Yun Nuoshing was speechless. Her ability to sleep in seconds was too strong. He thought that as a girl, even if Qing Lei was used to the harsh environment in the wild as an explorer, she would do something appropriate for her gender when she finally came back. For example, she would take a bath at night and have an elegant meal. He did not expect her to just lie down like that. He glanced at the wooden bed that was a little more than 2 meters wide. After pondering for a while, he turned and walked into the meditation room inside. He originally thought that this was a place similar to the cultivation room, a neat little stone room with a stone bed. When he walked in and saw the furnishings inside, he couldn't help but stare blankly. This meditation room was a little bigger than he imagined. Just now, he saw that the 3rd floor was a little smaller than the 2nd floor. That smaller space might be here. The most important thing was that this meditation room was filled with rows upon rows of books and ancient books, suffused with an ancient and antiquated smell. They were probably placed here to accumulate dust and hadn't been moved for a long time. When he moved a stack of books, he could see that there was a clean mark left on the floor, as well as traces of dust on the edges. "These are her teachers," the scarf spirit said at this moment. Previously, there were people around Yun Nuoshing, so it did not dare to speak casually. Yun Nuoshing bent down and picked up a book that had fallen from the messy mountain of books. He patted it lightly and brushed off the dust on the cover. Probably an explorer. Ordinary explorers would think that it was impossible to collect these things. Only those who were both explorers and learners could collect books of this magnitude. In addition, with the latter identity, he could also personally record those legends that no one knew of. Those books were placed neatly. Except for 1 or 2 books that had left their original places and fell down, the rest were lying quietly, waiting for the day when they would be opened again. This meditation room was originally very spacious, but after it was filled with these books, it did not feel so spacious anymore. However, there was still a place for him to sit down. He did not know why, but when he saw this room full of books, he felt overflowing with sleepiness. It was as if there were thousands of books hidden in his brain. Just thinking about it made him drowsy. There was still a window in the meditation room. Outside the window was the thick night sky. When he pushed it open, he could see the scenery of the North City district. There was nothing to see, so he closed the window again. However, the existence of this window reduced his sleepiness a little, making people who entered this monotonous meditation room feel a little more comfortable in their hearts. "What the hell are you thinking?" the scarf spirit suddenly said. "I don't think that with your realm, you can't make people not get close to that place. Also, after that, you could have left at any time, but you just had to talk so much nonsense with them. In the end, you even joined them and became one of them. It's impossible that you couldn't find the way to that snow-sealed mountain range, right?" Yun Nuoxing closed a book that he casually opened, and a strange smile appeared on his face. "If I said that I chose to do this because I thought it was fun, would you believe me?" The scarf spirit patted him. "Then, other than believing, can I doubt it? God knows what strange things you are doing. I don't dare to ask, and I don't dare to say." Yun Nuoxing smiled slightly, changed a book, brushed off the dust on it, and opened it again. "It's just some very deliberate and casual reasons. You will know when the time comes. However, I really did follow fate. They happened to meet me, so I just happened to play with them." "What a coincidence." The scarf spirit made a noncommittal sound. Taking advantage of the silence of the night, his body emitted a faint light. With a slight shake, he turned into Ming and landed on the ground. The imitating divine power shone in this meditation room, brushing away all the dust, and the books piled on the ground were all brand new. "Hey, you are easy to be seen like this." Yun Nuoxing looked up and glanced at him, and said casually. Apparently, he was just saying it casually, and did not intend to do anything. The little angel made a face at him, and then leaned over to look at the book in Yun Nuoxing's hand. "What are you reading? You are so engrossed. The things in this world, recorded by this scholar himself, are the faint traces left by the life of the last quarter." Yun Nuoxing moved the book a little so that it could also see it. "But many of them are legends that cannot be proven. Judging from the pictures I just saw and the level of energy that exists on this planet now, the former was not left by the people of this world. So, the theory of the life of the last quarter should be valid, unless it is an alien." The book that he was reading at this time recorded a lot of things that could not be verified, a mixture of legends, myths, and perhaps some people who were overly worshipped and exaggerated, mixed with strange characters. In this book, the life of the last quarter was very powerful, broke free from the shackles, flew into the stars, and crossed the galaxy. Yun Nuoxing closed the book with a bang, and solemnly put it back to its original place. What he wanted to see now was not these, what he wanted to see was about the snow mountain. The previous reading was not completely fruitless. More or less, a little corner of the book was related to the sacred mountain, and there were indeed some records, but those were of no help to Yun Nuoxing. Moreover, the things recorded in the book might have a lot of discrepancies with reality, so it was obviously impossible to treat it as accurate fact. The little angel also flipped through the book for a while, but it was not interested at all. After reading for a while, it lay on Yun Nuoxing's lap and yawned. Yun Nuoxing glanced at it and did not pay attention to it. He casually picked up a book at hand, which was already the 10th book. It recorded legends and myths, and mentioned many places with strange names in the book. Of course, there were also names that looked very normal. There was information about the snow-capped mountains in the book, which was not surprising. He had already guessed that the sacred mountain was probably passed down from the last quarter or even earlier. However, there was really no record of this. The books that mentioned the sacred mountain were only some marginal records, and there was no specific mention of what was inside. He guessed that these should be the records left behind by the lifeforms of this season. If it was the records left behind by the life forms of the previous season, it should not have left behind such superficial information. Yun Nuoshing patiently flipped through a few books. After half an hour, he found that there was indeed nothing worth paying attention to, so he gave up on this meaningless action. He looked up at the night sky outside, and just as he was thinking about whether he should just sleep like this for the night, he suddenly noticed something outside. It occupied the entire window, and it was earthy yellow and striped. He was stunned for a moment. He thought it was some strange astronomical phenomenon, so he did not pay attention to it. But when he turned his head, he suddenly remembered something, and goosebumps rose all over his body. He quickly dragged the little angel up and ran towards the stairs on the third floor. The two people hurried to the rooftop. To be exact, it was the little angel who was dragged upstairs by him. When they stopped, it was still in a daze. It quickly rubbed its eyes and was about to complain, but as soon as it opened its eyes, it saw an incredible scene in front of it. It was across the entire night sky, emitting a faint light. It was not as bright as the moon, but it allowed people to see its full appearance clearly. It suddenly appeared in the sky and successfully attracted the attention of Yun Nuoshing and the others. It was a huge planet with layers of yellow and dark red stripe. It looked like a huge sandwich cake. That was actually a huge storm on the planet, a storm that was much faster than the speed of sound. It should be another planet that belonged to this galaxy. A huge planet should be in the periphery. When they first landed, the surrounding star field was empty, and there were no signs of other planets at all. But now, it suddenly appeared in front of them and occupied the entire night sky. Well, there was nothing else at night on this planet anyway. It seemed to be in a relatively empty star field. There were no stars around it, no celestial bodies that were millions of light years away. In this lonely star field, there was only themselves. There seems to be a record of this in the book you just read, it reminded softly. Yun Nuoshing thought for a moment and knew what it was talking about. The satellite of Wei Su, the guardian of the night sky of this continent. Since ancient times, many scholars have studied the relationship between this huge planet and this continent. I'm just curious why this planet was not torn to pieces by the huge gravitational force of this satellite. It was too close, so close that everyone could see the details of its layered stripes clearly with the naked eye. The girl's teacher, the scholar with a rather wild imagination, had also mentioned this satellite in his records. He claimed that it was the second origin of life created by the previous generation of life. It was the biggest trace they left behind. He even used some of the minor incidents on this continent in an attempt to prove that it was true. He even used some large-scale natural disasters on the continent to explain the reason why they left this continent and this planet. Avoiding disasters. That's a plausible reason, but it shouldn't be that simple. It shook its head. Of course, you and I know that the planet only has a big storm with a speed of tens of thousands of meters per second and a solid core. Other than that, there's nothing. There's no life, no land, no sea, just a storm. Of course, that's from our own experience. This world, those who deny it probably think that it's just an unrealistic imagination. Absurd and weird imagination, a little too advanced to the point of being unrealistic. But it can't be helped. They can't even fully understand the land under their feet. How can they expect them to know more about the outside world? Yun Nuoshing shrugged. Your intuition is quite sharp, but you're a little wrong. It also shrugged, and then its face darkened slightly. Tell me, where did all the lives in the previous quarter go? Where did they go? That's hard to say. There are many theories. I haven't explored it, so I can only give you a simple explanation. Yun Nuoshing twirled a strand of black hair and said, First of all, although they had the power to fly and burrow into the ground, and their life level and energy level were not low, they did not reach a very high level. They may not have left this continent, and in the end, they were all wiped out in an untraceable disaster. Then, they all left and went to a faraway place. They either didn't come back, or they can't come back. The little angel was silent for a moment. Then, it said, "You just said that this star system is very lonely. The surrounding starry sky is abnormally empty, like an isolated island in the star field. There are only a few places to stay, and within the limits of one's vision, there is no place to stand. Their footsteps are naturally limited, and it is impossible for them to travel very far. They can only survive on this isolated island." Yun Nuoshing clenched her hands and said, "So I think they should not be able to escape. If this is true, then it is even more impossible for them to cross the galaxy as mentioned by the scholar. But we can't rule out the possibility that the previous life was unreasonably powerful, and far surpassed the life of this season by hundreds of galaxies. They were so powerful that they could move the galaxy in the blink of an eye. Then where would they be now?" It tilted its head, puzzled. "Who knows? This question is even more complicated." The two people were silent at the same time as they watched the red and yellow striped planet slowly move across the horizon. In fact, that speed was actually quite fast for such a big thing in the stars. But standing there, they could only see a little of it as it moved across the sky bit by bit, the yellow and red stripes rolling endlessly. "Well, don't you want to go there and have a look?" It suddenly interrupted Yun Nuoshing's contemplation. He said subconsciously, "There? Where?" Then, he saw it raise its hand and point at the huge planet. Yun Nuoshing glanced at it and shook his head. "I've seen it just now. There's nothing but storms and storms. You said before that you couldn't feel any breath of life or residual life in the snow-capped mountains. In the end, a large group of guys who have been there many times and almost treated it as their backyard appeared right under their noses." Yun Nuoshing frowned and said, Now is not the time to go. Let's go to the snow-capped mountains tomorrow." After that, he looked up again and showed a strange smile to the sky, as if he was putting on this expression for anyone to see. Chapter 12:22. In the dark night sky, the giant planet with the storm was slowly disappearing from sight. It was spinning so fast that it seemed to be affected by the storm. After it spun about half around on the side facing the continent, some dark shadows that were difficult to identify in the night sky appeared in Yun Nuoshing's sight. Dark fragments hovered around the giant planet like small meteorites, but in the center of those small meteorites, there was a huge shadow that was about 1/10 the size of the planet. Hidden in its shadow, it was difficult to be discovered. He dared to guarantee that with the eyesight of mortals, even the extraordinaires of this continent, they would not be able to discover these things. Most of their vision would be captured by the giant planet. At most, they would discover a faint shadow in the upper right corner of the planet that covered its bulk. Several huge shadows surrounded by hundreds of thousands of small shadows. They were probably the satellites of the Vesuvius satellite, hidden in the night sky. However, the outline of the shadow did not look like a regular satellite. There were obvious undulations in the outline. It did not look like an incomplete circle, but more like a shattered flat continent. The continent in the sky seemed to be captured by the gravitational force of the giant planet. Fragments broke away from it little by little and fell towards the planet below. When it turned around with the planet and revealed its full appearance to Yun Nuoshing and the others, the shadow was floating on top of the remaining half of the planet. It was completely exposed. He could now assert that there used to be a complete continent there. As for whether it had anything to do with the planet under his feet, and what kind of relationship it had, he still didn't know. Nonsense, it hadn't even been there, how would he know? Of course, he could directly connect with the heart of the world here to find out what had happened, just like how he had obtained the language here when he first came down, but that would be boring. What's the difference between obtaining information from the heart of the world and reading a book? Yun Nuoshing shrugged at the little angel as an answer. It raised its eyebrows slightly and looked at his face from top to bottom with a suspicious gaze. It only felt that it was very inconceivable. This guy who was in the advanced stage of laziness, and wanted nothing more than to marry the cloud layer and sleep with her for the rest of his life, actually said such a thing? It was hard to believe, but it was more concerned about something else. By the way, your period of weakness hasn't come yet? I remember that's the aftereffect of losing your divine soul and divine right. Back in the realm of the gods, you were having a hard time. Yun Nuoxing was also stunned. She lowered her head and clenched her fist. Only then did she remember what she had forgotten. Oh, now that you mention it, I just remembered. But I'm really fine now. I don't know what's wrong with me. But it's a good thing that the sequelae didn't break out. I don't have to suffer so much. It frowned. How could it recover so easily when it was related to its divine soul and divine right? Is it because of this space? I don't know. Yun Nuoxing shrugged, but if you really want to know why, it's not like I can't explain it to you. What do you mean? You know what's going on? Of course. That's my own situation. How could I not know? He nodded with a relaxed expression. Then, he turned around and leaned against the wall. It's probably because I'm far away from the realm of the gods. Huh! My divinity carrier was condensed from all the rules of the divine realm and those other things, fusing with my own divine soul and divine right to connect it. Now that it's blown up, it's probably a backlash from the rules of the divine realm, which is why I'm feeling better now that I'm away from the divine realm. However, it's also a form of punishment. Without receiving the backlash there, the recovery of my divinity would be slower. So, that's it. It murmured softly. I thought it was the effect of this space. While the two people were talking, the shadow continent hanging in the sky was still rotating slowly with the huge planet. It was moving slowly across the sky at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the moment, it was already in the middle of the entire field of vision. At this speed, it would disappear on the other side of the sky in another hour. The whole process was silent. He did not notice that any life on the planet had noticed the shadow continent. Perhaps only the two of them could notice it. He could even imagine the dull rumbling sound of the huge fragment moving across the sky, as if thousands of soldiers and horses were crushing the earth. It was like thunder that had been suppressed for tens of thousands of years. Recalling the contents of the book that he had just read, Yun Nuoxing was a little depressed. There was no record of the shadow continent in the book. Perhaps the scholar could not see the broken continent hidden in the sky. Forget it. It's useless to think so much now. Yun Nuoxing stretched and turned to walk down the stairs. Let's rest first. Instead of thinking blindly here, it's better to ask the locals tomorrow. With such a big shadow and such a large area of darkness, I don't believe that no one can see it. Weren't you the one who said that mortals can't see these things? It rolled its eyes and followed behind him in annoyance. Yes, I said that. I just hope that there will be a little miracle. Yes, there's nothing wrong with it. Early the next morning, in this dilapidated building with 3 floors and a rooftop, Qing Lei was stretching her limbs under the rays of the morning sun. Her body, which was much taller than ordinary girls, cast a large shadow under the rays of the sun. A shadow? The broken continent? Yun Nuoxing's sudden question made the girl, who was stretching her waist, almost fall down. She looked very surprised and quickly got up. So you can see the shadow continent too? Yun Nuoxing was stunned for a moment. Looking at her face full of joy and excitement, it was as if she had discovered something extremely rare. Isn't it just the broken continent hidden in the shadow of the satellite? Why are you so excited? So we can see it too? Are there very few people who can see it? Of course. Even extraordinaires can hardly see it. Almost everyone thinks that it's just some shadows of the Vesuvius satellite. For thousands of years, it has been a normal phenomenon. But my teacher has seen it with his own eyes. He saw it emerge from the shadows and face the light. From then on, I know that it's a broken continent hidden in the shadows, not the shadow of a satellite. Yun Nuashing tilted her head, scratched her head, and pretended to be ignorant. Is it rare? What I mean is, it's very powerful to be able to see that thing. Of course, big sister, you're the only one I know who can recognize the shadow. Big guy and I know it, so we can understand it, but we can't see it directly. Qing Lei's face had a smile, revealing a row of shiny silver teeth. Big guy and I often look at it in the night sky, hoping that one day we can see the phenomenon of breaking out of the shadow, as my teacher said. But we never saw it. Anyway, since we knew about it, we always feel that we can see something different in the shadow. No matter when we see it, no matter how many times we see it, we feel that it's a very fascinating, mysterious, and unexplainable scenery. Big sister, can you tell me what you see? What's up there? Are there mountains? Are there cities? Are there any signs of life? Seeing that she was about to go crazy, Yun Nuashing thought of Chu Yingzhan's usual crazy actions. His cheeks twitched, and he hurriedly pushed her back, saying, let me think for a bit. I saw mountains and rivers, traces of craters, and also some patterns that I don't understand. As for signs of life, it's very regrettable, my eyesight isn't that exaggerated, so I can't see the details from so far away. Of course, he was lying again. He didn't just see it, the whole picture of the shadow continent was engraved in his mind. But that was a depressing answer. There were signs of life on it, but there were no signs of life at all now. The traces of life were almost gone. With the environment there, even if there was something there, it was unlikely that it was still alive now. That's all I can see. I'm the one asking you. Do you know anything about the shadow continent? Do you have time to chat? I'm free. Anyway, there's nothing to do. If you want to prepare, I've already prepared it when Big Sister and Big Sister's little sister were still asleep. Yun Nuashing, huh? She pointed behind him, and Yun Nuashing turned around abruptly. He saw the little angel standing not far behind him, flapping its wings in the face of the morning sun. It looked like a dark shadow standing in front of him and stretching its back, causing his eyelids to twitch. Yesterday, he was in the meditation room and this guy turned into a quilt. Today, he appeared again. He didn't know whether to complain about this guy's versatile transformation or that it appeared again. The big guy has already told you. Yun Nuashing scratched his head awkwardly, actually. Big sister, you don't have to say it. You just have to be careful. Everyone has their own secret. It doesn't matter if you say it or not. Qing Lei grinned. It just so happens that I'm done stretching. Let's talk about that place. The topic is a little broad and a little brainless. I heard it all from my teacher because there is no record of the shadow continent in this world. Legend. Well, it can only be a legend. It may be another continent, a continent like our continent, but it is dragged by Wei Su's satellite. The two continents only meet each other a little every night. There used to be an intersection between the two continents. Big sister, you should know when I'm talking about used to. Yun Nuashing nodded. It was probably the life of the previous season. At that time, the life was very powerful. It had no problem flying across the sky and the sea of stars. There was nothing wrong with the intersection of two continents so close to each other. However, that continent, according to common sense, that continent should not exist. It could not have existed in that place from the beginning. It should have been like this planet at the beginning, with a stable orbit and stable living conditions. But when it approached that huge planet, all these conditions were destroyed. That's right, according to his little calculations, the shadow continent should have flown to that place from somewhere else. Then, the entire world was destroyed. He didn't interrupt Qing Lei but continued to listen. Well, that's just one of the theories. Teacher himself couldn't say for sure. The distance was too far, and the number of times he could observe was very small. He could only get some weak information from those shallow observations, and then tell us about it with his own understanding. Teacher also said that it might be the continent they created when they migrated there last season. Because there was a disaster on the continent where we are now, which was enough to cause the extinction of life in that season. They knew about it and had enough strength, so they moved away to the broken shadow continent. Then, they didn't know what happened after that. Personally, I'm more inclined to this theory, but it's the same. There's no evidence, and there's no way to prove it. It's just empty talk. Yun Nuoshing stretched out his finger and twirled a strand of his long hair. This theory was reasonable, and it could also be said the other way around. For example, the shadow continent was once stable, and had stable conditions. One day there was a sudden disaster, and the whole continent collided with the satellite, and the life on it moved to this place. He felt that this theory was also feasible. Anyway, there was no way to prove it. Oh, the things that mortals could not prove. He had plenty of ways to prove it. Teacher also said that there was a more powerful race there. They were called gods, gods, gods. Gods and so on. Which theory do you think is more reliable? Yun Nuoshing wanted to say that he agreed with the latter theory, but he felt that another theory was more appropriate. However, he did not know what would happen if he said that her teacher's words were wrong in front of Qing Lei, so he asked directly, "What do you think?" "Well, I actually think that maybe the origin of life on our continent came from that broken continent." Qing Lei pursed her lips. After a moment, she smiled slightly. "It's just a guess anyway. There's no problem in guessing." Yun Nuoshing smiled and nodded. He also agreed with this theory. He did not expect to bump into it. All in all, it must be a continent that once or still has life. However, we have no way to investigate all of this. I'm an explorer. I believe in the evidence that I can touch and come into contact with. I'm not like a scholar who just talks about everything. Of course, I have to do my best to prove the hypothesis that I put forward. Qing Lei puffed out her chest and said strongly, "Ahem, you said the same thing last time. There's still the second half of the sentence. Don't you want to say it to Miss Xing?" There was a light cough behind them. Yun Nuoshing, Qing Lei, and a certain little angel all turned their heads and saw the big guy walking up the stairs that were too small for his size. He then greeted the former, "Good morning, Miss Xing. Hey, big guy. Don't ruin my show. I was just about to say it." Qing Lei put her hands on her hips and bent over. Then, she looked at Yun Nuoshing and said, "There's more to it. Well, it sounds uncomfortable. Big sister, you're an extraordinary. Do you want me to say it?" Yun Nuoshing smiled. "Just say it. Since you're an extraordinary, you won't be affected by a few words." Qing Lei nodded and said, "I'm very tough. But the power of mortals is right there. What can we do? Talking won't change anything. It's as if being tough will make the truth a little different. We are mortals. The strongest recorded extraordinary is also a mortal to the lives of the previous generation. If we go back to the river of history, what happened in the distant past? There must be a reason for the two continents. Was it to hide from something at that time? Was it for what purpose did they create it at that time? They, in the last season, possessed great power, and could do anything they wished. Now, that has disappeared, and only a little bit of dilapidated walls stubbornly narrates information that has been distorted by others. I hope that one day I can find something inconceivable, something that no scholar can explain. Something like ancient traces, ancient ruins, miracles. Not only for my teacher, I also want to prove that they once existed, that they are the ones who interacted with us. Perhaps they are our ancestors. The answer was a little out of Yun Nuoshing's expectation. He had heard this saying many times. Many people in many worlds, many people, and many of them who were ambitious beyond the heavens, had said the same thing. They believed that human power was enough to break the sky, that human power was enough to shape everything. Even in the realm of the gods were transformed from humans. The only difference was that the latter had such conditions and power. Only this world. Unfortunately, they did not have the power to change the world. That kind of thinking could only be a thought. The lives of the previous generation, at most, could only cross the galaxy. They should not be able to understand the void, and could not cross the sea of despair in the void. What a stubborn statement. You seem to want to prove something. You're a little obsessed. It said softly. Qing Lei stuck out her tongue and said, "We can't leave everything to imagination. We have to prove it. Empty guesses are not enough. The things that the ancestors could not do, the things that they could not touch, should not be left to the future generations. Why not use this as a starting point and do an adventure that no one dares to imagine? Don't you think so, big sister?" Yun Nuoxing smiled and said, "What a stubborn statement. But I like it. So, go and prove it. Your first stop is... Of course, it's the snow-capped mountains. But big sister, you haven't answered me yet. What do you think of those? Do you think that those were created by the previous generation of life? Or do you think that it's their birthplace? Or do you think that it's the so-called residence of the gods, as my teacher said?" Yun Nuoxing did not expect her to change the topic back. At this moment, she asked him again. He could not help but raise his head and look at the sky. He smiled and said, "Who knows? I don't know what I think either." You're so cunning. You actually managed to escape." Qing Lei pretended to be angry and waved her little fist at him. "But if I have to say, I think that it's a..." He pondered for a while and said, "Even if there was life there, it's a life that existed for a special purpose. To be honest with you, I think that it's related to some so-called god. It's not a random fantasy. It's not a figment of my imagination. It's something that I think after thinking about it for a while. Moreover, that could also be the place where they originated from in the previous generation. As for why, how could he not think about it when a certain little angel said those words yesterday? The power of God's destruction. Everything related to the word God would become complicated. Only God knew what the final answer would be. A combination of two answers. You're really big sister." Qing Lei grinned and said, "All right, the morning chatting time is over. We've also finished taking a breath. It's about time to prepare and set off." "Yes, just say what you want. We've already prepared." Chapter 12:23. Half a day passed peacefully. Yun Nuoxing and a certain little angel wandered around the third floor, watching the big guy and the others make their final preparations. They were busy preparing the final matters. Even Qing Lei put away her lazy state and was commanding everyone, saying some professional terms. Anyway, Yun Nuoxing and the others couldn't really understand it, so they could only understand it. After Yun Nuoxing, who knew how many times she yawned, it was already close to noon. The group rested a little and ate a lunch that wasn't very full but didn't affect their spirits. The group then set off in high spirit. Yun Nuoxing noticed that not everyone followed. Many of the big guy's underlings followed them out of the 3-story building, and then watched them get on a carriage. Some of them got on another carriage, and the remaining half disbanded on the spot and didn't return to the building. The carriage was hired by Qing Lei and the others. There were many people going to the snow-capped mountains from Zhuguang City, and many people were willing to do such a simple business of transporting passengers and transportation. They were sitting in a very exquisite black carriage with gold inlaid on the edges. In front of the carriage, there were 2 creatures that looked like horses but weren't horses. Anyway, Yun Nuoxing and the others didn't know her. The carriage they were in was dragging a pile of luggage. 10 meters behind them was another carriage with the big guy's underlings. There were only 10 people in the 2 carriages, which was even fewer than she expected. Going to the snow-capped mountains has a high physical requirement. Not all of those little brats can follow us. Even among the 6 who are following us, only 3 can follow us to the hinterland. The remaining 3 may rest halfway and stay behind to support us. Yun Nuoshing nodded to show that she understood. For ordinary people, the frozen land that couldn't see the sun and moon all year round was indeed not a place that could be casually entered. If they didn't want to lose their lives, it was best to act according to their ability. After the vigorous departure, Qing Lei didn't let the coachman go to the snow-capped mountains at the beginning. She checked some of the shops next to the explorers' headquarters and bought some commonly used things, tools, and medicine. Finally, she followed the crowd that emerged from Juguang City and left this bustling place together. They really followed the crowd. Hundreds and thousands of carriages were squeezed on the wide road. The carriage that Yun Nuoshing and the others took was not particularly eye-catching in this torrent. The other carriages were big and wide, and the luggage they were dragging was as if they were moving. An entire team of dozens of carriages looked unusually lively and luxurious. On the other hand, their group of people only had 2 carriages and looked like they were playing. Yun Nuoshing finally understood what the big guy meant by other people's expedition team yesterday. Oh, he was now embarrassed and turned his head away. Ahem, don't mind the number of people. Under Yun Nuoshing's strange gaze, the big guy braced himself and said, "We are elite. Yes, elite. Although we are small, we have all the essentials, hee. This time, with Master Oro leading the way, we will definitely be able to enter the heart of the snow-capped mountains smoothly. Master Oro is one of the top 3 curse masters. If even he can't do anything, then it will be difficult for anyone to enter the heart of the snow-capped mountains. Moreover, these 2 days are a rare, stable period. We have to take advantage of these 2 days." Hearing the conversation outside, the big guy's expression became blank again. This time, he was completely speechless and could only laugh foolishly and dryly. Yun Nuoshing rolled his eyes and turned his head away. It seemed that these 2 days were indeed a good time to explore the snow-capped mountain range. There must be a reason why so many people chose to squeeze in at the same time on this day. As for the so-called stable period, it was because the wind and snow would be weaker, or because of some other reason. He did not care too much. He really did not believe that this small snow mountain could stop him. Qing Lei sat in the front and skillfully pointed out the road for the driver. It seemed that not everyone had entered the snow-capped mountains from the same direction. Not long after they left the city, he heard about 6 or 7 landing points. Some of them even went around to the other side of the snow-capped mountains. They seemed to be part of a group that had started from the back of the mountain. Yun Nuoshing poked his head out of the window in boredom. The towering buildings of Juguang City gradually receded from his sight. They were right in the middle of this torrent. The group left the main road of Juguang City and officially stepped onto the road to the snow-capped mountains. When the 2 groups next to him saw that there was a young lady who was as beautiful as a flower and jade on the carriage, a few men who were galloping on their horses whistled cheerfully at him. He couldn't help but want to freeze these people into ice shards, so he angrily put down the curtain. When the others saw this scene, they couldn't help but laugh loudly. To be able to see something interesting in the midst of a boring journey, they would treat it as a diversion. In any case, they were already used to it, and at most, they would just tease a little. Who knew what kind of person was sitting in the carriage? They all knew that they shouldn't be too presumptuous. "Heya, I finally got it. This driver seems to be a newbie. He must have been given directions when we came out, but it's still a little difficult for him to find the place we're going. I've been blabbering for a long time before he finally knew where we're going." Qing Lei sighed and shrunk into the carriage before shrugging at the few of them. "A newbie. Oh, other people let him out to broaden his knowledge. It's not uncommon, but I didn't expect that we would coincidentally bump into him." The big guy expressed a little surprise and nodded. "Are you sure you've explained the destination clearly? We're going to go up from the other side of the snow-capped mountains, not this side or the side." "Oh, don't worry. There won't be a problem." Seeing her solemn expression, Yun Nuoshing and the big guy shuddered. They looked at each other tacitly and felt that there might be some unexpected problems on this journey. When the little angel got on the carriage, She fell asleep with the sound of the wheels rubbing against the ground and the sound of the luggage behind her. A pair of 5 to 6 meters wide stretched wings shrank in the small carriage. They dragged on the ground and even bent. If Ming's real angel was here, she might have been in so much pain that her eyes would be filled with tears. However, since this was an illusion, she did not seem to be able to feel pain. Except for the last time when her wings were caught by the door, she did not have much of a reaction. Big sister, I've been wanting to ask for a long time." Qing Lei curiously reached out and touched the pair of white wings. She could not help but ask, "Are these the wings of some beasts? Do humans grow wings? Is this the special life of the previous generation? Can this fly?" "If you don't know, then we don't know either." Yun Nuoxing smiled bitterly and said, "Anyway, we've been like this for so many years. We're used to it. If it's flying, it can indeed fly. In a normal environment, it can fly very fast. When it's sunny and windy, I'll take it out for a walk and let it fly in the sky. At the same time, it also takes me to fly a few times." Qing Lei was enlightened and envious. No wonder Big Sister doesn't feel strange about flying at all. You can say it so frankly. It turns out that Big Sister has flown many times. Yun Nuoxing smiled and did not respond. That was nonsense. When they flew, they disappeared as soon as they flew. They didn't even know if they flew into the starry sky or the void. Moreover, he was obviously talking nonsense just now. After following the carriage group on the main road for a while, Yun Nuoxing, who was pretending to be asleep, slightly narrowed his eyes and sniffed. He smelled the cold air from the ice that hadn't melted for 10,000 years. He lifted the curtain and saw the appearance of the snowy mountain. They were much closer. The sky was covered with the same dark clouds all year round. The cold air seemed to be spreading from the clouds. "There seemed to be fewer people around," he said casually. The few people who teased him were no longer there. "We just passed an intersection. Those people planned to climb the snowy mountain from the side. The rest of the people who are still on this main road either plan to climb the mountain from the front or start from the back like us," Qing Lei stretched and said. Yun Nuoxing silently calculated the time. About 4 hours had passed. The afternoon was almost over, but they still hadn't reached the starting point. This made him confused. Didn't they say that these 2 days were the best time to climb the snowy mountain range? Almost half a day had passed, right? Hearing his confusion, Qing Lei couldn't help but chuckle. "It's not like that. That sentence means that it's best to set off in these 2 days. It'll probably be evening by the time we get there. It's not suitable to climb the snowy mountain in the middle of the night. So, in reality, the 2 days of the golden period will start from tomorrow." Yun Nuoxing suddenly understood. At this time, the carriage entered a frosty snowy forest. The earth suddenly changed from an earthy yellow color to a place covered by white snow. The dense forest formed a path. As the mountain range took a turn in front, it was like a bow. On both sides of the path were towering ancient trees covered in white and strange tree species with icicles hanging on their branches. They stood tall in the ice and snow, but their vitality didn't seem to weaken or disappear. There were also some details that showed that they had grown here for hundreds of years, or even thousands of years. The towering ancient trees that were hundreds of feet tall broke through the snow piles at intervals, like long swords with saw-teeth. Yun Nuoxing paid attention to the high treetop. Only then did he notice that the sky at this moment was shrouded in thick dark clouds. It was more like evening ahead of time. Only the purple-green sunset was left to prove it. It seemed that there wasn't much that was beyond his imagination. This wasn't an ice field like the North Ice World or the South Ice World, but a snowy mountain in a continent. The terrain was higher and more dangerous. That was it. There was nothing else. It was so ordinary that he suspected that he had come to the wrong place. But according to the direction of the throbbing that day, they should be getting closer and closer. If he wasn't wrong, they should be in this snowy mountain. As for whether it was the periphery or the hinterland, he didn't know. That throbbing didn't come again, and he couldn't locate it a second time. Very quickly, a fork in the road appeared in his line of sight. This large group of horse carriages tacitly changed their paths. One side headed to the side facing Gathering Light City, while Yun Nuoshing and the rest headed to the other side. During this period, Qing Lei stuck her head out and focused on something. Yun Nuoshing estimated how much longer it would take before he could get down to stretch his stiff body. They had just entered the fork in the road for less than 10 minutes. There were less than 10 other groups that were walking in front, while his group was at the back. In this world of ice and snow, the creature that looked like a horse but didn't look exactly like one could still run stably, but its speed gradually slowed down. "Stop, we'll get down here." After a few minutes, Qing Lei suddenly shouted, startling the young man who was driving the carriage. Yun Nuoshing hurriedly dispelled his sleepiness. He took a deep breath of the cold air and blew on the face of the little angel, causing it to wake up in a daze. The young man who was driving the carriage didn't ask much. Before he came out, he had been warned by his seniors not to ask about things that he shouldn't ask about. After sending the person to the place, he should quickly come back and don't stay. He had heard these words repeatedly dozens of times. Of course, he knew what to do. In less than 2 minutes after the luggage was unloaded, the young man said goodbye to Qing Lei and turned his horse around. He hurriedly rushed back in the direction they came from. He was far less calm than those seniors, and he didn't want to stay here for even a minute. After watching the 2 carriages disappear from his sight, the big guy finally came back to his senses. "We haven't arrived at the place we booked. Why did they suddenly come down?" Qing Lei was paying attention to the movements around her with rapt attention. An experienced aura emanated from her body, just like a legendary explorer who had far more intuition than ordinary people. At this moment she suddenly felt something. "It seems that the stable period has begun." The big guy's eyes widened. Yun Nuoshing raised his eyebrows and concentrated on sensing the surroundings. His spirit had spread to the extent that it could cover the entire snowy mountain. Even the slightest movement of the wind and grass would be transmitted into his mind. He also saw that the dozens of carriages were galloping towards their destination. No one had suddenly stopped like them. Moreover, it was unusually calm. There was no breath of life. Even when Qing Lei and the others were standing in front of him, he couldn't feel any breath of life. This time, he sensed more carefully. The breath of life emitted from their bodies suddenly disappeared less than an inch away from their bodies. The breath of life disappeared completely, as if no one had ever been here. He looked very carefully. He could see that the faint breath of life swept towards the direction of the snowy mountain, and then disappeared without a trace in the vast white snow. Obviously, a ghost had appeared. As for how it had appeared, the disappearance of that wisp of life aura had no effect on the person. It was just like the breath he exhaled. Even if it disappeared, it would not affect him. That wisp of life aura had only left behind evidence of who had been here before. Now, it was as if something was actively destroying this evidence. And he didn't know whether it was an illusion or not, but he kept feeling that the space was shaking. It was the kind of shaking that made him dizzy. His mind was a little out of control, and he was a little in a trance. He looked at Qing Lei and the big guy. The two of them didn't seem to have the same phenomenon as him. He didn't know how the others were doing. He didn't know if they were the only ones who were in this situation. A weak spiritual restriction and spirit restriction. It's specially used to restrain the spirit. It's not a normal spirit. The voice of the little angel rang in Yun Nuoshing's mind, which made him more vigilant. This was more logical. If there was no reaction even after coming here, then he didn't know what to do. Qing Lei ended her exploration of the surroundings. Normally, the stable period should start after some time. But looking at the current situation, the state of the snow-sealed mountains has already started for some reason. Let's go up from here. Although it's a little more dangerous ahead, we can save some time and catch up with the journey. After all, we only have 2 days. This time, we have to go to the hinterland of the snow-sealed mountains, no matter what. Yun Nuoshing and the big guy looked at each other silently. They both saw a ray of light in each other's eyes, which meant, you see, something really happened. The big guy shrugged. Both of them were very experienced. Qing Lei wasn't the only one who saw the state of the snowy mountain. He thought for a while and felt that it was better, so he didn't say anything against it. But when he saw Yun Nuoshing looking around curiously, he couldn't help but say, originally, if we came down from the normal place, that place would be slightly safer. There are no wild beasts and no raging wind and snow. But now, it's different. It's very strange. The heaven and earth have calmed down. This is a phenomenon that can only be seen when the calm period has stabilized. We must have noticed it too. But they still chose to get off at the destination. Yun Nuoshing blew into his palm, and the white mist turned into frost. Qing Lei and the big guy turned their heads again. Suddenly, Yun Nuoshing was stunned. Could it be that there was something special about this? After a while, he heard Qing Lei laugh bitterly. That's because they're well-equipped. They're willing to spend money and recruit people. A large group of people flock there. They have more people and more strength. They don't care about this little bit of time. And they're fast enough to catch up with the disappearance of the stable period. Yun Nuoshing was very curious about how this 2+1 team survived after 3 years of exploration. There will be a little danger ahead. There will be wild beasts and strange beasts left behind in the snowy mountain. They are very aggressive. The forest is also confusing like a maze. Remember, don't go too far. After saying this, she took the lead, and pulled Yun Nuoshing to walk in front. Her excited expression didn't seem like she was going to explore a dangerous place at all. The latter was speechless. However, it was his old habit to be at the forefront. So, after a few steps, it became him dragging Qing Lei to walk in front. They stepped into the ice and snow forest next to them. According to Qing Lei's temporary plan, they had to draw a straight line from here to the hinterland. Along the way, they would pass through many dangerous places and might encounter some dangerous creatures. However, they all said that they were used to it and didn't feel afraid at all. This surprised Yun Nuoshing a little. They didn't have the mentality of facing death with equanimity. At most, they had the stubborn drive of not giving up until they achieved their goal. However, speaking of this snowy mountain, Yun Nuoshing slowly raised his head and showed an even stranger smile to the sky. His eyes were shining, as if he was waiting for something. I'm already here. What are you waiting for? Chapter 12:24. The snowbound mountains were covered with a veil of mystery. From a normal person's point of view, it was a mysterious area that had not changed for thousands of years. There were many magical and incredible things in it. Well, some of them might be mysteries that people made up to scare themselves. However, there was indeed something hidden there that no one knew about. From the perspective of Yun Nuo, it was even more so. His own observations and his own understanding conflicted greatly with what was happening in reality. From the ancient records of this continent, the snow-sealed mountain range was an exceptionally mysterious and irresistible place for exploration. Even though everyone knew that 1 or 2 teams would die every year, and 1 or 2 famous extraordinaires would be among them, it still exuded a powerful attraction, tempting everyone to go there to explore. In his opinion, this was probably no different from poison. The only difference was that the latter was poison, and the former was a kind of faith. Also, Yun Nuoshing felt that there was something in the sacred mountain that could devour the remaining breath of life, and the creature in front of him that did not look very appropriate, if that thing could still be called a creature. The 4-legged beasts crawling in the snow were covered in scales that were the color of snow mountains. They were probably only the size of an adult human, and the largest of them was only about the size of a black bear. They had black horns on their heads that shouldn't have appeared on the heads of creatures in this world. They looked like magical beasts, but if the energy in the horns was supplemented, the style of the beasts didn't seem right. The abyss death fog. No, it was the power of God's destruction. Yes, it was exactly the same as the aura of the storm belt on the Vesuvius satellite that the little angel sensed. It could probably be considered a special product of this world. Qing Lei and the big guy were very familiar with dealing with this kind of beast. It did not require too much combat power to deal with them. All that was needed was a slightly blunt knife, a slightly faster reaction speed than ordinary people, and some strength to take down such a beast. Puff! The beast, or rather, the demonic beast, that was cut in half by the big guy's machete exploded into a cloud of dense black ashes as soon as it fell to the ground. The ashes continued to disintegrate into black powder and dissipated with the cold wind. Gradually, the body was left with a pile of white bones as if it had been dead for a long time, and only its bones were left in this world of ice and snow. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Yun Nuoxing's breath turned into frost. They had fought all the way here. These beasts, who were unknown whether they were beasts or demonic beasts, were not very threatening. They moved slowly and had limited attack power, but they were irrational and lived in groups. If one jumped out, there might be 4 or 5 more hiding in the snow. An experienced explorer could deal with a group of them alone. The difficulty of dealing with these beasts was probably not as difficult as dealing with the environment of the snowy mountain. Accompanied by a heavy sound of flesh hitting, an unknown creature that was almost 2 meters long that looked like a cow, a snow leopard, or a pangolin was thrown high into the air. Its snow-white scales scattered in the air like crystals that were hit by the blow. Finally, it crashed heavily into a pile of snow. It was dead in an instant. Its mutated body began to dissipate after a few seconds of stagnation, slowly turning into a pile of bones. Qing Lei shook her jade-like feet that were covered by her red boot. After taking a deep breath, she turned around and said to everyone, "After dealing with these annoying fellows, let's rest for a while. We're in a hurry, so we're not in a hurry." The big guy and the 6 little brothers responded energetically. Yun Nuoxing glanced at them when he heard the commotion. He tilted his head and looked elsewhere. He casually raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Those things that surrounded him and the little angel, who knew whether they were wild beasts or magical beasts, suddenly exploded into black ashes, leaving behind a pile of ghastly white skeletons. Shoo, be gentle. There's a sudden snowstorm in an area 100 miles away. The little angel reminded in a low voice. This guy's strength was ridiculously strong in this world. A casual move from him could cause a disaster. Although she could see that he was trying his best to restrain his strength, this guy just had to use group attack. Every attack was a disaster. "I'm trying my best to restrain myself." Yun Nuoxing shook his head helplessly. If he wanted to kill these beasts, he had to control his strength so that it was lighter than pinching an insect to death. He was already used to using his full strength. How could it be that easy to control his strength? The little angel tilted her head and rolled her eyes at him. "If you just fight them one by one, this won't happen. That's too troublesome. It's not efficient to fight them one by one. Is that why you changed the weather 100 miles away dozens of times? Anyway, there's no one there. I only dared to control the energy when I made sure that no one was there." You wanted to say to release the energy, right? Is that right? You destructive maniac. No, I didn't. You heard wrong, the 2 of them whispered in each other's ears. Their faces were full of shock. Qing Lei and the big guy were very curious. However, when they thought of their identities as extraordinaires, they thought that they were discussing something that only they knew, so they didn't go near them. Speaking of extraordinaires, Qing Lei and the big guy turned their heads and looked at the white bones all over the ground. They would encounter these whether they came here or not. However, they would encounter more here. It was like they had poked a hornet's nest. They dealt with 6 of them and spent some time and energy. Then, Yun Nuoxing and the little angel killed the remaining 56 in seconds. Their cheeks twitched when they saw this. They couldn't help but say in their hearts, "Monsters." As expected of extraordinaires, the two of them stopped their excited, secret discussion and walked towards them. Yun Nuoshing looked around. There aren't many of them. Are you guys hurt? Qing Lei giggled and waved her hand casually. Big sister, don't think that we're just normal people. Even though we're not as strong as extraordinaires, it won't be a problem for us to deal with that nest. At most, we'll be a little tired. We have a lot of experience in dealing with dead beasts. We know their attacking habits and their weaknesses, so it'll be much easier for us to fight them. It won't be as tiring as it looks, the big guy said and scratched his head. But we won't be as cool as you, Miss Xing. Yun Nuoshing and the little angel exchanged a look. They had seen the name Dead Beasts before. Yes, it was in the pile of books they read yesterday. According to the records, they had already existed since the beginning of this life cycle. They were mutated life forms that were born after being corroded and assimilated by some strange energy. They had no intelligence and would only attack any life form that approached them unconditionally. Their bodies were covered in tough scales that could shatter hammers, and the scales could change their appearance according to the environment they were in. They lived in symbiosis with the environment. The state of the dead beasts was death. They were like the mutated bodies of many species after they died. Once they were defeated, aside from their original skeletons, their bodies would turn into grayish-white fog and disappear completely. Legend had it that they came from outer space and left some kind of energy on the continent. As they mutated, they became the familiar dead beast. Some also said that they were a strange dead creature that had existed since the beginning of time. But in any case, they were a little dangerous, but not as serious as imagined. They would not actively approach places where the breath of life was relatively strong. Even if 4 or 5 people gathered together, the breath of life would be considered strong. They would not actively stay away from places where the breath of life was relatively strong. They were lazy by nature, and the time they spent in hibernation was longer than the time they were active. Moreover, they usually did not go far. The range of their activity was at least a few dozen meters, and the maximum range was only a few dozen miles. Generally, they would only be discovered when explorers broke into their territory. In general, if explorers did not break into their territory easily, those things were like harmless things that had nothing to do with balance, or at most, did not cause any harm to the balance. With the purpose of exploring this world, Yun Nuoshing collected a lot of information, that is, the pile of books he read last night and the few glances he took at this world. When he did not speak or move, Qing Lei and the others thought that he was actually a scholar or someone similar. Now that he rolled up his sleeves and casually killed a nest of dead beasts, his original ferocious appearance was exposed. Then, the admiration in everyone's eyes became even more obvious. In their impression, extraordinaires were all high and mighty. They would not take action unless they were in real danger, and when they did, they would need others to beg them for help before they would reluctantly move their fingers. In general, they were like big shots. In the end, they did not even know whether they had invited an extraordinaire to escort them or a father. The two in front of them did not have such an unbearable image. Instead, they were very enthusiastic in helping them kill all the undead beasts. It was just that, the fighting style of this ice spell master was a little beyond their expectations. Logically speaking, those spell masters should be chanting something in a low voice, or moving their fingers or waving the staff in their hands. Bang! Yun Nuoshing knocked over a dead beast the size of a bear with a punch. The sound of the dead beast tearing through the air and flying backward exploded in the ice forest, shaking off the ice and snow on the trees. When it flew backward, it dug out a trail on the ground that was 6 meters wide, more than 100 meters long, and more than 300 to 400 meters long. Along the way, it destroyed countless trees and killed countless dead beasts. Now that they had rested for a while, they continued their journey. Not long after they jumped out of the car in advance and entered the ice forest, they were attacked by dead beasts. At first, only 2 or 3 dead beasts emerged from the snow. As they went deeper into the forest, the dead beasts came out in group. This was all within Qing Lei and the others' expectations. When the calm period began, the dead beasts' time and range of activity would increase. They would wander aimlessly in the ice and snow, randomly choosing the next hibernating spot until they were encountered by other life forms. As they deviated from their original path, they would encounter more dead beasts from here. This was also within Qing Lei's expectations. Now they encountered the third hibernating dead beast. Bang! There was another sound of an explosion. Yun Nuoxing kicked a whole nest of dead beasts away. The snow on the ground was kicked up into the sky. The sky was filled with snowflakes mixed with black and gray particles, as well as scattered bones. It was like a rain falling down. Qing Lei and the big guy faintly put away the scimitar and knife in their hands. They looked at each other and cold sweat poured down. They did not expect that this big sister was also a violent maniac. Looking at that skillful destruction method, even berserkers were not as violent as her. But wasn't she an ice spell master? Spell masters' bodies were weak, they could be blown away by the wind. Oh, the latter part was a little too much. The spell master's physical quality was not very good, but it was not to the extent that they could be pushed down casually. However, it was impossible for them to reach such a degree of brutality. Those who had this kind of power could easily become famous. Who in this world would dare to provoke them? They were even worried that this big sister and her little sister would be secretly captured by someone to do that kind of strange thing. The 8 of them were covered in cold sweat. The cold wind blew even colder. However, they did not have time to think too much. Yun Nuoxing patted her hands and clothes and walked back. They are not very strong. I thought the dead beasts in the snow-sealed mountain range would be strong. In the end, are the dead beasts everywhere the same? They are as brittle as paper. The little angel rolled her eyes. This guy was bragging again. Bragging to increase his sense of existence, and to prevent others from suspecting whether he was actually a person from this world or not. The problem was that this was a place where they could not even jump out of their own world. Only those who had nothing better to do would think that the person in front of them was from another world. The corner of the big guy's eyes twitched. Cough. Dead beasts. Although they can change their appearance according to the terrain, their defensive power is the same. I guess they have never been beaten to death by someone so violently. The corner of Qing Lei's eyes suddenly twitched. Dead beasts were used to hoe the ground until their bones were turned into ashes. Dead beasts were used as blunt weapons and were swung into big windmills. Moreover, the one in front of her had punches and kicks that were 100 meters long and 10 meters wide. She almost suspected that she had seen some kind of unknown humanoid monster. The ancient information on this big sister's body was to increase strength, right? Hey, it's just strengthening spells and strengthening physical skills. It's nothing. Yun Nuoxing laughed to fool around. He turned around and rolled his eyes at a certain little angel. If it wasn't for her always complaining that he would disturb the local weather every time he used his energy. For the sake of world peace. Bah, for the sake of maintaining the local weather, he could only rush up and smash like this. The power of divine destruction. The weak aura on these dead beasts was undoubtedly the same as the one on the satellite, which was also the power of divine destruction. When he first found out, he treated them as a big enemy and was ready to use 1/10 of his energy. Then, he saw the big guy slashing them into dust. He was stunned for a second. After that, he realized that even if these dead beasts really did have the so-called power of divine destruction, they were still weak and pitifully weak. Mortals could easily kill them. Compared to the other 2 powers of divine destruction, the abyssal death mist and the nirvana element, this third power was just a little brother. It was simply not giving them any face. Don't worry about her. Just treat her like a lunatic. He also rolled his eyes and then looked at Qing Lei and the others. Are we going in the right direction now? We saw so many nests of dead beasts. We just suddenly jumped down from somewhere else. Won't we get lost? Qing Lei shook her head. She took out a map from the big guy's backpack and spread it out. The path of the entire snow-capped mountain range was carved on it. As for the center of the mountain, it was still blank. There were also many obvious markings, but they all started from the other side of the mountain. If there was no accident, that should be their initial destination. Now, they were starting from a brand new place. She drew a line towards the center and drew a mark of a scimitar at the place where they encountered the dead beast. Yun Nuoxing noticed that there were a lot of scimitars on the map, which were obviously the places where they encountered the dead beast. She raised her head and looked around. She took the map and walked around in a circle, as if she was comparing and confirming something. After a while, she nodded and pointed in a direction. There's no problem. Now let's go that way. Yun Nuoxing turned his head. It happened to be the spacious passage that he smashed out with his fist. He was sure that even if there was something in that place, there would be nothing left of it now. The path that we are taking is actually a shortcut. Qing Lei pulled Yun Nuoxing forward. As they walked, she said, in theory, there are a lot of dead beasts on this path. It takes a lot of physical strength to deal with the dead beast. So, in the end, it's not as simple as the spot that we decided at the beginning. There's no other way today. It takes 2 hours to get from the place where we got off the carriage to the place where we plan to go, and, she raised her head and looked at the sky in the distance. It was a lot darker now. The purplish-green light dyed the sky in the distance. This was the scene that Yun Nuoxing saw. Qing Lei and the others couldn't see the sky in the distance. It was covered by dark clouds, but they could tell that the sky was obviously much darker. It was almost night now. If we go there, we won't have the time to climb the mountain. If we climb the mountain now, we can still walk a distance. The calm period will last for 2 days until the day after tomorrow. Before that time comes, we must go to the hinterland and turn back from there. Time was very tight. It would take a lot of time just to go there. They also had to retreat from there before the calm period ended. Just listening to it made the difficulty increase by a lot. Yun Nuoxing's eyes turned and said, "What do you usually do when it's not the calm period? As far as I know, you should be staying in the snow mountain during that time. Go around the hinterland in circles to see if there are any loopholes, or explore this snow-covered mountain range." The big guy shrugged. This place was very big, and the difficulty of exploration was not low. The exploration progress was slow. Even if there were 100 elite teams, it would take more than 1,000 years without sleep and rest to fully explore this place. This was the answer that a scholar came up with, and this was the situation that the hinterland was not taken into account. Under Qing Lei's guidance, the group encountered a few more dead beasts that did not pose any threat to the team. They successfully walked to the edge of the outer area. At this moment, they were standing on a huge rock that protruded from the ridge. They looked at the hazy scene in the distance and could not see clearly, as well as a few peaks in the distance. Over there was the hinterland, and there was still a distance of 100 miles away. However, they only had time left for tomorrow's journey. Including entering and exiting, they would have to use half a day's time to walk in. In the remaining time, they could choose to walk around the hinterland for a few hours to take a look. Then, they would have to quickly retreat early in the morning on the last day. Otherwise, they would be completely surrounded by the ice storm in the hinterland. They could only force themselves to endure until the next calm period to successfully come out. Of course, that was under perfect circumstances. Qing Lei also felt very hopeless about the sudden advance of the calm period this time. At most, she hoped that she could stand at the edge of the hinterland of the snow mountain and take a look. Then, she would count the time of the calm period and wait for it to end before rushing out. That's all we can do for today. The big guy sighed. Looking at the sky where they could not continue walking, he shook his head helplessly. He put down his backpack and took out the tent and portable spell lamp. The light of the lamp could not be seen beyond 10 meters away. It was impossible to use it to travel in the dark. Yun Nuoxing pulled his collar and stood on a higher rock at the side. He let out a long breath of white air. He quite liked to see the white air fluttering in the air. The wind is blowing. Even if it's the calm period, there will be gusts of wind and snow at night. We can't continue walking forward. It's easy to get lost in the snow mountain. Qing Lei shook her head to shake off her depressed mood and said, I'm not talking about that. It's nothing. Yun Nuoshing blinked and shook his head. Qing Lei. Yun Nuoshing and the little angel looked into the distance. In the hinterland of the snow-sealed mountain range, they felt a weak energy wave. It was very weak. It was the weak throbbing of the third type of God-destroyer power. There was indeed something in the snow mountain. Chapter 12:25. The power of God's destruction, on the surface, did not look very good. Its aura was very difficult to identify. If it were not for that Qing something, Yun Nua planet would never have known that the element of destruction had another name. At the same time, they would also know that the abyssal death fog that filled the entire void was also something like that. Then, a certain little angel, who had nothing to do, placed these two things together and analyzed them. He found that they were indeed partially similar, but it was very difficult to identify them. It was like looking at two completely different buildings on the outside, but when he walked in, he found that the layout was 70% similar. It was the same for this new little brother. But when the three things were put together, something amazing happened. The new divine annihilation power was 70% similar to the abyssal death shroud and 70% related to the element of annihilation. 40% of it was similar to the element of annihilation and the abyssal death shroud, while the remaining three were different from each other. As the abyssal death shroud was notorious throughout the void and could be seen anywhere, it was not difficult to find something similar to it. Yun Nuoshing just did not pay much attention to it. The little angel itself was inextricably linked to the abyssal death shroud. It was not difficult for it to find something that was related to it and had a similar feeling. Yun Nuoshing tightened his collar to block the cold wind that blew into his clothes. When it saw this, it extended its wings and wrapped him up. Its golden eyes stared unblinkingly at the depths of the snowy mountain. Can you see it? There, that presence, the third type of divine annihilation power, right? Yun Nuoshing nodded gently and sighed. It seems that there is a first explanation for the throbbing that day. A brief resonance of the three types of divine annihilation power? He was silent for a moment and nodded. Perhaps that was the case. At least it was a guess. As to whether it was true or not, he would have to go there and verify it. Anyway, it was not the first time his senses had problems. In this place, it seemed that he could not trust his own senses. If he wanted to find out something, he had to go back to the most primitive way and see the truth with his eyes. Those dead beasts are also a mysterious species that has been tainted by the power of annihilation. But they seem to be pitifully weak. All the divine annihilation power that we have seen so far is extremely destructive, but this one seems to be a little too docile. Docile? Yun Nuoshing smiled bitterly and shook her head. She reached out and stroked her white wings out of habit. It's not just docile, it can be described as weak. I just checked and found that 90% of the power in those dead beasts is the power of divine destruction. However, an ordinary person without any power, a mortal, can easily crush them to death. Didn't they say that the power of divine destruction is a special power of the divine level? I think that statement can be overturned now. The little angel curled her lips. You've only seen the first side. It doesn't mean anything. What if it is sleeping? What if he didn't release any destructive power? If your element of annihilation does not release that destructive power that can tear the balance apart, isn't it just a normal black fog? Ah. Yun Nuoshing tilted her head and replied with a drawl. But even if the element of annihilation does not have any destructive power in front of you, you can still feel the presence that can shake the balance and the rules. The abyssal death mist is the same. It leaves a trail of black smoke wherever it goes, afraid that something can't see it. Just by existing there and doing nothing, it can make the entire world of order feel heavy. That presence that can disturb the balance of order is a natural existence. Yun Nuoshing paused for a moment. Anyway, I think that this newly discovered power of divine destruction is naturally weak. Moreover, it just happens to be similar to the other two types of energy. Maybe it's just a coincidence? Alright, I know it's not nice to say this, but I can't explain it. That's all I can think of. She rolled her eyes. It's all possible. But let's not talk about this for now. It's useless to speculate so much. While the two of them were muttering, Qing Lei and the big guy had already set up the tent. The light cold wind was blowing and the gray-green tent kept swaying. Qing Lei breathed a sigh of relief. She waved her hand and shouted, "Big sister, what are you two whispering about over there? It's already set up here. See if one tent is enough for the two of you." Yun Nuoshing and the little angel were stunned. The former could not help but say, You set up our tent? Actually, we don't need it. Gods, extraordinaires are very energetic. They don't need to rest much. We'll just set up the ice barrier outside and keep watch. You can use it yourselves." "No." Qing Lei shook her head in a huff. She ran over and pulled Yun Nuoshing and the little angel away without any explanation. "We have made arrangements for the night watch. Big sister, you can rest assured." But Yun Nuoshing had just said 2 words when she was slapped and fell into the tent with the little angel. The two of them got up and looked at each other. They saw the confusion in each other's eyes. However, the interior of the tent was quite soft. There was a warm current flowing from the bottom layer that seemed to be made of fur. It was soft. The interior of the tent was not as cold as the outside. It inexplicably reminded him of that cloud. Hiding between 2 clouds, some of the heat of the scorching sun was filtered by the cloud, and the warm light was transmitted to the lower layer. When the warm light shone on his body, he felt lazy just thinking about it. Unknowingly, he felt sleepy. He felt a little sleepy. Snore. It was speechless. "Wow, you fell asleep as soon as you came in. How tired are you?" The little angel let out a surprised exclamation. It shook its head helplessly and crawled to the other corner of the tent. It lay down and curled up into a ball. This environment was indeed comfortable. It even felt like it was back in its nest, that slow and lazy nest. Outside the tent, Qing Lei opened the tent to a gap that was only enough for one eye to see. Seeing that the two of them fell asleep immediately, she gave the big guy a thumbs up. She shouted excitedly and suppressed her voice. "It's done, it's done." Big sister and the others fell asleep. That's right. The big guy also gave her a thumbs up. The fur engraved with a warm spell. The profiteer said that it can remind people of the most comfortable time. It seems that he was right. "Oh, good stuff," Qing Lei exclaimed. "How many did you buy?" "Just one. That thing is limited. Cost a lot of money. I originally planned to exchange it for 2, but I only got 1. I even paid for it, The big guy screamed as he spoke. Qing Lei couldn't help but slap her forehead. In the end, they didn't exchange it. Judging from the situation, they probably wouldn't bring it over. What were they going to do tonight? Look at the howling cold wind. They would probably freeze into popsicles tomorrow morning. Then, the two of them kept watch for the first half of the night. After changing shifts with their followers, they hid in their own tents for the second half of the night, shivering. Qing Lei scolded the big guy 10 million times. If resentment could cause real harm to people, the big guy would probably be dead. This was the reason why Yun Nuoshing saw the two of them with heavy dark circles the next morning. Early in the morning, he faced the sun that was blocked by heavy dark clouds and stretched. Then, he saw 2 strange people with dark circles around their eyes coming out of the 2 tents next to him. He was so scared that he almost sprained his waist. "So, the 2 of us actually don't need those." Yun Nuoshing shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. If he didn't fall asleep as soon as he fell down, he could put a barrier to block the wind and adjust the temperature or something. But it was too comfortable inside. He fell unconscious as soon as he fell down. The stable period didn't leave much time for everyone. Qing Lei and the others forced themselves to stay alert and didn't waste too much time. The group immediately headed to the center of the snow mountain. There were still a few stars spinning in Qing Lei's mind. She glanced at the wings on the little angel, and suddenly an idea came to her. The latter trembled and stood up with a puzzled expression. However, after looking at the somewhat thin and weak figure of the little angel, well, she guessed that this strange guy couldn't fly them all over. It was better to walk over on foot. It seems that I don't see any other teams? Yun Nuoxing looked at the snowy scenery around him. The sky was clear, but it was a little gloomy. There was no wind and no snow. There was not a single person within 100 miles. He didn't even use his soul to sense anything now. If he didn't find the exact destination, there was no way to find anyone. This is a shortcut. This is a shortcut that no one has ever taken before. It's a shortcut that only exists in theory. It's quite a distance from the other 3 paths. Unless one of them gets lost, they probably won't bump into each other. Even well-equipped expeditions won't take this path, because there are too many dead beasts to deal with on the way. Oh, theoretically, there are too many dead beasts here, and no one dares to gamble with the lives of an entire team on luck. The 3 paths have been taken by many people, and there are some small things left behind by the predecessors. If you need them, you can borrow them. With this comparison, no one would want to start from scratch. Yun Nuoxing responded casually. He suddenly felt something and raised his head. His eyes pierced through the dark clouds and the starry sky, and saw the remains of the sun. He could see a shadow in the fire, a huge shadow. The light illuminated the darkness beside the shadow. He just remembered that since Wei Su's satellite would return to the side of the sun, the light there would illuminate the shadow continent beside it. Well, that was what he thought. However, the shadow continent was shrunk in the shadow of the huge planet. Although he could clearly see a huge cluster of debris beside the planet from this angle, there was still no way to see what exactly was there. I can't see anything. Yun Nuoxing let out a long sigh of relief. He thought that he would be able to see something special in this snowy mountain. However, he was able to see that planet. The yellow and red storm belt in the starry sky emitted a light that made people feel uneasy. Creak. The sound of walking in the snow suddenly changed. It was like the sound of shoes touching hard stones, causing Yun Nuoxing to stop his wandering thoughts. He subconsciously lowered his head, thinking that he would see some stones or something. What was half buried in the snow was a piece of brick. It was a grayish-blue brick, and it was quite recognizable with the surrounding snow. It exuded a bone-chilling cold air, which was even colder than the environment of ice and snow here. It seemed that the cold air had been stored for countless years, and it was only released when it was touched and exposed to the air at this moment. There seems to be something down there. The little angel heard the noise and came over to take a look. Then, she called Qing Lei and the big guy, who were still in a daze. Come and take a look. Yun Nuoxing was even more straightforward. He directly squatted down and reached out to grab the brick. He gently pulled it twice and found that he couldn't move the brick. Just as he was about to pull it out by force, he saw that the edge of the brick was brushed away by his fingers, revealing a layer below. There was something down there that was connected to this brick. This is... Qing Lei was stunned when she saw the grayish-blue brick. She frowned and looked like she was thinking about something. She seemed to have some impression of it. He pressed his palm on the brick and released wisps of power from his divine soul. The wisps of power spread along the brick and spread down the snowy ground. Then, at a corner, they rushed in 2 directions. Then, as if they had encountered a fork in the road, his divine soul power quickly circled around the snowy ground. Before the scattered divine soul power could merge into one, The thing that he had drawn with his divine soul power had already appeared in his mind. Buried in the snow was a huge building complex, like a lost ancient city. The first thought that popped into his mind was, this was a city buried by an avalanche and built in the holy mountain. Could it be the legendary Holy City? Well, for the time being, he hadn't heard anything about the Holy City. In the end, what he had drawn was an ancient city swallowed by snow. There was no way to find the same style and decoration of the buildings on this continent. Under the snow there was a large area, equivalent to the size of Juguang City, with many broken buildings. The walls and towers had collapsed together. Even the tallest building couldn't penetrate the layer of snow. The magnificent palace walls were like independent plates that had broken away from the constraints of the temple and leaned against the snow. What filled the snow was a large pile of broken bricks and tiles. The side hall with a round top only had a round dome left, but the main body had disappeared. It was like the place where there used to be a pool of water, but now there was only crystal clear snow and ice. Yun Nuoxing felt that he had explored enough. He let the spreading power of the soul stay and cover every part of the ancient city, not letting go of a single brick or tile. He raised his head and smiled at Qing Lei and the others. You may not believe it, but I have made a big discovery here. Qing Lei, who was still thinking in a daze, couldn't wait any longer. She threw away those thoughts and rushed over at lightning speed. When she saw the blue-gray brick that Yun Nuoxing pressed with his hand, her excitement faded little by little. A brick? She thought for a long time, but could only say these two words. Some vague impressions had already appeared in her mind, but she couldn't grasp the most important information. Yun Nuoxing shook his head. The next scene may be very shocking. You all retreat behind me first. Qing Lei only had time to exclaim. The big guy and the others recalled the terrible destructive power of this extraordinary conjurer yesterday. They trembled a few times and hurriedly retreated. The little angel also pulled the big guy away. She probably knew what Yun Nuoxing wanted to do. Yun Nuoxing took a deep breath, and the soul power that contained divinity began to emit a weak light. The light with the breath of the gods made the snowflakes that existed in the natural world move. They seemed to have a life of their own, and they could not avoid the weak light. Then, Qing Lei stared and saw that the endless snowfield in front of her suddenly caved in. No, it was not caved in, but the snow in the middle was retreating to both sides, as if they were avoiding some natural enemy. They retreated to both sides like two tsunamis, or the whole snowfield and sea of snow was split into two halves. Then, some huge objects gradually appeared in everyone's sight. Dilapidated fences and dilapidated walls. Ancient ruins recorded the lives that once existed. Qing Lei seemed to have been enlightened, and her mind suddenly became extremely clear. She immediately threw the unbelievable scene in front of her aside and focused on the ruins that kept popping up. She didn't even care that the snow under her feet was slowly sinking. Some memories from a long time ago in her mind gradually collided with the remains of the buildings in front of her eyes and gradually merged. Then, some things were added, and she even recalled a familiar voice in her ears. She had seen these before, not now, not when she lived here. She had seen him draw it, more than once or twice. This is the Lost City? Chapter 12:26. The distinctive ancient city was silently buried under the snow that was more than 100 meters deep. No one cared about it and no one knew about it. The deepest part of the city was still covered in snow. According to Yun Nuoxing's senses, the deepest part of the city was probably 1,000 meters deep. It was a huge city, and it was not much smaller than the exaggerated version of the small cities in the realm of the gods. It was only 10 times smaller than the latter. It was purely because the cities in the realm of the gods were ridiculously huge. It was an exception. The style of the ancient lost city buried under the ice and snow was completely different from all the cities on this continent. It gave off an ancient feeling of the vicissitudes of time, as if the world had turned upside down. Everywhere, there were buildings destroyed by the thick ice and snow, buried alive by the ice and snow. According to the traces of the collapsed buildings, they should have been buried by an avalanche, a huge avalanche. Some of the buildings that were still intact had some special traces on the edges. Looking down at the entire building, one could feel that it was extraordinary. However, after all, it had been eroded by time for many years. The snow and ice could not completely preserve the wreckage here. When the snow and ice receded, some of the buildings were released from the ice, and the power that had been lost for countless years suddenly burst out. There were some small-scale collapses and decay in the city. Yun Nuoshing had tried her best to protect them, but she could not remove the power that had been accumulated over countless years. She could only let the parts of the buildings that had decayed and collapsed carefully to prevent them from affecting the buildings next to them. However, the entire city had been destroyed beyond recognition. It was a far cry from its former glory. Even if the life forms that had once lived here returned, it would be difficult to recognize it at first glance. Big guy. The lost city. It's the lost city that teacher talked about. Qing Lei screamed excitedly. She grabbed the big guy's sleeve and shook him so hard that his huge body was shaking. It was not clear if she was shaking him with all her strength. The big guy laughed bitterly. His face was also filled with excitement. Even if he did not go to the heart of the snowy mountain, he had succeeded in obtaining a huge secret. It was not a wasted trip. The lost city is? Yun Nuoshing asked without looking back. He controlled the snow in front of him to spread out around every building in the broken ancient city. He had seen the lost city last night in a book left behind by Qing Lei's teacher. However, there was no detailed record. It only mentioned that there used to be a city on this continent, but it was gone. That was the original meaning of the sentence in the book. Perhaps the scholar had passed on more information to Qing Lei and the others orally. Qing Lei and the big guy recovered from their excitement. Although they calmed down a little, there was still some excitement in their eyes. Qing Lei blinked and said, "It's normal that you don't know about it. It probably only exists in my teacher's records. It's the only book." "A city left behind by the life of the last quarter?" it asked casually. It could feel the aura of time that this city carried. It was very ancient, and had experienced at least 6 digits of time. "Well, it's hard to say." The big guy frowned. He was excited just a moment ago, but now he had to explain himself. He looked embarrassed. "Actually, I don't know very well. I'll make it short. The Lost City. Well, it's a general name for this kind of ancient city. The only thing special about it is that it is built with grayish-blue building materials. It doesn't refer to this ancient city in particular. There used to be many such ancient cities in this world. Well, it refers to this era. During the ancient times of this quarter, it was a very popular research topic. People kept guessing and trying to find out where it came from. Qing Lei took over the topic. Actually, there's nothing to find out. It's just something related to the last quarter. However, some people don't believe it. And at that time, it was a guy who had a lot of authority. He publicly denied that this thing came from an even older time. He only said that there was another group of life that existed earlier in this quarter. Yun Nuoshing raised his head. "And then? How did you determine what period the life of the last quarter came from?" "Time. I'll talk about that later." Qing Lei swayed her fiery red hair and continued, "Later, it was that guy who spoke so firmly, as if he was the one who was left behind in the previous season. He forcefully changed the news, but I don't know the details. It's said that the method at that time was very extreme. Some old scholars couldn't get a good ending." The big guy's follower whispered. "But at that time it was actually very strange. That scholar was very disgusted when others said that it came from an even older time. In fact, he didn't specify when it came from. However, he just wanted to eradicate this kind of saying. He only said that it came from an even older time." The big guy counted with his fingers and showed a thoughtful expression. Isn't that crazy? Ancient ruins discovered in this world, other than life that existed earlier than them, who else could have stayed behind? Visitors from outer space? Yun Nuoshing and the little angel both shrunk their necks. Yun Nuoshing finally understood. He can't say that it was a moment ago. He can't say that it was a moment ago. He can't say that it was a long time ago. He has to say that it was a few minutes ago or a few years ago. That guy must be oversensitive. Why did he try to hide it in a panic? There must be something fishy going on. Qing Lei and the big guy both smiled bitterly. The former said, after that, there was a lot of trouble. There was no record of the middle part. The previous part was also what the teacher told us, that such unknown things had happened. They are all out of print records. After that, the analysis of the lost city was. It was a historical creation that couldn't be identified. It was estimated that it existed 90,000 years ago. However, the teacher speculated that the lost city that was discovered, after eliminating all interference factors, might have existed 210,000 years ago. It originated a little earlier than this quarter and existed in large quantities in the world. Most of them existed in the wilderness far away from the current city, or in the Dian Black Sea, or some places that were covered in fog all year round. Their time of existence was very close to the time of the last quarter, but there was a gap of time. Gap? Yun Nuoshing raised his eyebrows. What was the time of the last quarter? I want your answer. My father said that the end of the last quarter originated from 250,000 years ago. He couldn't find the time of the beginning of that quarter. He could only find the time when it ended. However, he said that this answer shouldn't be accurate. It should be pushed back a little, the big guy said. Yun Nuoshing pondered for a while. He looked at the lost ancient city in front of him but did not say anything. In his senses, this city had been buried under ice and snow for at least 400,000 years. Then, it might have existed even earlier. The time span was too large. The larger the time span, the more ridiculous the error would be. His answer was the standard answer. 400,000 years ago, this so-called lost city was a relic left behind by the life of the last quarter. This was the answer he gave, and there was no mistake about it, unless there was some special existence in this world that misled him, or the so-called 250,000 years were also wrong. In that case, this was not his fault. Although I don't know why that powerful scholar was so eager to deny it, from that point of view, I think he should have known about the life of the last quarter and recognized the lost city. That's why he denied it in a panic when others brought it up. He was overly guilty, it whispered in his ear. Trying to cover it up only makes it more conspicuous. However, there shouldn't be many people who dared to object at that time. Those who objected might have been. Yun Nuoshing used his thumb to swipe across his neck. The little angel also nodded. That's about it. It's said that the lost cities that have been discovered so far. This one doesn't count. So far, the last lost city that was discovered was 200 years ago. That's one less than half of the total number. A scholar boldly speculated that there are lost cities in every corner of this world. In fact, this world is much bigger than we thought, Qing Lei said. Yun Nuoshing rolled his eyes. He hadn't even measured the ground under his feet. How could it be that the world was much bigger than he thought? Speaking of which, did the scholar who boldly speculated know how big the world was? The history and all the records corresponding to the lost cities are called the Lost Era. The life that once existed is called the Lost Clan, and they can never be found. Just like how there are still vague remnants of information from the last quarter in this world, there are still people who have recorded ancient information. However, the origin of the Lost Era can't be found at all. It can't be categorized into any system. There are no rules, no beginning, and no records that can be understood. Sometimes, lost relics are found, but there is no way to decipher the words on them. The big man shrugged. Yun Nuoshing and the little angel were both stunned. There was information from the last quarter in this world that could be understood, but there was no information from the lost era that could be deciphered? How could this be explained? According to their interpretation, the lost era was the last quarter that disappeared. But now that they heard it, was there something they didn't know? Or were they really misled by something? In any case, that thing seems to have appeared out of thin air. It doesn't follow the pattern, and there is no successor. It's like a ghost. When you think it's an illusion, new relics will appear to make things difficult for you. Qing Lei and the others had already recovered from the excitement and joy of their discovery. The two of them shrugged. Qing Lei scratched her red hair and said, "Finding the lost ruins is a very stylish thing, especially for such a big city. Relatively speaking, it has been preserved in a more complete state than what we've found before." Yun Nuoshing looked up at the sky. So this was a topic that could be used to show off, right? Actually, you don't care what the hell it has to do with the last quarter, right? Because your teacher already said that it was right, so you didn't delve into it at all. Then why did he study it for so long? Qing Lei scratched her hair for a long time and suddenly laughed heartily. Then, she looked at Yun Nuoshing and asked, "Big sister, what do you think?" "I don't want to see it." Yun Nuoshing rolled her eyes and said, "Why do you care about these things? They are the last words left by the dead in the past. They are just obsessions that are unwilling to completely disappear. Someone will remember these, but it's more important to bring them forward. No matter what, these are the lives that once existed in this world. The successors should carry the thoughts and obsessions of the predecessors and continue to move forward, and should not be dragged down." The little angel glanced at him. This guy. Was he saying something? Even if he said this, they wouldn't be able to understand. Not everyone had witnessed the scene of the world turning into dust. Qing Lei and the big guy looked at him in surprise. This extraordinaire had always given them a different feeling. At this moment, the answer made them feel very special again. Living in a world that was full of relics and surrounded by mystery, almost everyone was keen to search for the past. Very few people would have such an idea. Carrying the thoughts and obsessions of the predecessors and continuing to move forward, it was really a very shocking way of saying it. It made them feel refreshed in front of their eyes. But if you want to say it, I think this is actually left behind by the lives of the previous quarter. Yun Nuoshing stretched out her finger and twirled her long hair in front of her. Or, there was an unknown small era in the middle of the previous quarter. It appeared and disappeared in a hurry, leaving behind a large area of traces that covered the world. Countless people scratched their heads to think about it. That's also possible. Back then, under the majesty of the powerful scholar, this is a saying that was rarely left behind. But it's a little different from what Big Sister said. That scholar said that the small era Big Sister mentioned actually coexisted with the ancient era. It means that the two coexisted, but they were not of the same race. So, they were also the lives of that quarter. It's just that they are of a completely different kind from what we understand now. So, no matter how hard we try, we can't find a way to interpret the lost relic. If that's the case, this world should have been dominated by the lives of the small era. Yun Nuoshing's eyes flashed slightly. They have most of the lives. So, the same traces about them are all over the world. On the contrary, the lives of the previous quarter are known to be a small race. In this world, there are only traces left behind from the previous quarter, right? Yes. Qing Lei nodded. If that's the case, the situation is reversed. It's very strange. The once powerful race is gone. Instead, it's the small race that has become the dominator of this world. The situation has taken a 180-degree turn. In the case where the number of lives is not enough, it can't be called a race or a civilization. It can't dominate an era. Do you understand what I mean? Yun Nuoshing said. The big guy pondered for a moment. Then, he carefully asked his question. In other words, something big happened that was enough to reverse everything? Theoretically, that's the case. Qing Lei and the big guy couldn't help but look at each other. They really didn't delve into this question before. The little angel paused for a moment. Then, she suddenly said, "Where is the best preserved relic of the lost race?" Qing Lei sighed and spread her hands. "It's only the one in front of us." Yun Nuoxing and the little angel were both stunned. The lost relics have existed for too long, and they are all sealed in places where people rarely go. Just like the lost ancient city that we found. I can't make a clear judgment, but it may have existed for hundreds of thousands of years. Even if it was sealed in ice, when it was suddenly exposed and freed from its stagnant state, it will inevitably collapse, bit by bit. The lost relics that we found in the past are now only pictures in books and some incomplete pictures. Although the one in front of us is very big, the speed of its collapse will also be very fast. In less than 10 days, it will completely disintegrate into the air. Yun Nuoxing was speechless. Indeed, he had just wrapped the ancient city with his power of the soul, so he knew the state of the ancient city better than anyone else. He could sense that it was waking up from its deep sleep. The power that spanned hundreds of thousands of years was gradually acting on those buildings. They were slowly falling apart. Unfortunately, he probably had no way to stop these things from collapsing. His power was not suitable for this. There was no way to stop something that should have been completely destroyed hundreds of thousands of years ago. He could use his divine power to stabilize it, but then it would become a specimen. When the time came, some extraordinary people would come here to inspect it, and they would be able to feel the unfathomable power. God knew what kind of accident would happen. Tampering with the relics was the easiest way to affect history. It was already difficult for future generations to explore history. They had to dig, read, and imagine. It was better for him not to make it more difficult for others. I know a few places that once existed here and there, but there's nothing left in those places. The entire site has turned into dust, leaving only a big empty pit there. Qing Lei said as she looked at the remains of the lost ruins around her. Even so, this trip was not in vain. Even if I didn't go to the center of the snow mountain, I don't have too many regrets. There are still many opportunities for the latter. But to find a lost ruin, that's the luck of a lifetime. Yun Nuoxing glanced at her and said leisurely, "To put it bluntly, you have the capital to brag. It's enough for you to brag for a few decades, right?" Ahahaha. Qing Lei turned her head away awkwardly. Aren't all explorers like this? They're all bragging about what I've found, what you've seen, what we've gained from this trip, and what mysteries we've uncovered. Looking at the scale of this lost city, I might even be able to name it after me. This magnificent and splendid. The once splendid lost city had been sleeping under the ice and snow for 400,000 years. Its glory and splendor had faded away. The frozen time and frozen history had thawed after a long period of time, and everything had started to run again. This time, it was heading towards destruction, continuing the destruction that had not ended 400,000 years ago. However, it was still considered complete. Its main structure was still intact. Could last for at least 10 days. These 10 days were enough for a large number of explorers and scholars to do a lot of things. Qing Lei and her small team could also become famous overnight, but this did not seem to be their original purpose. Looking at Qing Lei's smug expression, Yun Nuoxing knew that she had already begun to imagine a lot of things that would happen later. She crossed her arms in annoyance. "Have you forgotten something? Are we still going to the center of the snow mountain?" Qing Lei quickly came back to her senses. She looked dignified. "Yes, of course. We still have to go. That's our destination." Chapter 12:27. The magnificent palace still retained its flashy but impractical decorations. These buildings still looked very tough. Even if a certain luminous object jumped on them, it would not cause any adverse effects. It did not collapse a second time, or 3 times, or countless times plus one collapse. It seemed that other than those fancy decorations, the strength of these buildings was still quite good. After being hit by an avalanche of millions of tons, they did not collapse instantly. Instead, they stood firm for hundreds of thousands of years. Their strength could be seen at a glance. Under the leadership of Qing Lei, Yun Nuoxing and the others were like a group of small ants entering the city of the giant dragon. They walked on the road that was already covered in snow and bent by the ice and snow. They passed through the main city gate that was hundreds of meters high. They passed through the palace that was smashed in front and behind. They kept going deeper and deeper. Adventure. Well, adventure. Yun Nuoxing took a deep breath. He definitely did not see the big guy's little brothers knocking the bricks there. He did not see it. It must be an illusion. I can't knock it down. The broken pieces are too big. Qing Lei put down the knife in her hand and could not help but mutter. It was exactly what she said just now. They were going to the heart of the snowy mountain. Who would have thought that they would find such a big thing halfway? Now they did not have any tools in hand. The building fragments in front of them were too sturdy. They could not dig out a piece even if they wanted to. Yun Nuoxing lifted his bangs and slapped his forehead. He could not help but ask, "What are you doing?" "Knock a brick and bring it back. It can be used as evidence that this place has seen the light of day again. There are no relics of the lost clan left behind now. Those have all turned to dust in time. So, as long as you bring a brick back, it can prove that you have found a dust-covered lost relic." Yun Nuoxing muttered in his heart. He did not say anything. He just followed Qing Lei and the others deep into the lost city. There were many exaggerated and gorgeous sculptures in the city, but they were not used to commemorate or worship anything. It seemed that making them look exaggerated was just a habit. It was a habit to make everything look beautiful and perfect. There was no symbolic meaning or even any meaning. It was just a decoration purely used to dress up. He could not decipher it. It was true. He understood the meaning of these 4 words. He could not decipher it. Throughout his 10 or so eras, dozens of eras of life, his footprints were all over the void. Perhaps it was also all over the great Yuan realm. He had visited and observed countless worlds. The information of countless worlds was recorded in the Book of Epics. Then, a kind of information that he could not decipher or understand at all suddenly appeared. He did not even know if it was complete or not. Only God knew what he had seen in the 20 minutes he had been here. Some of the corners of the ruins, some of the patterns, some of the special decorations, the arrangement of the buildings, and many other things could be inferred from these corners. But from the moment he came in, he had only received a lot of messy information that could not be connected. The existence of this lost ancient city seemed to be purely for the sake of existence. "Big sister, what are you thinking about?" Qing Lei noticed that Yun Nuoxing seemed to be in a dilemma. He had a pensive look on his face. He frowned from time to time and looked like he was about to collapse. She could not help but move closer to him curiously. She seemed to have guessed what he was thinking about. "Are you analyzing this lost city?" Don't waste your brain. Many scholars have done this since ancient times, but in the end they did not get anything. If you want to forcefully decipher something, you need to fill in a little bit of information with your brain. However, you can only get a series of scattered information fragments that cannot be integrated. Isn't this too baffling? Yun Nuoxing frowned. Logically speaking, this lost city should have some patterns. However, he could only see one of them, so he could not tell. There were so many records from ancient times. If all of them were to be put together, there should be something in common. There should be something in common. It was just, maybe, it's just baffling. Qing Lei put her hands behind her back. She did not knock on the bricks anymore. She just followed beside him and said softly, "The things left behind by the lost clan are used to force people to their death. Many scholars have gathered all the lost ruins that were discovered tens of thousands of years ago and carried out countless years of research. In the end, it was just a waste of effort. Isn't this just a prank? Yun Nuoshing rolled his eyes. Even so, there are still many people rushing to find the lost ruins? Or will there be many people coming to find out what's going on? At the very least, they will come out to take a look. That's right, that's right. We just happened to be in the first batch of people. If we received the news later, Big Guy and I would still postpone our plans at that time and travel thousands of miles to take a look. Many people are like that. As long as they receive news about the lost ruins, they would come to take a look no matter the cost. Qing Lei nodded. She rolled her eyes and laughed. Then, they will look at a pile of meaningless brick. After taking a few detours, Yun Nuoshing finally gave up his unrealistic guess. In fact, whether he had a guess or not was another matter. In the past 10 minutes, he only felt that there was a lot of meaningless information that urgently needed to be processed in his mind. At first, he racked his brain, but later, he gave up thinking. Maybe it was just like what Qing Lei and the others said, there was nothing left behind in the lost ruins. It was just a huge ice sculpture. He felt that this explanation made sense. As for what the ancient city sculpture was used for, "Boss, big sister, there's something here." A street away, about a street away, the big guy's underling roared, causing Qing Lei and Yun Nuoshing to raise their heads. They looked at each other and hurriedly rushed in the direction of the sound. Yun Nuoshing also temporarily dropped the idea that had just popped up. He raised his hand to grab the little angel that was bouncing on the side and clamped her in his armpit before running away. A minute later, they surrounded a big hole and looked down. It was still surrounded by snow. It was a big hole buried in the snow. It should be part of a building. It was about 100 meters wide, and they couldn't see how deep it was. It was a very straight shaft. The walls of the shaft were also engraved with many prosperous and meaningless patterns and sculptures that appeared in the ancient city. Their only purpose seemed to be to make the walls of the shaft uneven. Yun Nuoshing looked up and looked around. It was very empty, like a square was deliberately used to place a big well. However, there were some marks on the ground around it. It seemed like it was used to place something heavy on the ground. He looked around again, focusing on the direction of the avalanche. After a while, he found what he was looking for. Then, he put the pieces together in his mind. There should be a tower here. Yun Nuoshing gestured with his hands and pointed to the marks on the ground. The ground around here should be the supporting part of the tower. If that's the case, the part buried in the ground should also be part of the tower. The upper and lower parts are separated by the ground. "Wow, big sister, you restored it so quickly," Qing Lei exclaimed. Her eyes were filled with admiration. Yun Nuoshing grinned unnaturally when he saw this. "A tower that separates the upper and lower parts? What's that for?" Big Guy scratched his head. "This is probably near the west side of the ancient city." "No, this is the center of the ancient city." Yun Nuoshing shook his head and pointed further away. "The place further west has been destroyed. An avalanche back then completely destroyed the higher west side. Now, there are still some scattered building fragments under the snow that have not been dug out. Most of the fragments and buildings in the entire west side of the city have been knocked to the ground or sent to the east side of the city. The center of the ancient city. That should be a very important building." Big Guy's eyes flashed. The buildings in the center of Juguang City are the headquarters of the explorers. There is a light condensing board on the top of the tower that was modified by a conjurer. It is used to absorb the light of Wei Su. That's why it's called Juguang City. There is such a thing. Yun Nuoshing was a little surprised. That light condensing board absorbs so much light. What is it used for? To recharge some of the curses in Juguang City? For example, the curses in the city, such as the cursed lamp, needed to be powered by energy. Ordinary people could not mobilize energy. Only extraordinaries, or some extraordinaries, could control it. So, he immediately thought of that use. But that use seemed a little too simple? The big guy and Qing Lei looked at each other. Their eyes were a little solemn. The latter said softly, "The gathered energy is stored under the ground of Juguang City. Even if an extraordinaire wants to sense it, it won't be easy. As for that piece of light congealing board, other than the use you mentioned, it is also a weapon." Yun Nuoshing and the little angel were stunned. Weapon? There were no traces of battle in this world. They did not think that there would be any enemies in this seemingly peaceful world that would require such a level of city defense weapon to deal with. Even if there was an army of undead beasts, there was no need to use such a level of weapon. But this function seems to have been abolished. Qing Lei said something that made Yun Nuoshing dumbfounded. Seeing Yun Nuoshing's startled expression, Qing Lei couldn't help but smile bitterly. "I heard it from my teacher. Originally, Juguang City was designed according to weapons. It was probably because there was some threat or use in the distant past. Now that the world is peaceful, this weapon is useless." Yun Nuoshing looked at Qing Lei with a strange look, then looked at Big Guy and said, "He is a very magical scholar." She waved her hand and changed the topic back to the topic at hand. "So, what do you think this tower in the center has a special purpose?" In fact, 60% of the current city is built according to the layout of the buildings in the lost ancient city. This kind of important building in the center is the style of the Lost Clan. Yun Nuoshing grinned. She did not expect there to be such a relationship. Qing Lei had been staring at the bottom half of the tower. It was dark and she could barely see the uneven marks on the wall of the well that was 10 meters deep. She could not see the bottom at all. "Big Guy, we did not bring the corresponding tools." "Nonsense, we are going to climb the snow mountain. At first, we did not expect this kind of accident." Big Guy shook his head helplessly. "We can only give up. Let other guys work together to take a look. We can't go back to get the curse rope for a while." Yun Nuoshing glanced at him. "It is not an ordinary rope? This shaft is too deep. Normal ropes won't be enough. Speaking of normal ropes, we have some in our backpack as well. Spell ropes can extend all the way until they run out of energy. They're much tougher than normal ropes." "Oh," Yun Nuoshing said. He stood on a circle of stairs on the protruding ground of the lower part of the tower and looked down. He could see the bottom of the tower, but for some reason it was very blurry. Logically speaking, the darkness should not obstruct his vision. This made him very curious about the shaft. Moreover, he could feel a weak energy lingering in the shaft. It was weak energy that had not dissipated in time. "Big sister, let's go. There is nothing to see. We can't go down to take a look. Let's hurry up and check out other places. We only have an hour left," Qing Lei said as she pulled Yun Nuoshing's arm. "Who told you that there is no way to go down?" Yun Nuoshing smiled. Qing Lei and the others were stunned. A few seconds later, they subconsciously fixed their eyes on the little angel. Then, they let out a long "oh" in their hearts. "Come down with me. Big Guy, you guys stay here and wait," Yun Nuoshing said as he looked at Qing Lei and then at the big guy. Qing Lei twisted her body reluctantly. She seemed to be unwilling. She had crawled and crawled all over the place, but to suddenly have her fly, she felt that it was too dangerous. "Can I not go?" Yun Nuoshing and the little angel looked at each other. Yun Nuoshing took the lead and carried Qing Lei before she could react. At this moment, Qing Lei finally reacted. She screamed so loudly that her snow mountain was about to collapse. "Wah! I don't want to die. I'm afraid of the dark. I'm afraid of death. I'm afraid of heights. Big sister, I haven't been in love and I haven't been filial to my teacher. Let me go. Don't. Save me." Without saying a word, Yun Nuoshing jumped into the well. The little angel also spread her wings and turned into a ray of light to catch up. Only the big guy and the others were left with cold sweat on their faces. Qing Lei's screams gradually faded away with the echoes in their ears. Everyone looked at each other. Their cold sweat was about to turn into ice in this world of ice and snow. Boss, big sister flew down. Will she be okay? The big guy wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and laughed dryly. Don't ask me. I don't know. Yun Nuoxing's ears were filled with the sound of the wind and Qing Lei's screams. The screams were so scary that it sounded like a chicken being killed. Especially when the little angel hugged him from behind and the sound of the wind suddenly stopped, the screams were even scarier. It was especially scary in this dark shaft where there was no light. Okay, stop screaming. Focus and look around. Yun Nuoxing said helplessly. Huh. Only now did Qing Lei feel that the sense of weightlessness had disappeared. She didn't feel the excruciating pain on her body either. After hesitating for a few seconds, she carefully squinted her eyes. Then, she saw a pair of huge white wings with spots of light dispersing the nearby darkness. They illuminated the exaggerated carvings on the walls of the shaft clearly. Qing Lei looked at the pair of wings with envy. After a while, she looked at Yun Nuoxing and said, Big sister, do you all jump down when you see these kinds of underground buildings and shafts? Yun Nuoxing carefully thought about the few similar situations that she was most familiar with. She found that it was almost the same. She nodded and said, Seems like it. Qing Lei. Okay. I'm afraid we won't be able to hide from deep shafts for the rest of our lives. By the way, how deep is this place? The little angel raised his head. At this moment, he was slowly descending with the two of them. The shining hole above them was only a small dot of light. They were already very deep into this place. Do you often have this kind of encounter? Qing Lei was a little scared when she heard that. She estimated that she might faint if she jumped down again. A tower buried underground. It's possible that energy is injected deep into the ground to store it. It's normal for it to be very deep. Back then, this shaft had a lot of energy flowing through it. Moreover, it's a tower that's divided into two parts. If my teacher is right, the bottom part may be 2,000 to 3,000 meters deep. What's down there? Yun Nuoxing asked casually. I don't know. Maybe it's some energy crystals that have become empty shells. Maybe it's some energy residue. Maybe it's some lost relics? Qing Lei looked down and felt that she was going to fall at any time. She couldn't help but shrink her body. Only then did she realize that the way she was being held was a little strange. However, when she saw Yun Nuoxing's thoughtful and serious look, she didn't say anything. There are no dead beasts in these places? Yun Nuoxing suddenly thought of a problem. There are dead beasts all over the snow. Only then did I realize that there are no such things in this lost ancient city. This is also a strange phenomenon. The dead beasts won't go near the lost ancient city. If you're careful enough, you might be able to find the hidden ancient city by following the activity of the dead beasts. In history, there was an expedition team that used this method and spent 2 years to find a lost ancient city. Qing Lei recalled what she heard before and said, You can't find the specific reason? Well, my teacher guessed that there's a relatively large amount of residual energy in the ancient city that hasn't dissipated. However, my teacher is not a very powerful extraordinary. There's no way to know that. As for the energy concentration, Yun Nuoxing shook his head. There is indeed residual energy in this ancient city, but it's buried very deep underground. The center point is where we are now, but it's very weak. It's so weak that even I can't sense it if it's not gathered together. Then, I don't know. Qing Lei shrugged. The little angel brought the two of them down at a slightly faster speed. However, for safety reasons, they did not suddenly descend to the bottom of the shaft. She looked around and looked at the flashy decorations on the walls of the shaft with interest. If this was really a passageway for storing energy, why would they use such complicated decorative patterns that looked fancy but had no practical use? However, these things did not seem to have any special use. There was no energy, and there were no signs of any special modification. Perhaps the lost clan was so bored that they would do these things in the shaft. At first, the walls of the shaft were still intact. However, as they got closer to the bottom, they saw some signs of damage. It was as if something had burst open the walls. Yun Nuoshing recognized the signs of damage, and could not help but frown. The internal energy had burst open the walls of the shaft. This is the sign of an energy explosion. Isn't this just a normal passageway for storing energy? She frowned too. Maybe not. Yun Nuoshing looked around with a serious face. With his eyesight, he could easily see the walls of the shaft. He saw many holes that had been blasted open by the energy explosion. Under the exaggerated decorations there was a layer of gray crystals that looked like glass. Those look like energy crystals. Energy crystals without any energy. An entire shaft filled with energy crystals. She took a deep breath. This is not an energy passageway, right? According to this arrangement, this method. Why do I feel that this looks like something from your friend's side? That friend? Oh, now that you mention it, I remember. It looks like. Yun Nuoshing grinned. Navira's sighed. This can't be a huge energy weapon, right? Chapter 12:28. Lining the walls of the shaft were some energy crystals that had already lost their energy. It was not hard to imagine that they were once filled with energy. Of course, a shaft that consumed such a large amount of energy could not simply be used to store energy. According to this structure, this shape, and the remaining weak energy at the bottom of the shaft, Yun Nuoshing felt that he could assert that this was a weapon, an energy cannon. Oh, it was not the kind of cannon that some ancient countries used. It was a weapon that condensed and compressed pure energy, and then launched a focused attack. He heard Navila talking about it. Although he did not understand it very well, he thought that it was similar to a cannon. The only difference was that the cannonballs were replaced with endless pure energy. Perhaps it would hit a little further, and it would be more destructive. Moreover, it would make a lot of noise when it was hit. Condensing all the pure energy together without any processing and firing it casually. It's all very low-level weapons. They're huge, cumbersome, and can't be moved. They're more like cannons mounted on fortresses, the kind that can be destroyed with a precise shot from afar. They're not very valuable. Buddy, if you're interested, I'll introduce a few weapons to you. Look at this one. It's used to strike with the concept of rules. It can dig out a piece of light from an entire world with a light press. You don't like it? How about this one? It uses the power of the void as its core and several types of high-level energy as its power source. That's right, it's a sword. It's specially made for a human sword like you. Why is your face so dark? You don't like it? Calm down. Impulsiveness is the greatest sin of the gods. Calm down if you have something to say. Whoa. Thinking about it, Yun Nuoshing's face was full of black lines. He shook his head fiercely. Why did he think of that guy at this time? Speaking of which, he said that it was fine. Originally, he was taking him to visit his armory. As he looked at it, he introduced it with the tone of a profiteer. Although he was not selling it to him, and he could casually take away a lot of it if he wanted, he did not know how to use those things. Looking at them, it was just strange. Yun Nuoshing's mind seemed to have drifted a little too far. He quickly got rid of those irrelevant thoughts. Anyway, he just wanted to express that he seemed to know the shaft that they were descending into. If he was not mistaken, it should be the huge and cumbersome Longsong cannon that was fixed on the fortress. Based on the structure, the furnishings, and especially the meaningless patterns on the walls of the shaft, he felt that there was an 80% chance that those meaningless patterns were actually similar to the patterns and charms on their magic circles. They looked gorgeous, and outsiders would not be able to understand them no matter how they looked at them. At this moment, he was standing here looking at other people's weapons. If he had never seen them before, he was just an outsider. In this way, the strange patterns and meaningless messages all over the lost ancient city could be understood. Those things might be similar to charms, concentrating the energy of the entire ancient city on this Longsong cannon. It was the opposite of Juguang City. Juguang City gathered the light and spread the energy throughout the entire city. The lost ancient city gathered all the energy in the center and then shot it out. But this cannon was a little too big, wasn't it? Using a city spanning about 1,000 miles as the base, and a cannon with a width of more than 100 meters. When it was shot out, it would be spectacular, gorgeous, and exciting, right? At this time, Yun Nuoshing suddenly understood what the art Navira had been emphasizing to him was. A world full of fireworks, a world full of explosions, a world full of… Wasn't it just setting off fireworks? He knew how to do that too. With a boom, he could set off the entire world as fireworks. That scene was so exciting that it felt like the beginning of the world. Oh, he digressed again. Why did he suddenly want to set off fireworks? Look at how beautiful this world is. The sky is full of stars, the starry sky is boundless, the moon is bright, the stars are sparse, and the scenery is beautiful. It is really a very good time to watch fireworks or set off fireworks. Perhaps the big movements in his mind were too frightening, or perhaps it was because he hadn't organized a firework party for a long time. In short, his thoughts were revealed through his expression. He even succeeded in causing the temperature of the air to drop by a few degrees, causing Qing Lei and the little angel to shiver from the cold. What terrible things did you think of? What an evil smile! She couldn't help but murmur. Her wings were shivering so much that they almost cramped. No. Yun Nuoshing grinned. Fireworks? Qing Lei was dumbfounded, but the little angel reacted. She was speechless. She hugged Hao Ren's hand and gently pinched his stomach. What the hell are you thinking? Why did you think of this? Rumble. A muffled sound came from the bottom of the well. Something seemed to have happened at the bottom of the well. The original sound could no longer be identified. The only thing that could be heard was the echo of it splashing against the wall of the well. After a long period of transmission, it turned into a strange and low muffled sound. It sounded like a storm, where the wind was squeezing through the window and thunder was rumbling outside. These two sounds were a mixture of the two sounds. The sound originated from a very far place. When it reached Yun Nuoshing and the others' ears, it was no longer the same as before. The rumbling sound was getting louder and louder, as if a brilliant explosion was rapidly approaching. And there was really a wave of air surging up from below, carrying the smell of hundreds of thousands of years of decay and stuffy heat. There was also a mouthful of dust, which choked the three of them and made them squint their eyes. The little angel quickly flapped her wings and imitated the holy light to disperse the dust blowing in their faces. Qing Lei had an allergic reaction and wanted to jump up. She subconsciously touched the knife, but when she thought of her current appearance, she obediently shrank back. She looked around nervously and could only see a small amount of old dust being blown up by a hot wind. Did you guys hear that? What is that sound? Yes. Well, as long as you are a normal person, you can hear it. Yun Nuoshing nodded. Looking at the movement and listening to the sound, maybe something at the bottom of this Longsong cannon has collapsed. Maybe it is a wall or something else. The collapsed building has rolled up a gust of wind, and there is only one or two one-way passages, so the wind is gushing out. Oh, big sister, you are still thinking very fast. What is a Longsong cannon? Qing Lei nodded and was stunned. The three words sounded very unsettling. Yun Nuoshing pointed downwards with her hand that was supporting her leg and said, "This is the shaft we are in. The walls of the shaft are filled with energy crystals that have lost their energy. According to the structure of the upper and lower parts of the shaft, there is an 80% chance that this is a pure energy weapon. If it could still be used, it could fire a cannon from the sky to the ground, and the land within a few thousand miles would be scorched." Qing Lei's face turned pale instantly. This thing, it can't be used anymore, right? Maybe it can't be used anymore. No, it has been covered in dust for so many years. It has been buried under the ice for hundreds of thousands of years. It can't be used anymore. Yun Nuoxing wanted to ask Navilla to come over and fix it. Perhaps it could be used. Although he wasn't in this era, it didn't matter. Even if he rolled up his sleeves and pretended to be very good at arranging things, he could still pretend to make it work. However, when he saw the little girl's face that was as white as snow, he decided not to scare her. Qing Lei heaved a heavy sigh of relief. Just like that, the three of them continued to descend along with the dust wind. She muttered to herself for a moment and couldn't help but say, "Speaking of which, in the past, those lost ancient ruins and lost ancient cities all had a similar arrangement. In the center, or in a certain direction, there was a very large and seemingly very powerful object. Could it be that those were the same as the one we saw? Are they special objects?" Yun Nuoxing nodded. According to the strange decorations engraved on the wall of this shaft, it is very similar to the decorations in the lost cities. If I am not wrong, it is actually a kind of extraordinaire used to guide energy, store energy, or do something with energy. Spells, just like the spells engraved on scrolls. The energy channel used by Juguang City to guide the energy of the entire city. It is such a kind of existence. Oh, I understand. Qing Lei scratched her head. But big sister, can spells be engraved on scrolls? Yun Nuoxing shrunk his neck. This time it was really bad. He wanted to talk about magic circles, charms, runes, and so on. But there was no such thing in this world. He could only make up some things that felt appropriate and tried his best to explain. In fact, he did not know if this world had the technology to engrave spells on scrolls. Just as he was racking his brains to think of a way to dodge the question, Qing Lei turned her head and saw his slightly troubled expression. She immediately filled in the blanks in her mind. I know. This must be a topic about extraordinaires that I don't know about. Teacher once said that it's difficult for ordinary people to guess the topics between extraordinaires because they speak in their common language, and other people can't understand them. Big sis, this must be what you're talking about. Yun Nuoxing quivered. That's right. This is the ancient technology. Now, there are very few people who can do this. It is probably the ancient information passed down from ancient times. My part. Qing Lei nodded her head in realization. There is no end to this nonsense. The little angel sighed in her heart and shook her head grumpily. She flapped her wings and fell down as if she had lost her strength. Her speed was getting faster and faster. Just when Qing Lei felt that something was wrong, she flapped her wings again and hovered in the air again. At this moment, they had successfully reached the bottom of the shaft. At the bottom of the shaft, they thought that they would see more complicated runes and charms. But in fact, there were some strange mechanical devices at the bottom of the shaft that were accumulating dust. There were 3 rings, which became smaller and smaller from top to bottom. Behind the smallest ring was a ball-like object. Of course, they had stopped working. The snow and ice that were sealed by dust had melted into a puddle on the ground. The walls of the shaft were also wet. The ground at the bottom was also covered in a circle of patterns, and the parts closer to the bottom were more tattered. This was the big hole that Yun Nuoxing and the others saw on the walls of the shaft when they were descending. What was exposed inside the walls of the shaft were a lot of energy crystals that had lost their energy. And there was, Yun Nuoxing raised his head. Right below him was a huge passageway. It was a horizontal passageway like those crisscrossing water pipes. Suddenly, one of them was inserted horizontally into the shaft. It was a regular circular passageway, which was also more than 100 meters high. He looked at the passageway, then raised his head to look at the shaft. After a moment of silence, he imagined a huge energy beam shooting out from the horizontal passageway and then rushing towards the shaft. He was afraid that it would pierce through the shaft. As he thought about it, he noticed the weird thing with 1 sphere and 3 rings. This mechanical device occupied the entire bottom of the shaft and was tilted at an acute angle to the horizontal shaft and the shaft. It was probably like a mirror refracting light. The huge energy beam shot out from the horizontal shaft, hit the device with one sphere and 3 rings, and then refracted and rushed out of the shaft. The energy in the beam was constantly superimposed and compressed, becoming more and more destructive. The excessive energy caused the energy crystals in the shaft to riot, and some of them were ignited and detonated. It was probably a long-song cannon. But why did it have to make a bend in the ground? From here, we can probably see the energy source of this huge weapon. Such a huge fixed long-song cannon should have an energy source, Yun Nuoshing said, pointing to the horizontal shaft. Huh? The energy source. Isn't it the lost ancient city above? Qing Lei was stunned. She followed Hao Ren's gaze. It was dark underground, and she could not see her fingers in front of her. Only the light from the little angel could illuminate the surroundings, but it could not illuminate very far. However, she could still see a huge, round object in front of her. Yun Nuoshing thought for a moment and told her about the refraction of energy and light. This is probably the only possibility. Otherwise, there is no way to explain the function of the horizontal shaft and the sphere and 3 rings. Big sister knows a lot. Qing Lei sighed habitually. Then, she flicked her long hair. Are we going to go over like this? Or should we drag the big guy down with us? Before Yun Nuoshing could say anything, the little angel trembled violently and shook her head. We can't carry them. We can't carry them. The big guy is too heavy. There are a lot of people. Yun Nuoshing knew that she was being lazy, but she did not expose her. This time, it did not matter whether there were a lot of people or not. That's right. It's fine if there are 2 of us, but we can't carry more people. Qing Lei was silent for a moment and nodded. If that's the case, let's go ahead first. I'm also curious about where this place will lead us. After saying that, Qing Lei jumped down from Yun Nuoshing's arms. Her feet stepped on the dust and snow on the ground that had not completely dissipated. Then, she took the lead and walked towards the horizontal shaft at the bottom of the shaft. Yun Nuoshing and the little angel looked at each other and shrugged helplessly. Then, they followed behind her unhurriedly. There was an invisible barrier at the cross-section between the shaft and the horizontal shaft. It might be used to prevent energy from flowing backward. However, that small barrier was not a problem for Yun Nuoshing at all. When Qing Lei was about to reach the cross-section, he took a few steps forward and bumped into it with his face. He smashed a huge hole in the fragile barrier with his head. The whole process was done quietly. No one would know what happened if no one said anything. Qing Lei only saw that he suddenly took 2 steps faster and then stumbled forward as if his feet had brushed against something. She did not feel anything unusual at all. By the way, is this barrier still working? The little angel knew what he was doing. She could not help but say in his mind, I thought everything had fallen into eternal slumber. To be specific, that's right. But do you remember what I said just now? There's still residual energy gathered at the bottom of the shaft. It's probably the last time it was used, and the residual energy was deposited at the bottom of the shaft. Then, it was stored through those things that look like charms, runes, and energy crystals. At the same time, it's also used for the barrier function. This thing's energy consumption is very low. According to the scale of this weapon, it's actually not difficult for a little bit of residual energy to keep it hanging for hundreds of thousands of years, Yun Nuoshing replied. After entering the horizontal shaft, what he saw was still the same thing. There were fancy runes and runes. In terms of scale, this was probably the largest weapon he had ever seen other than the one from Navira. After knowing the purpose of those runes, it was not difficult to distinguish and analyze them. Yun Nuoshing deduced for a while and deduced that the energy gathered by this huge weapon was more exaggerated than the radius of a few thousand miles that he had just mentioned. The energy that burst out from the shaft and went through the top half of the tower for a second or even a few times, the energy that burst out was comparable to the power of a post-divine. However, when he thought about how powerful the life forms in the last quarter might be, this was not surprising. The entire shaft and horizontal shaft did not have a fork or a small door for people to enter. This made Yun Nuoxing even more convinced that this was a huge weapon. When it was last used, it must have gathered more energy than it could bear. Otherwise, there would not be such a huge crack on the wall of the shaft. Especially since those cracks were from the inside, there were no signs of second damage. Therefore, it might have been over after one overload explosion. After that, it might not be used anymore, or it might have been buried under the ground by the avalanche. Speaking of which, what was the Lost Clan thinking? Why did they set up such a huge cannon next to the snowy mountain? They were probably worried that the cannon would not collapse the mountain. Just by the size of this big thing, one could tell that it would cause a huge commotion when it was used. The three of them were not slow at all. Soon, they had covered a long distance. However, their path was blocked by a pile of rubble. The huge rubble penetrated the ceiling of the horizontal shaft and fell down. They could see the part of the ceiling where the rubble was connected to the soil. Looking at this part, Qing Lei felt a headache coming on. She had a feeling that a secret was about to be revealed but was being held back. If they moved this pile of rubble away, it might cause a second collapse. Besides, they could not move such a huge pile of rubble. Boom! Then, Yun Nuoxing smashed all the rubble in front of her into powder with a slap. She even froze the ceiling. Her actions were so smooth that Qing Lei's eyes almost popped out of their socket. This is the first time I've seen someone act so recklessly. She could not help but complain. Even if she was an extraordinaire, this was probably beyond the scope of an extraordinaire. Looking at the whole world, there was no extraordinaire who could withstand the psychological pressure to do such a thing. Calm down, calm down. There's no need to be agitated. The little angel smiled and waved her hand. It's just a normal operation. You haven't seen it yet when he acts more recklessly. Well, it's child's play to scare you so much that you're spitting your tongue out. Of course, there was nothing that a guy who could sacrifice the realm of the gods and blow it up could not do. The collapsed rubble disappeared, and there was still a horizontal well behind them. However, it was a little different now. With the ceiling that was now frozen as the dividing line, many rays of light could be seen swimming in the passage on the other side of the ice block. They were like small golden lightning bolts that kept jumping. Those golden lightning bolts came from all directions, from all kinds of wounds of various sizes. There were also weak energy remnants. These should be part of the weak energy that Yun Nuo planet had sensed earlier and gathered together. We can't go through here. Qing Lei was depressed when she saw the large and small golden lightning bolts. Exposed to this level of energy, even an extraordinaire would not be able to withstand it for long. The amount of residual energy is too much. She shook her head helplessly. Big sister, even you can't do anything about it. Let's see if there's any other way around here. Wait a minute, don't tell me you're thinking of going straight through. Before she could finish her sentence, she saw Yun Nuoxing and the little angel walking past as if they did not see anything. Every time they walked a distance, the jumping golden lightning bolts would dim, as if the energy was being sucked away. Qing Lei was speechless. This time, she could not help but be shocked. Even the ancient information passed down could not explain this. Now that she thought about it, the act of digging out the lost ancient city was enough to scare all the scholars to death. She was just overwhelmed by the discovery of this epic tier item and did not pay attention for a while. Now that she thought about it, she had a nagging feeling that she had missed out on something terrifying. In any case, the thing that she had just thought of was something that could not be accomplished even if hundreds of extraordinaires were to gather their powers. She could not help but gulp at the thought of it. Big sister, are you really just an extraordinaire? Yun Nuoxing stopped and looked back with a bewitching smile. What do you think? Anyway, they were just passers-by. If they did not gain anything from this trip, they could only retreat. He did not care what the life in this world thought of him. He shook his head. Don't worry, you'll be fine as long as you follow us. That's not what I meant. Forget it, it's useless to say so much. Anyway, I don't know much about extraordinaires. Maybe there really are extraordinaires in this world who have this kind of power. Qing Lei sighed and said the first half of the sentence. The second half of the sentence was just muttered in her heart. After she finished speaking, she waved her hand and said, All right, anyway, I'll go with Big Sister. Hee, don't drag me into the pit. Yun Nuoxing and the little angel looked at each other and shrugged. It's nothing. Chapter 12:29. Walking in a place full of chaotic and expired energy was a very exciting thing. She did not know if the golden lightning around her would suddenly go berserk, or if it would suddenly explode with some kind of destructive power and hit her head or something. She only saw Yun Nuoxing and the little angel walking in this somewhat dilapidated passage, strolling leisurely. As the two of them approached, the flashing golden lightning around them constantly extinguished, as if the flames had encountered a constantly spreading cold air and gradually extinguished. As for herself, she did not have such good self-control. After all, walking in this place looked abnormally dangerous. Her heart was about to break through the limit, and her rapid breathing made her nose and chest feel a little stuffy and numb. She looked around nervously, and her footsteps were almost imprinted on the place Yun Nuoxing and the others had walked, for fear that a small wrong step would cause some kind of energy explosion. She nervously wiped the sweat on her forehead. A few meters away, the golden lightning suddenly crackled, scaring Qing Lei half out of her wit. She hurriedly moved closer to Yun Nuoxing and the others. You don't have to be so nervous. Yun Nuoxing stopped and looked back at the little girl who was so frightened that she almost threw herself on his back. He shook his head helplessly and stretched out his hand to grab her arm without any explanation. As he walked forward, he said, If you are really worried, try to stay as close to us as possible. Beside us is the safest place. This sentence made Qing Lei feel a little safer. The person walking in front of her did give her a sense of security, especially when she thought about what he had done in the past 1 or 2 hours. If she ignored the many illogical and unreasonable phenomena, the scene was not only strange but also very reassuring. It was as if a powerful bodyguard who could overturn the whole world suddenly appeared beside her. The structure of the shaft at the bottom was basically the same as the horizontal shaft. There were runes and charms all over the shaft wall that were used to guide energy, and there were energy crystals hidden under the shaft wall. The only difference was the latter. The energy crystals here were not grayish-white and lusterless. Instead, they contained energy and a faint golden color. The wall made of energy crystals was also damaged in some places because the wall had existed for too long and aged. It could no longer restrain the energy, and caused a small explosion inside the wall. There were some small holes in the shaft wall that could be seen now. The energy that had not been blown up in one go was leaking out from those holes, forming golden energy lightning. The longest lightning bolt was a little more than a meter, and the shortest one was only the length of a finger. However, even this little bit of energy was enough to seriously injure an ordinary person. This was also the reason why Qing Lei walked in fear. Perhaps in her opinion, this dark tunnel with flashing golden lightning was similar to the road to hell. To be fair, no normal person would walk into such a tunnel filled with dangerous energy. If they did not understand the relationship between the two, they would only think it was a fluke. After a short walk, they would shudder and run for their lives. Qing Lei did not know how the golden lightning formed and why it disappeared. She only felt that it might have something to do with the two in front of her. Originally, as an experienced explorer, she should not continue to walk on such an unreasonable thing as normal. However, the two did give her a sense of security and indirectly gave her a lot of courage. Only then did she muster up the courage to follow them deeper. Qing Lei had a strange feeling in her heart. This might be a rare opportunity. If she timidly suggested to turn back now, they might really turn back. But then, she might miss something. Anyway, she braced herself and followed them down. When she passed through a gap in the shaft wall, she glanced inside and saw that the energy crystals below were still glowing with a faint golden color, flowing slowly like water. This was a sign that the energy had not disappeared. In other words, it was not that the energy had disappeared, but the golden lightning had disappeared into thin air. Perhaps it was suppressed by something. If we keep walking along here, where do you think we will end up? Yun Nuoshing suddenly said. Her voice echoed faintly in the hollow well, and Qing Lei came back to her senses. She subconsciously looked up at the sky, but she could not help but smile bitterly. Underground, the sun, the moon, and the stars were indistinguishable. When she was pulled down, she was only concerned with screaming. She could not tell the direction at all, and did not know which direction they were going. I don't know. It's too hard to tell the direction underground. But I won't be surprised where we end up. Yun Nuoshing thought for a moment and identified the direction. He would not get lost just because they were underground. At this moment, he was constantly releasing his soul to the surroundings. He could clearly identify where they were at the moment. Now, they should be heading towards the center of the snow-capped mountains. Thinking of this, he could not help but show a strange smile. If we go to the heart of the snow-capped mountains like this, Qing Lei seriously thought about the situation and said, I think I will pass out. The heart of the snow-capped mountains, huh? Yun Nuoshing suddenly said in a lazy and strange tone. Since ancient times there have been so many legends, so many generations of life, including the powerful life of the previous generation. How could no one have explored the details of that place? Qing Lei was stunned for a moment. She lowered her head and thought for a moment. Then she said, Maybe we didn't encounter a good opportunity? When the legends were passed down, it was already called the Sacred Mountain. Generations of people came here as if they were on a pilgrimage, but they did not mention that it was a sacred place that could not be set foot in. They even left a detailed map, but only the center was blurred out. Such ingenuity, so deliberate, really makes people wonder if they actually know something. For example, they know what exists in the center of the snow-capped mountains. It's just that it can't be passed down, so they hid it. Yun Nuoshing's footsteps slowed down slightly. He looked at the surrounding walls of the well and said, Think about it. Look at this huge horizontal well. It was once a weapon of war. The damage was caused by energy overload. It must have been used before, maybe more than once or twice. It was left behind by the lost clan and buried deep under the snow-capped mountains. How could they not know the details of the snow-capped mountains? Or did they actually know something and deliberately built this huge weapon in the snow-capped mountains? Tilting his head to look at Qing Lei, who was deep in thought, Yun Nuoshing stopped talking. He was just bored out of his mind. Walking in this place, he was going to fall asleep if he did not say something. Besides, he still had something to say. According to Qing Lei, almost every ancient city had the same layout. Could it be that every buried ancient city was a huge weapon? Weapons that were spread all over the world, but there were no traces of war at all. There were no huge scars. Even the scars and traces caused by the natural activities of the world itself did not exist. How should he put it? It was a little too beautiful and too monotonous. On a planet, there are hundreds of different species. The living environment that they need exists perfectly on this planet. The big clans have the largest living space, and the small clans live in seclusion in every corner. Even if they leave those environments for a short period of time, they will not be affected at all. The most incredible thing is that they coexist so peacefully. The last generation of life had built so many weapons, but there is no trace of war to be found. Yun Nuoshing said to the little angel in his soul, Don't you think that the coexistence of these few phenomena is a little too fake? It immediately continued his words. Even the world created by the great deity of origins is so huge and so miraculous. It is filled with countless battles. Wars big and small have never stopped. Even if there is a ruler on the surface, the small fights have never decreased. This unrestrained world, without a unified ideology, is actually so peaceful. You told me that this is a world that is filled with the flames of war and scars of war everywhere. But now that the war has ended and there is no more war, I can understand why so many weapons of war were left behind. The little angel looked at him and said, "Have you ever seen a world in a state similar to this planet in the void?" Yes, it has existed. But it is the kind where all the species are unified. There is only one species in an entire world. Either their ideology and the big goal are unified, or there is an indestructible belief, and it is the kind that is unified. Yun Nuashing nodded. It is because of the differences between life forms that there is conflict. When there is a stronger unity in some aspects, or when there is a strong constraint, there will naturally not be that kind of chaos. But this planet does not. No. Yun Nuashing sighed deeply. On one side, it is a world full of vitality and infinite beauty. On the other side, it is an ancient civilization that hides countless gigantic weapons. You see, it is too fake. Hearing his thoughtful tone, the little angel felt that something was not right. I keep feeling that you are talking to someone. Yun Nuashing raised his head and laughed. I am talking to you. We are communicating through our souls. Is there anyone else who can hear us? I don't know. I keep feeling that you are strange. After saying this, he felt that something was not right. He shook his head. No, you have always been strange. You have never been normal. Yun Nuashing paused and rolled his eyes. Just as he was about to argue with it about what it meant by weird all the time, Qing Lei suddenly grabbed his hand and jumped up. Ah, big sister, look in front. Yun Nuashing and the little angel raised their heads together. The horizontal well seemed to have reached the end. There was light in front of them. It was a light curtain. They could not see what was behind it, only the existence of light. Obviously, they would reach a place after passing through the light curtain. Perhaps it was a place connected to the gigantic weapon, or perhaps the surrounding walls of the well looked quite new. They were dim and had been covered by dust for countless years. There was nothing in the empty horizontal well except for a huge light curtain. There seemed to be no other choice but to step into it. Qing Lei jumped in front of the light curtain and tried to go around to the side. However, the light curtain blocked the entire horizontal well. Perhaps they could only jump forward to find out what would happen. Yun Nuashing and the little angel also came closer. They looked at the light curtain that suddenly appeared with interest. Beside them, a female explorer asked worriedly, "Big sister, can we still go through here?" Yun Nuashing shrugged. "What else can we do?" Qing Lei was obviously stunned. She was a little hesitant. It seemed that she had never encountered such a situation before. She did not know what to do at the moment. What will happen if we go through here? Well, Yun Nuashing raised her head and looked at the light curtain that was 100 meters high. She pondered for a while. Who knows? Maybe we will still be in the horizontal well after we go through here. Or maybe we will go to some strange place. Maybe we will be thrown into the Dian Black Sea. Qing Lei's body suddenly stiffened. Yun Nuashing tilted her head and saw her frightened expression. She could not help but let out a sinister smile. Then, she quickly hid it. She felt that she had scared enough. She coughed dryly. Ahem, don't worry. I was just scaring you. This might just be a teleportation light curtain. According to the function of the horizontal well and the vertical well, we might not be able to go far. Just follow us. Then, without saying a word, he dragged Qing Lei towards the light curtain. Qing Lei seemed to have accepted her fate. She was dragged towards the light curtain step by step. Then, she plunged into the world of light. The dazzling light made her close her eyes tightly. A faint cold wind blew on her face. She was very familiar with the unique cold air of the snow. Qing Lei's eyes widened. Her vision was a little dim. The dim light of the Vesuvius could not shine into the snowy mountain, but it had successfully illuminated the dark clouds. Through this limited vision, she could see the dark clouds that covered the entire snowy region. She was in a cave. Her position was a little high, so she could see higher places. The mountain walls were grayish-yellow. Only the entrance of the cave had accumulated snow. It seemed that there had not been a strong wind recently. Two figures stood side by side at the entrance of the cave, their long hair swaying gently with the weak cold wind. Qing Lei carefully looked at the cave. Then, she turned back and looked into the depths of the cave. There was no horizontal well behind her. It was just a sealed cave. She stood at the innermost part of the cave. When she reached out her hand to touch the cold mountain walls, her slender fingers were stained with some grayish-yellow color. She was a little stunned. She had never experienced something as magical as teleportation. She could not get used to it for a while. Fortunately, the psychological quality of an explorer was quite high. She went to some strange places every day. She was mentally prepared to encounter strange things one day. At this moment, she quickly put this bizarre thing behind her and treated it as reality. Then, she slowly walked towards the entrance of the cave and walked towards the two people. She heard light footsteps behind her. She felt a little nervous and forced herself to calm down. Yun Nuoxing did not turn her head. "Oh, you're back to your senses? I'm still a little confused." Qing Lei smiled bitterly. She slowly moved behind Yun Nuoxing. "Where are we now?" "In the snowy mountain. It's a teleportation light screen. It seems that we're quite lucky. It sent us to this place. But this place, well, you can see for yourself." Yun Nuoxing and the little angel took a step to the side so that Qing Lei, who was slowly walking forward, could see the scenery in front of her. Then, she froze on the spot and turned into a stone statue. In front of her was a snowy mountain that was so white that it was almost transparent. The three of them were standing on a snowy mountain. They were only a dozen meters away from the top of the mountain. There was a small opening in the snowy mountain. It was the cave that they were in at this moment. In front of them, there was a snowy plain. The mountain that they were on was actually one of a row of continuous mountain ranges. It was like a natural wall that separated the front from the back. By the way, this snowy mountain was really quite high. Looking at the foot of the mountain, one could not tell how high it was. The connection with the previous space has been completely cut off. The little angel whispered in her soul. "We can't find out where we are. We can't find the right place. This place is like an isolation zone. We can't even sense the void. But our power is still there. So we were thrown into a box." Yun Nuoxing put her hands together as if she was putting something in between her hand. "Although I expected this, I didn't expect it to happen so soon." "Expected? What expected?" She was slightly stunned. "You knew in advance that we would be thrown here?" No. There's no way to predict this." Yun Nuoxing shook her head. "After all, this is someone else's game. We are just contestants. I just knew that something would happen, but I didn't know what it would be." "Huh." Yun Nuoxing tilted her head and looked at the confused little angel. She shook her head. "That's what I mean. If you can't understand, then what can I do? Eh? Can you not make it sound so weird? I'm getting goosebumps." She shivered and dropped 2 feathers. Then, she calmed down and said, "Then what's the situation now? What should we do?" "I don't know. Let's go and see." Yun Nuoxing blew on her palms. Well, she liked this action very much, although she didn't feel cold. She looked at Qing Lei. She was still a little stunned. Her eyes were straight, blank, and helpless. "What's wrong? You're standing still like an ice sculpture. Have you been here before?" "No." Qing Lei came back to her senses. Her eyes were trembling. "But there's only one place in the whole snow-capped mountains that I haven't been to." "The heart of the snow-capped mountains?" Yun Nuoxing raised her eyebrows. Now it was even more fun. In 3 years, we've gone around most of the snow-capped mountains. Even if we haven't been there personally, we can recognize some places from the corners. Qing Lei nodded in a daze. But I can't help but feel that there's something familiar about this snow-capped land. Could it be a problem with the angle? She asked softly. Although there is such a problem, it won't be too big of an impact. We can recognize what we should. Those places that are too dangerous to go to might have a lot of dead beasts. But in order to avoid getting lost in the snow, we can still recognize those places even if we don't go. Qing Lei turned her head to the side and looked at the snow-capped mountains. I've never seen such a mountain range in the snow-capped mountains. It's endless and so magnificent. If it exists, it should be a very obvious road sign, so there's an 80% chance that this is the so-called heart of the snow-capped mountains? Yun Nuoshing turned his head and whispered to the little angel. By the way, I've lost all sense of the realm of the gods and the void. I'm an observer. No matter how far away I am, I can instinctively sense the realm of the gods. I know that it still exists and stands in the void. When I first entered this world, I couldn't find the direction, but I know that it still exists. Now, I even suspect that the realm of the gods has been blown up. Yun Nuoshing looked at the blurry snow-capped mountains in the distance. Of course, according to the characteristics of the realm of the gods, I think that something has blocked my connection with it, or even cut it off. Logically speaking, other than me, the realm of the gods can't be blown up. It was speechless. Then now. It was a little worried. This place made even a strange life form like it feel a little uneasy. This uneasiness even made it look behind it. There was no way out. Obviously, no matter where they went before, there was only an empty cave behind them. Why don't we walk around first? I don't know what this heart of the snow-capped mountains is, but there's no point in standing here. Qing Lei couldn't help but say when she saw the two people standing there in a daze, looking at each other without saying anything for a long time. After saying that, she walked out of the cave full of energy. It was as if the shock and surprise just now had disappeared and turned into motivation. Wait a minute. Before she could step out of the cave, Yun Nuoshing pulled her back with one hand. The courage she had just mustered almost disappeared completely. She asked nervously, What's wrong? Yun Nuoshing shook his head and took a deep breath. They had been standing in the vicinity of the cave and didn't step out. Now, I'll take a few steps first. If there's anything I can react to, you might not be able to handle it. Because they were in the heart of the snow-capped mountains, Qing Lei, who knew the mystery and strangeness of this place, didn't say anything else. She swallowed her saliva and stared at Yun Nuoshing with her eyes wide open. Although Yun Nuoshing said it casually, he had already imagined what might happen. Then, he slowly lifted his foot and took the first half step out. Little by little, his foot was close to the edge of the snow line. The next step was to leave the range of the cave. He forced himself to be alert and carefully lifted his foot. Slowly, bit by bit, he stretched it out. After he crossed the snow line that was close to the cave, a cold and strange feeling suddenly spread throughout his body. It was as if he was in an endless void in an instant. Chapter 12:30. The Dark Void. That was nonsense. In this life, he had been in the void for many generations. The time he spent in the void was hundreds of times longer than the total time of billions of people on a planet who stayed at home for their entire lives. He could not be more familiar with this place. He could still remember everything clearly. He remembered everything. He remembered that he had just put half of his foot out of the cave. Then, everything happened so abruptly. The world froze. Everything stopped. However, his mind continued to move forward. He could still feel himself. It was as if time had stopped, and he was independent of time. Time was just a quantifier created by the life in the Great Yuan realm for the natural activities of the Sea of Time. It was used to observe and restrain something. In fact, time was meaningless to the void. The void was nothing to the sea of time. Both of them were essential elements of the world. Although the sea of time was located under the void, they did not interfere with each other. They existed together and would never die. Just like the life in the world had its own timeline and gave time a meaning, the existence of the sea of time also had its own meaning. Time. His perception of time had become a little blurry. The time he had experienced had become a vague interval number. He had accumulated countless years and wandered in the void where time was blurred. He shuttled through the layers of rules and wandered in the sea of time. He was like a faint ray of light that quietly wandered through any place. When he passed through the gaps of time, the sea of time produced a small countercurrent. To him, time was the easiest and most intimate thing to sense. The aura of time that settled on him could even crush a part of the void. Therefore, there was no need to ask how far away this instant of eternity was, because even he did not know. In that instant, he seemed to have seen the scene of everything in the world turning into ashes and then being reborn from the ashes. Time seemed to be flowing in reverse. Everything flowed back to the beginning of everything, back to the time when nothing existed, then everything was released. Pooh! The sound of his feet stepping on the snow was exceptionally crisp, and the gray and stagnant world started to move again. Just as he said, everything was released, and everything started to function normally again. The only thing that was not right was that he was still living in this dream, and could not wake up. But, actually, there was no need to investigate that. For a moment, he had an idea to treat those memories as a dream. Now that he was living in reality, there was no problem. Because this dream would last for a very, very long time, he could not put too much of his emotions and thoughts into the dream. If he were to wake up one day, then he would combine the two into reality. But now was not the time to talk about those things. In that instant of stagnation and release, in the eyes of Qing Lei and the other girl, Yun Nuoxing had only leisurely stretched out her foot. Then, she staggered a little abnormally and quickly returned to normal. Everything was as before, as if nothing had happened. They also did not know what that stagger meant. Well, it seems that there is no problem. Yun Nuoxing turned around and gave the two girls a thumbs up. Then, she waved her hand and pointed down the mountain. Anyway, let's go down and take a look first. Qing Lei let out a long breath. As she walked out of the cave, she said, "Big sister is always scaring people. How could there be anything strange?" Yun Nuoxing quietly watched her walk out of the cave safely. Then, he tilted his head and looked at a certain little angel, who followed her footsteps and floated out of the cave. She stood beside him and looked at him, tilting her head. Yun Nuoxing smiled. Her somewhat cold hands reached into the pockets of her windbreaker. Step by step, she walked towards the plains under the snow mountain. Qing Lei and the little angel followed behind her unhurriedly. "You seem to be a little strange." The little angel floated a little faster and came to stand beside him. She looked straight into his eyes with her golden eyes. "A moment is eternity? What happened in that moment?" "You are stumped." Yun Nuoxing grinned. "How would I know what happened in that moment?" Then, as expected, the unnatural pause just now was like the discomfort released from the long-time stop. She sniffed. "The aura of time on you has become much stronger. You won't be swallowed by the sea of time, will you?" "Who knows?" Yun Nuoxing shrugged as if nothing had happened. His soul had carried too much time and existed beyond the time limit set by the rules of the void. If there was such a limit, the shackles he broke through should be an irreparable hole. However, in fact, the void did not have such a boring limit. There was no limit on how long a life could live, and there was no limit on how long a soul could live. People whose lifespans were determined by fate. Oh, here it was referring to mortals. Mortals would embark on special paths due to various coincidences and various circumstances. They would break free from the shackles at that moment. In fact, it was almost the same concept. If there is a day when the aura I carry becomes a rope and drags me into the sea of time, I will sink without any buoyancy until I am dragged to the bottom of the sea. At that time, I will merge into that sea and become the spokesperson of time. I will wander between the gaps of the world and silently watch everything happen. I will no longer be able to participate in anything. As Yun Nuoshing spoke, she tilted her head and smiled at it, shaking her head. It is just a speculation from a long time ago. Oh, here it is referring to the time of the quarter moon. It is like an old man who has lived for too long and is mumbling about something that will never happen. You were about to disappear in time just now, and you can still say such things so calmly. She shook her head helplessly. It seems that I am worried about you for nothing. Seeing that Yun Nuoshing did not care and smiled without any worry, the little angel sighed and decided not to discuss those topics with him in the future. Now, although I don't know what you have experienced that made you smile even more strangely, so what happened just now? Well, do you know what is in this snow mountain? Yun Nuoshing raised his head, which was a habit of his when he was thinking. It was as if by looking at the sky, he would not be restrained by any thoughts and perspectives. He would not be limited by any thoughts and perspectives, and he would be stuck in a small view. What is it? I can't say. I only have an immature guess. It is not about this snow mountain, and I don't know what it is about. It may be related to this world, or it may not be. Anyway, it should be related to the creation of the world. The little angel was slightly stunned. It's that simple? There was a helpless smile on Yun Nuoshing's face, and he shook his head. The creation of the world. The creation of a world was a small matter. For them, it was just another world of light being born in the vast and endless void. There was nothing special about it, and it was not worth their attention, but the creation of the world that I am talking about is not the birth of a small world of light, nor is it the rebirth of the void. It is the real, the moment of origin. Its expression trembled, and even its wings stopped flapping. There was a subtle change in its expression. Was that the moment of origin, the moment when the great Yuan realm was born? Time flowed backwards, and all tangible and intangible things were being retracted, flowing backwards towards the original point of origin. The void returned to zero, and everything ceased to exist. In an instant everything was released. Yun Nuoshing said calmly, "That was the scene that I saw." So, you think that what happened here, what is about to happen, will be related to the scene when the great Yuan realm was first born? If it is not fooling around with me, then that should be the truth. It seemed to understand what he was talking about. Maybe it was the world itself, or maybe it was something in the world. According to him, they had already attracted its attention when they came to the world, and then all of this happened right under its nose. That was it. Therefore, he was looking forward. He was waiting for it to do something. Maybe what was happening now was just an appetizer, just the beginning. Or maybe everything had come to an end, and it was time to retract the net, and it was time to witness all of this happening. Rumble, the sound was like an earthquake, and in this snowfield, it was as if millions of tons of ice and snow were rushing down from a height of several thousand meters. The dull sound suddenly rumbled in this snowfield, like a thunder that had not been heard for millions of years in the dark clouds in the sky, and it constantly attacked Qing Lei's nerves. As for Yun Nuoshing and Yun Nuoshing, they were also stunned at first, but they were not worried at all. They were just witnessing the sudden internal collapse of the towering snow mountain in the distance with their own eyes. The entire snow mountain collapsed like a landslide, and this small scene was nothing. Compared to this, Yun Nuoshing still felt that the whole sun was facing. Oh wait, he was wrong. He still felt that the scene of an entire planet crashing into the sun was more impactful. As long as one was not blind, even an illiterate person could become a philosopher who could see the void with a single glance, or a poet who sang and praised life. If he was not blind and had not been burned to ashes, he would have the chance. However, there was someone present who obviously did not think so. When Qing Lei saw the towering snow mountain about 2,000 to 3,000 meters away collapse like it had been blown up, her eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Especially when she saw the avalanche caused by the collapse of the snow mountain, she was so frightened that she screamed and subconsciously pulled Yun Nuoxing to run back. Avalanche, run. She had wandered around the snow-capped mountains for more than 3 years and had seen many large and small avalanches. If one thought that the distance of 2,000 to 3,000 meters was very safe, well, most people who had such thoughts would have been buried under the snow and become ice sculptures. Don't be afraid, it's just a small scene. You're so calm. Hey, you're so strong, girl. Yun Nuoxing calmly put his hands in his pockets and was about to act cool, but he was pulled by Qing Lei and staggered. This careless girl was an explorer after all. She walked in those strange places all year round and had to deal with a lot of things. At the very least, she had a lot of strength. If he did not speak, he would probably be dragged back like this. Yun Nuoxing shrugged his shoulders, and with a wave of his hand, he grabbed this girl by the waist, and carried her up under his armpit. Then, he walked towards the place where the snow mountain had collapsed and the earth was trembling. Qing Lei's face was filled with tears as she looked at the white line from afar. Her face was filled with ice and snow. Woo-woo. Big sister, I haven't finished writing my will yet. Why don't you wait for me to draft my will first? It hurts. Yun Nuoxing hit this girl who had obviously forgotten something. He shook his head helplessly and said, "Don't worry, it's just a small scene. If you turn back now, all your previous efforts will be wasted." Qing Lei calmed down immediately. She tried hard to raise her head and looked at Yun Nuoxing's calm and beautiful face. Then, she tilted her head and looked at the little angel, who did not seem to feel the power of nature at all. Only then did she remember that the two of them were also so calm in the horizontal well just now. It was as if nothing would cause the two of them to panic at all. She rolled her eyes and suddenly showed a sly smile. "Big sister, you said before that those creatures from the previous season must have known something. Then, they felt at ease to build those things under the snow mountain. In my opinion, Big sister actually knows something, right?" Yun Nuoxing was stunned. He thought about it seriously and then shook his head seriously. "You don't say. I really don't know what's under the snow mountain." Qing Lei's smiling face froze. "Not only don't know, we haven't studied the snow mountain. In fact, it was an accident that we met you that day. Before that, whether to go to the snow-capped mountains or not was just a topic that had not been decided," he said with a sigh. Qing Lei's face that had just recovered became pale again. But after a moment, she threw away those emotions and looked puzzled. "Big sister, why did you come to the snow-capped mountains?" "Come to do what?" Yun Nuoxing and the little angel looked at each other. Both of them scratched their heads. They really did not know what they were going to do. It was just that this was a place that could not be explored at all. Incidentally, it was also the place that attracted the most attention in this world. So, they decided to sneak over to take a look. Of course, their plan was still a plan at that time. Coincidentally, they bumped into a group of adventurers. Qing Lei's face was ashen. Qing Lei's face was ashen. Her heart was in pain. "We were going to investigate something, just like you were looking for the traces of the creatures from the previous season in the snow-capped mountains. You can think of us as having similar goals, but our goals are more vague and abstract because we don't know what we are looking for. Goals are goals. First, we have to look for it. Maybe we will find it if we look for it." Looking at how calm Yun Nuoxing and the little angel were, especially when the avalanche swooped down, Qing Lei suddenly felt that extraordinaries were indeed extraordinaries. Just look at their temperament and attitude. Could they consider that there was a mortal beside them? If they were to crash into the avalanche like that, they would be scared to death. They were really going to crash into the avalanche. Qing Lei could already see the avalanche swooping down on the wilderness like a tsunami. The difference was that this was a tsunami that occurred on the snowy plains. The white waves were roaring and getting closer and closer to them. At this time, it was too late to turn around and run. If she was not being held by someone, she would have written her will immediately, hoping that someone would come here thousands of years later to dig her out. Big sister, how do you think I will look better when I am frozen into an ice sculpture? Qing Lei reached out and tugged at Yun Nuoxing's clothes. Yun Nuoxing. As expected, it's better to look more peaceful. After all, this is for people thousands of years later to see. If you look hideous or in too much pain when you're dug out, it will definitely be very scary, right? The little angel was stunned and immediately understood what the little girl was thinking. Yun Nuoxing was 2 seconds slower, but he also reacted. With an amused expression on his face, he couldn't help but chuckle. He bent his finger and flicked the forehead of the little explorer who had begun to think about how to die peacefully. Why are you flicking me again? Qing Lei covered her forehead and lowered her head as she muttered. Don't worry, you won't die. Yun Nuoxing shook her head in annoyance. The scenes we've seen are far beyond your imagination. It's just a little avalanche. Of course, from your point of view, it might be very scary, but to us, it doesn't make a difference if a snow mountain collapses or half a continent collapses. It's a difference that we don't have to pay attention to, she added. Qing Lei's eyes were twinkling like stars. She had an expression that said, although I don't know what you are talking about, I feel that you are very powerful. However, let me, this mortal body of mine, write my will first. She was conflicted. The feeling of the shaking intensified a lot, and the roar echoed in the entire snowfield. On both sides of the path that the two people and the guy who was being carried were moving forward, the snowfield suddenly burst open with a roar. Countless ice and snow poured down the cracks, like 2 rifts in a glacier, revealing the hidden scene in the depths of the glacier to everyone. The 2 rifts were still widening and spreading into the distance. At the same time, the huge avalanche that swooped down in front of the 3 people suddenly seemed to be blocked in front of it. It immediately split into 2 snow waves and fell into the rifts on both sides, like the scene of the sea pouring into the cracks in the earth. Seeing the snow waves that were about to bury them alive being separated by such an incredible situation and falling into the rifts that suddenly appeared below, Qing Lei could not help but pull Yun Nuoxing's sleeve and said, Big sister, although I know that you are an ice curse master and it's a little exaggerated, but you are going through too much trouble to deal with an avalanche, aren't you? Yun Nuoxing was still talking to the little angel about what happened. When he heard this, he could not help but be stunned. He could not help but jump up and down. I really didn't do this. It separated by itself. Qing Lei looked at him as if he was a liar, which made Yun Nuoxing not know whether to laugh or cry. It seemed that what he did before was too unobservable. After all, what he did with energy was like something that happened naturally to mortals who could not observe the flow of energy. Looking at what he did before and then looking at what he did now, it was no wonder that Qing Lei did not believe that they did not do anything. But in fact, they really did not do anything. This show, this avalanche, this rift, was a show arranged by someone else. They were just quietly walking on the snowfield. However, he really did not expect this scene. Now he was even more confused about what would happen. After all, he was already prepared to deal with the avalanche. Now, he did not even have to do anything. In the collapsed snow mountain, something gradually revealed itself. It was something that was hidden under the snow mountain, a familiar grayish-blue color. A grayish-blue building that seemed to be the tip of a tower gradually revealed itself along with the collapse of the snow mountain. It was a tower-like building, but it only had the appearance of a tower. The interior should be empty. It did not seem to have an interior structure. It was like a tower of parts pieced together by a large number of parts. Other than a little symmetry and a sense of structure, it was impossible to tell what it was for. It was divided into 2 parts. One was the circle of 8 spikes at the top, and the other was the base that was embedded in the collapsed snow mountain. The upper part was suspended about a few hundred meters away from the base. It was a behemoth that was hidden in the snow mountain. Perhaps it had always existed here, and was cast into a snow mountain by the ice and snow that never melted all year round. But no matter what the reason was, it had now become something that was open to them, as if it was following the flow of a certain plot. The host has already prepared to entertain the guests. Yun Nuoxing put Qing Lei down and tidied up her clothes. Whether it is a Hongmen banquet or not, we have to go. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a waste of the scene that we spent so much time setting up? The little angel shrugged. You have the final say. Qing Lei looked left and right, scratching her head in confusion. I always feel that you have known something long ago. I was the only one who was kept in the dark. No, really. The two people waved their hands repeatedly. Yun Nuoxing smiled. But aren't we going to find out now? Chapter 1231. Hidden under the 10,000-year-old ice and snow was an ancient and magnificent tower. Its actual size was magnified a lot when one got closer. The top half of the tower was engraved with 8 spikes, looking like an upside-down jellyfish. The base below was arranged in rings, and one could clearly see that some parts of the rings were engraved with the same gorgeous decorations, which seemed to be charms and runes. When the ice and snow had completely fallen off, the ground of the snowfield had sunk a little. The towering snowy mountain had disappeared, leaving only a ground full of snow and large pieces of broken ice. Qing Lei stood in front of the base of the giant tower, looking up at the behemoth with her mouth agape. Her face was full of indescribable shock. Judging from the color and style, this should be something from the Lost Clan, but what is this? I have never seen this model before, and there is no record of this type at all. Qing Lei could not suppress the shock in her heart and said. From many records, she estimated that she had seen as many as 20 types of lost ruins. The shaft she saw today was not a new type discovered. It had appeared before, and there were many more. If it was really a weapon like her big sister said, it was probably a fairly basic weapon. It was powerful, simple, and convenient to make. As for the one in front of her, it was the first time she had seen it, and it did not have a huge city or other ancillary buildings beside it. It stood alone in the world of ice and snow. Big sister, lost ruins have never appeared alone. At the very least, there would be several buildings, one main building and several ancillary buildings. Can you see if there is anything else around here? Qing Lei pulled Yun Nuoxing's sleeve and said. Hearing that, Yun Nuoxing nodded. His spirit spread out, and in an instant it spread to the end of this sealed world, and went hundreds of meters deep into the snowy ground. In the end, he unexpectedly found that this sealed space was a perfect sphere, just like the area covered by an energy barrier. No, just this one. According to what you said, lost ruins appear in groups, then this one in front of us might be one of the more special ones, perhaps. Qing Lei murmured and nodded. She started to walk around the base of this huge tower. As she walked, she pondered and casually said, I thought I would see something when I came out of that horizontal well. What? For example, some large space used to store energy or something. Qing Lei deliberated over her words. I didn't expect to come to such a strange place, and see an even stranger lost ruin. Before I saw this, the whole world thought that lost ruins were all in group. Who would have thought that I would see a lost ruin with only one building today? Yun Nuoxing chuckled. There's something to brag about again. No, forget it. Qing Lei argued and shook her head helplessly. She said, Big sister, what do you think this strange tower is used for? Yun Nuoxing also tilted his head to look at the base of this grayish-blue tower and fell into deep thought. To be honest, he really couldn't recognize these things. Among the people he knew, probably only Navila could recognize what these things were used for at a glance. If it was him, it would be difficult for him to tell the use of this strange building with just a glance. Although he had learned about it, it was only a shallow understanding. Moreover, this building didn't emit any energy reaction. As long as there was a little energy fluctuation, he could determine what this building was used for through the form of the energy fluctuation. It's hard to say. I don't know, Yun Nuoshing admitted. But if we look up from below, we can't see anything. Why don't we go up and take a look? Look, there's a staircase. Yun Nuoshing pointed to the front. The tower was a structure of overlapping rings. The base was also stacked into 3 layers. The connection between each layer was thinner. The overall appearance of the tower was cylindrical. The grayish-blue surface was engraved with gorgeous and exquisite patterns. Those patterns were used to guide and store energy. In the 4 directions of the round tower there were 4 steep stairs. It was as if 4 grooves were dug to place the stairs. There was no way to go inside. Just like what he felt at first glance, there was no internal space in the upper half or the lower half of the tower. It was like a sculpture carved out of a huge iron lump. There was no way to go inside without digging a passage. Even if you went inside, you would not see anything. Do we go up? Qing Lei looked at the 1-meter-wide staircase and frowned hesitantly. The strange scene just now was still flashing in front of her eyes. Yun Nuoshing and the little angel tried their best to deny that it was caused by them. She also chose to believe that it could only be caused by this thing or something even stranger. She believed that it was related to this tower. Now they had to go up this strange building. Don't worry. Yun Nuoshing saw the worry on the little girl's face. She knew that she had encountered enough strange things today. It was enough to overturn her understanding of many things. For a while, she did not dare to act rashly. She smiled and patted her shoulder. No matter what happens, it won't be a problem for us. You won't be in danger if you follow us. Qing Lei raised her head and looked at Yun Nuoshing's beautiful smiling face. She frowned slightly and smiled. Anyway, it seems like we don't have a way out. Well, let's just believe in Big Sister. No matter what happens, I won't regret this trip to the Snow Mountain. Yun Nuoshing smiled and nodded. She looked at the little angel, and the 2 of them walked towards the staircase that was forcibly cut out from the wall. Qing Lei followed closely behind. The 3 of them stepped on the grayish-blue staircase together. The sound of their footsteps sounded like they were stepping on bamboo and stone. It doesn't sound like metal. Maybe it's a special material from this world, Yun Nuoshing said softly in her soul as she stepped on the grayish-blue staircase. If that's true, then this material is already extinct, she replied in her soul. What's wrong? I've taken a look. There's nothing similar to this grayish-blue material on this planet. She paused for a moment and said, Of course, we can't rule out the possibility that the previous life form had completely mined this material. Maybe there are still some places where this material is hidden, but I haven't found it yet. Yun Nuoshing looked at her and pondered for a moment. She then looked at Qing Lei and said, Qing Lei, do you know what these grayish-blue buildings, the lost ruins, are made of? Qing Lei was stunned for a moment. She did not expect him to bring up such a seemingly unrelated topic. She was stunned for a second before she fell into deep thought. She knew, but she still had to think carefully for a while. This is something called a material that can be found all over the continent. However, it was during the ancient times, during the origin of this season, that material was almost exhausted. What was left of it could not be used for anything, so it was protected. This is also one of the reasons why the Lost Clan is related to the previous or the origin of this season. Many scholars have speculated that there was a period of time where the continent must have had a lot of these grayish-blue materials. However, they were all mined by the Lost Clan. This building material has excellent properties of storing and guiding energy. If that's the case, Big Sister, it's not impossible for it to be a weapon. Perhaps it's because of this condition that I agree with your theory. Oh, I see. That's understandable. Yun Nuoshing nodded. The base of the tower was more than 100 meters tall. The entire staircase led to the top of the base. When passing through the 3 relatively thin floors, One could walk along the gap between the upper and lower floors to other parts of the base. Little Angel walked around the top of the tower with some interest. She thought that she would find a hidden entrance, but unfortunately, it was a solid building. There was no internal space at all. Little Angel also realized this as she walked around. She walked around the other side of the staircase for a while before returning to the middle floor. The three of them climbed the tower for more than 10 minutes. Yun Nuoxing and Little Angel were mainly concerned about Qing Lei. They did not climb all the way to the top in one go. The steep staircase required them to lift their knees. There were also more than 1,000 steps. Even though Qing Lei had been walking around some strange places all year round and had a lot of stamina, she could not withstand such torment. As soon as they reached the top floor, a gust of cold air from the high altitude brushed against their faces. Qing Lei's clothes were already soaked through. Yun Nuoxing raised her head and stood at the top of the base. She looked up at the inverted octopus above her. She could clearly see the texture on the octopus and the 8 spires. The round part that pointed downwards had a circular opening in the middle. Looking at the opening, she could see nothing. However, it looked like the dome of an inverted circular building. Through the circular opening, she could see the grayish-blue building inside. It was solid, without a doubt. As for the top floor of the base, there did not seem to be anything particularly noteworthy. There was a smooth platform on the top, and its surface was translucent like a mirror. She could see the bottom of the platform about a foot deep. It was transparent like an iceberg. It was engraved with a lot of gorgeous and complicated patterns. That was it. It was a solid lump at the center. There's nothing. Qing Lei sat on the top of the stairs and panted for a while. After resting for a while, she leisurely followed Yun Nuoxing and Little Angel to the middle of the platform at the top of the tower. She looked around. There was nothing. However, she could see the direction they came from. There was an endless row of snowy mountains. The cave they just came out of was still in the center of this row of mountains. But it's really incredible. Qing Lei put her palm in front of her forehead and looked at the cave in the distance. We came out of that cave. After passing through the horizontal well, we thought we would see more buildings. However, we came to a seemingly unrelated snowfield. Well, we can't see the back of the row of mountains from here. We don't know if this is the hinterland of the snowy mountains. It doesn't matter if this is the hinterland of the snowy mountains. In short, there are secrets that ordinary people can't find. Yun Nuoxing squatted down and looked at the top of the platform. He said, "Look here." Qing Lei swung her long hair and slipped over. She leaned into Yun Nuoxing's arms and watched him look at the center of the platform. Below the ice surface, there was a ring. There were 3 chains connected to the edge of the ring. The other end of the chains was inside the ice surface and connected to the edge of the tower. Is there something? Qing Lei looked up in confusion. Yun Nuoxing lowered his head. Their faces were only 1 or 2 inches apart. He looked at her face and squatted down a little more. He pointed at the ring embedded under the ice surface and said, "Look inside. There are flickering spots of light around it. It's very, very dark. You can only see it when you open your eyes." "Ah, I see it." Qing Lei opened her eyes and noticed the spots of light he was talking about. It was like looking at a city in the night sky from the edge of a distant mountain range. The lights shone in the night sky, flickering with attractive and warm light, making people want to go home. What's wrong with these spots of light? Although she saw them, she didn't understand why he was pointing at them. There's a weak energy remaining, Yun Nuoxing said softly. He stood up and pointed at the upside-down jellyfish above. He pointed at the circular opening in the middle, which looked like a crack in the dome. These 2 positions correspond to each other. It's a bit like some kind of transmission device in my memory, but it's very different. It's just that these 2 points are the same. If I'm not wrong, those spots of light might be a destination or something. Through this, maybe we can. Before he finished speaking, Qing Lei exclaimed when she heard that it was a transmission device. She wanted to stand up in a hurry, but she staggered and lost her balance. She pressed her palm directly on the ice surface. At the position where her palm was on the ice surface, a dim spot of light suddenly lit up. Transmission. Yun Nuoshing finished his words. Then he felt something and lowered his head quickly. He saw that Qing Lei might have accidentally triggered something. He couldn't help but be stunned. Where did you press? Well, I. Qing Lei jumped up with a cry. When she saw the spot of light under the ice surface lit up, her face turned pale. At this moment, the little angel, who was wandering around, also felt the movement. He quickly came over and asked, "What's wrong?" As soon as he said that, the space between the dome crack in the middle of the upside-down jellyfish and the ice surface under their feet lit up. Then, the 3 chains under the ice surface also lit up. The dim patterns that had been silent for many years also lit up. More and more grayish-blue lights appeared in the air. The grayish-blue lights seemed to have turned into thin needles hanging down from above. Then, the 3 chains and the rings slowly rotated with a series of cracking sounds like breaking ice. A few seconds later, the whole platform flashed and the 3 people disappeared. The ring and the chains slowed down and the grayish-blue lights in the space also disappeared. In the cold and gloomy space, the world seemed to be forever shrouded in darkness. There was no light. It was cold and dead. There was no warmth and no life. It was so cold that people felt that their blood would freeze in their veins. The sky was dark. Nothing existed. It was empty and empty. There was no obstruction in sight. As long as one's eyesight was good enough, they might be able to see something extremely far away in this dark place. When they looked around, an extremely huge object occupied their entire sight and the entire sky. Then, a light suddenly appeared on a short mountain in this dark world, causing the surrounding soil and sand to float off the ground. Realm of order. Following a crisp sound, a transparent energy barrier enveloped the light that appeared. The power of order and the power of rules changed the situation within the energy barrier. After that, the light slowly appeared and threw the 3 of them onto the short mountain that was shrouded in darkness and disappeared. Yun Nuoshing and the little angel landed steadily on their feet. Qing Lei staggered and quickly grabbed Yun Nuoshing's arm to prevent herself from falling off the short mountain. When she came back to her senses, she quickly looked around. When she saw the dark and silent space, she couldn't help but widen her eyes. Wow! Where is this? Yun Nuoshing looked around. As if she sensed something, she slowly turned around. Then, her cheeks twitched slightly. Hidden in the darkness, across the black mountain in front of her, she saw a huge object. The edges of the sphere were covered in yellow and red, making it look like a huge cake. It was the satellite of Wei Su. If that was the case, based on this position, this angle, and this reality, they could only be in the shadow continent near the satellite. The continent that was still being torn apart by the satellite in front of them. Seeing that the 2 people didn't say anything, Qing Lei was also stunned. She slowly turned her head in the direction they were looking at. Then, she saw a shocking scene that she would never forget in her life. She also deduced their current location from this scene. Her face, which had not recovered from the shock, suddenly became so pale that it could be seen clearly in this shadow world. That big sister, did I get into trouble? Qing Lei's face was sad. Her mind was filled with extremely complicated thoughts. It was so complicated that a lot of thoughts were spinning around. The words, "I'm going to die, I'm going to die, I'm going to die," kept repeating in her mind. Yun Nuoshing still calmly put his hands in his pockets. Well, in terms of results, it's not really a disaster. But in terms of behavior, there's no doubt that you've caused a huge disaster. But I'm also a person who only cares about result. At least for now, it's still peaceful. Oh right, I forgot to say, welcome to the Shadow Continent. You've gone much further than your teacher. He just glanced at you from afar across the starry sky, but you've come here directly. Qing Lei almost fainted. Her face was full of shock and there was no joy in it. Yun Nuoshing and the little angel didn't immediately explore this destroyed continent. They didn't even release their souls. They just sat here with Qing Lei. Looking at the little girl's frightened look, they couldn't help but look at each other and shake their heads. They usually encountered situations that were more thrilling and more incredible than this, but they could still deal with it calmly. But for the little girl, this was undoubtedly a super development, and it was a bit too much. She would never have thought that 10 minutes ago, she was in a world of ice and snow. 10 minutes later, she came to a dark, sunless, and even colder world. If it weren't for the support of the order barrier, she might have turned into a popsicle on the spot or exploded on the spot. Have you calmed down? Yun Nuoshing stretched out her finger and poked the back of the little girl's head, and said softly, "Well, a little." Qing Lei took a deep breath and calmed down a little. At least her hands were no longer trembling. She felt that if she had experienced all this herself, she might have been scared out of her wits by now. Fortunately, there were two incredible sisters beside her. She saw that the two of them were not surprised or even worried. She couldn't help but say, "Big sisters, aren't you nervous? We were suddenly thrown to such a far place. We might not be able to go back." "Well," Yun Nuoshing raised her head and said lightly, "Wei Su's satellite will approach the continent to a limit every night. The shadow continent will be a little closer, so we can still go back." Qing Lei, the little angel, rolled her eyes at her. If they wanted to go back, they could go back now. Why did they have to follow such a big red and yellow blob across the star field at an unimaginable speed? They were now on the shadow continent, which was hidden in the shadow of Wei Su's satellite. Wei Su's satellite. They were rushing back to Wei Su's side at full speed, strolling around, and visiting that continent in the middle of the night. To put it simply, they were now following the shadow continent and Wei Su's satellite to the remnant sun. And if their calculations were correct, they would be able to see the remnant sun in 2 hours. It was really exciting just thinking about it. Qing Lei saw that the two of them not only weren't nervous, but also seemed to be looking forward to something. Suddenly, she became even more nervous. She could casually figure out what was happening now, but because she knew, she became even more nervous. "Big sisters, why aren't you nervous? We're rushing to Wei Su now. The light of that star will burn us to death." Qing Lei became even more afraid as she thought about it. What's there to be nervous about? Yun Nuoshing and the little angel looked at each other, and the two of them sighed in unison. "We're used to these kinds of things." Qing Lei thought about it and decided that it was better to faint. Chapter 1232. In the dark and boundless starry skies, a colossal object was flying across the planetary system at a speed that defied all laws and common sense. That tremendous speed should have torn it apart, but what was sucked in by its great gravitational pull and covered by its shadow was a shattered continent. The two maintained an extremely close distance, balancing and steadily rushing towards the brightest region ahead. As it got closer and closer to the remains of the sun, the storm in the colossal planet also became extremely hot, even glowing faintly as if it was about to combust. It was daytime on the shadow continent. The sky was slightly brighter, like the first light of dawn. The light from the companion star drove out the darkness of the dark continent, allowing Yun Nuoshing and the others to see the appearance of the continent clearly. It was pitch black, as if the earth had been scorched. Black and gray alternated, and it was covered with strange patterns, like the appearance of molten volcanic magma after it cooled and stabilized. This was evidence that the land had once melted, proving that it was not forever shrouded in shadow. This was good news, but also bad news. Of course, this was nothing to the two of them. However, the little girl beside them could not calm down. Her face was full of sweat, and she could not calm down. She sat on a flat rock with her legs bent, but it was as if the rock had nails on it. No matter how hard she sat, she could not sit steadily and comfortably. "I'm going to die, I'm going to die, I'm going to die." It's getting hot, it's getting hot. I'll be burned to charcoal. I don't want to die in such a strange place. Yun Nuoshing had been listening to such nagging for a long time. They had been here for an hour, and even the little angel could not stand her nagging and walked to the side. A few minutes later, Yun Nuoshing could not stand Qing Lei's nagging. She shook her head helplessly, patted her shoulder, and said, "Okay, stop nagging. It's really going to be fine. As long as you don't leave this barrier, even if you rush to the center of Tai Wei Su, you won't be burned to death. Just trust us." Qing Lei raised her head to look at Yun Nuoshing's incomparably serious expression, and calmed down a little. Just as Yun Nuoshing was about to heave a sigh of relief, her little face collapsed again. "But that's a star, it's light. If we were to pass by it, how could it be fine? How could it be fine? No matter how ridiculous Big Sister is, in short, just trust us." Yun Nuoshing patted her head, shook her head and said, "It's not good for you to stay here all the time. It's rare that we're here. We're here earlier than we planned, so we have to investigate carefully. If you're afraid, don't walk out of this barrier. I guarantee with the lives of the entire continent that nothing will happen to you." Qing Lei was stunned. While she was in a daze, Yun Nuoshing and the little angel had already walked to the edge of the barrier. She stared blankly and waited for another 2 seconds before she hurriedly jumped up. "Wait for me. Wait a minute. Don't leave me here alone." Yun Nuoshing and Yun Nuoshing were a little confused when they turned around and saw the girl, who seemed to be scared out of her wits, rushing towards them. Yun Nuoshing couldn't help but ask, "Aren't you scared?" Yes. But I'm more scared that you'll leave me alone in this strange place filled with black fog." Qing Lei wiped her sweat and said with a pitiful look. Yun Nuoshing glanced at her, then turned to look at the little angel. The latter shrugged at him, so he said softly, "Whatever, but don't run around. As you said, we're in a very dangerous place. You'll only be safe by our side. Don't go too far, or else." Yun Nuoshing held back the second half of his sentence, but Qing Lei forced a silly smile. "I know, Big Sister won't be able to save me when the time comes, right?" No. He wanted to say that he would have to explain to her about resurrection when the time comes. Logically speaking, she was just a mortal. Even if she suddenly died in front of him, he could just grab her soul that had not yet dissipated and casually reconstruct a body. Moreover, it would be reconstructed with his divine power, which would be countless times stronger than the previous body. Even if her soul was scattered, there would still be traces of soul imprints and life imprints. He could bring them to the lowest level of the concept of laws, connect to the world core of this world, and reconstruct her again. That's right. Anyway, that's what I mean. Just don't leave our range. In fact, it's very safe. Yun Nuoshing nodded, but after thinking about it, he decided not to scare the little girl. "Okay. I know." Qing Lei nodded and moved closer, her little hand reaching out to Yun Nuoshing's arm, and said, "Big Sister, can you let me use your hand for a while?" Her hand was still trembling. Despite being comforted and told countless times that it was very safe, she still felt uneasy. Before seeing the truth, she could not calm down, and her heart was always worried about that moment. Yun Nuoshing could not do anything about it. After all, anyone who was suddenly thrown into this place and knew what was going to happen next would feel uneasy. Just showing a faint sense of uneasiness and nervousness was the greatest restraint. If it was someone with a weaker mentality, they might have already chosen to commit suicide. Look, the mountain next to them was also quite tall. It did not seem like the time to discuss this. This was a land full of black, and the mountains in the distance were faintly gray. Yun Nuoshing and the others slid down a gentle slope from the mountain. In front of them was a wilderness with gentle terrain and gravel all over. The gravity here was also quite low. In fact, this broken continent still had gravity, and it was already a miracle that it was not attracted by the companion star next to it. Perhaps it was because this shadow continent was very big, about one-third the size of its companion star, much bigger than the planet Ching Lei and the others were on. They walked quite a distance away from the companion star and climbed up a rather tall hill. Standing at the top of the hill, they could see the upper half of the giant companion star in the sky. The pitch-black starry sky was slightly hazy. This was caused by it absorbing and reflecting the light of Wei Su. If it got closer, it would also become very bright. So spectacular. Even though she was here and knew what she was facing at this moment, Ching Lei could not help but praise. Standing here and looking at the huge planet in front of her, watching the red and yellow storm roaring across the entire planet, she could not help but gulp. Such a magnificent scene, such a magnificent scene, it was actually worth it to spend a lifetime here to see it. Think about it, countless people in her world could only watch Wei Su's satellite rumble across the sky from a very far distance in the night sky, but she was standing here, as if she could touch it. She could also clearly see the changes of those patterns. It's really so beautiful. Yun Nuoxing felt that the grip on her arm loosened a little. She could not help but tilt her head to look at her. Relaxed a little? Yeah. Ching Lei suddenly became a little indifferent and carefree. It was the kind of indifference that made her feel at home. To be able to see such a scene with my own eyes. Actually, my life is not in vain, I can your head. Yun Nuoxing fiercely rolled her eyes. I have already said it many times. I will say it again now, you will not die. This is just child's play to us. If you want to see that Wei Su up close, we can let you see as much as you want. Ching Lei blinked her eyes and suddenly smiled slyly. Big sister has said it many times. It seems like you really are not lying to me. When have I ever lied to you, big sister? Are you a god? Ching Lei's faint laughter made Yun Nuoxing and the little angel feel their hearts skip a beat. Then, they heard her continue. I feel that using ancient information or something like that can no longer explain it, because all of this has exceeded all of my knowledge. Even the life of the previous generation would not have such an exaggerated performance. So, you thought of what your teacher said about the so-called God? Yun Nuoxing's expression was indescribable for a moment. Do you know what a god is? I don't know. I have said these 3 words many times today. I don't know anything, big sister. Ching Lei smiled foolishly. Don't you think that that kind of thing is just an imaginary existence because it is impossible to explain it with human strength? Yun Nuoxing teased and crossed her arms. Because you can't control it, you can't understand it at all. After thinking hard, you can't come up with anything. It is an omnipotent thing that your teacher calls a god. Ching Lei just smiled and did not continue this topic. Yun Nuoxing also did not say more. Anyway, there was nothing to care about. What they had done today had long exceeded the scope of what mortals could understand. It was actually nothing for Ching Lei to think so. The sky was slightly brighter. Previously, it was like the morning sun, but now it was like the morning sun in the sky. Yun Nuoxing could feel that an extremely hot object was approaching them at an extremely fast speed. They were rapidly colliding with that object. There was still some time before the scheduled trip around the sun. Taking advantage of the fact that this shadow continent had not returned to its melted state, they had to look for it carefully. If there was something there, the 3 people stopped on this hill for a while and looked up at the huge sphere. They watched the huge red and yellow storm inside roll out extremely far away, so far that the lines on the surface of the planet had obvious changes. Only then did they walk further away. The destination was just an illusion. Whether there was anything on this dark shadow continent. No, even if there was something there, as long as they thought about its trajectory, they probably would not think that something that once existed could still be left behind. After walking for 4 to 5 miles, they could not find anything. As far as the eye could see, other than the black solidified scorched earth, there were only those strange grayish-white mountain ranges and cracks everywhere. These were scars caused by multiple strong earthquakes. Those grayish-white areas seemed to be places with lower temperatures. This dark continent had a more obvious dividing line. On the black side there was a melted, scorched earth. After passing through a series of cracks, it transitioned to the grayish-white area, which was milder. Even though the large planet behind them had already released some light and heat, this grayish-white area was still milder. Yun Nuoshing stood at the Rift Valley where the gray-white and black regions intersected. He turned to look at the huge planet behind him and was silent for a moment. He was very concerned about that planet because of the power of divine death. He could now clearly feel the energy of those planets from the stars. Indeed, it was a little similar to the elements of chaos and the abyssal death shroud. As the planet's overall temperature rose, the presence became a little more concentrated, but it was still lazy and did not have any destructive power to speak of. He had thought that there would be some special change. "Ah, in front, over there," Qing Lei exclaimed softly, causing Yun Nuoshing to turn his head. Under the hazy starry sky, there was barely enough light now. Looking down from the mountain range that stood by the Rift Valley, they could see that there was something not quite normal in the distance. The shadow of the mountain range appeared a little different in the faint changes in their line of sight. The Fourth Order seemed to have found something. The shocking discovery made Qing Lei exclaim again, almost forgetting that they were still in a very dangerous situation. "Big sister, let's go and take a look." "Let's go and take a look." Yun Nuoshing nodded and pulled her. With a light leap, they easily crossed a large distance, crossing the Rift Valley and the mountain range. The little angel was a little faster than them. With a flap of her wings, her figure had already appeared in the strange shadow. What reflected in her golden eyes was a pile of rubble, a dilapidated ruin hidden in the rubble, with dilapidated fences and broken walls. Gravel and sand were everywhere. This was a huge ruin, accompanied by gravel and Rift Valley. 4 long, crooked rifts gathered around this ruin, cutting it into an isolated island. At the edge of the ruin and Rift Valley, there were fragments and traces of buildings. It could be inferred that when these rifts surrounded this ruin, they also took away part of the original body. The Shadow Continent, the broken dark continent, was full of desolation. The unknown fragments on the ground seemed to be telling something to someone, sorrowful and desolate. This place was particularly dark and quiet. Her gaze swept across the remaining building fragments. The little angel felt that there should have been a rather magnificent scene here, but now, no matter what had happened in the past, what was left was only a desolate scene. This was an isolated island of ruins that occupied a very wide area. It was an irregular pentagonal island. The few rifts divided it into dangerous buildings standing on top of stone towers. The rocks below had become thinner and thinner as the Rift Valley collapsed, and it would collapse at any time. In the end, it would be completely buried under this dark continent and disappear completely. The last words of the ghosts of the past would also be sealed with the dust of history. "How is it? What did you see?" Yun Nuoshing pulled Qing Lei to the side of the little angel, and asked casually. She also saw the huge ruins in front of her, and couldn't help but frown. "Ha, big sister, there really was life on this shadow continent, and it should be different from all the life we know. The architectural style is also different." Qing Lei suddenly forgot her faint fear and happily pulled Yun Nuoshing's hand and swung it back and forth. Yun Nuoshing pondered for a moment, but then frowned. "How can you be sure?" "Don't forget that part of the architectural style on the continent comes from the Lost Clan. In the speculation you mentioned the day before yesterday, one of them said that this shadow continent was the origin of life on that continent. You said it yourself." Qing Lei's face stiffened, and she scratched her head awkwardly. Now that big sister said it like that, it seems to be true. Don't be in a hurry to come to a conclusion and make too many guesses. That will only mislead you." Yun Nuoshing shook her head helplessly. The dead ancient city had not welcomed guests for many years. At this moment, Yun Nuoshing and the other 2 people stepped lightly on the ground, and the rubble that covered the ground made a crunching sound. The sound did not spread very far, perhaps there was no sound at all, and it was only a little sound that was produced within the range of the order barrier. The three people casually walked into the ancient city, passing through a collapsed palace and buildings, and passing through a broken tower that was more than 10 meters high. This city was filled with a faint, desolate aura, as if there were countless souls hovering here. Any slight sound that was made was a faint whisper that was attached to Yun Nuoshing and the others' ears. It's completely different from the lost ruins. The layout and the decorations of the buildings, there are some traces that have not been completely obliterated. Big sister, look at this wall. Qing Lei pulled Yun Nuoshing to a wall that still had half of it left. He speculated that it might have been a magnificent building that was hundreds of meters tall that stood in front of them. Looking at the collapsed ruins, the waste stones, and the traces of decorations at the corners, he felt that it should have been a palace, a majestic palace. Immediately, he thought of the realm of the gods, and when the realm of the gods was mentioned, it would naturally be associated with the gods. In that case, Qing Lei's teacher had once mentioned the gods and the shadow continent. Could it be that it was actually not a joke? Your teacher might be a very, very mysterious guy. He suddenly said a sentence without rhyme or reason, causing Qing Lei to turn her head with a confused expression. Eh? Big sister, what did you just say? I said, your teacher might be a very powerful guy. Yun Nuoshing repeated it again. He knew that the continent had nothing to do with God. No God had appeared, and it had not been distorted or unconsciously changed by high divinity life forms. However, her teacher was suddenly involved in this aspect, which made people extremely suspicious of whether he actually knew something. Perhaps something had indeed fallen into the shadow continent, and then it was coincidentally discovered by the great explorer-scholar who had traveled all his life. In the end, he made such an inference. But Yun Nuoshing did not say anything. Instead, Yun Nuoshing repeated it again. This pentagonal island was very wide, but there were not many things that were actually useful left behind, or even none at all. This ancient city showed signs of being eroded by high temperature, and the walls had melted, like a stone-like object after a liquid solidified. Given that the shadow continent was located in such an awkward position, Yun Nuoshing had every reason to believe that even this gray-white area had definitely been directly illuminated by the sun, that is, the light of Wei Su. It did not evaporate completely at once, so maybe it was not directly illuminated by the sun or something. Well, to be serious, he felt that there should be something like a barrier here, but there was no energy now. But it shouldn't be that there was no energy just because they came here. Maybe it was the life that once existed here that made the building very sturdy. After walking 2 laps around the ancient ruins of the ancient city, Yun Nuoshing and the others strolled slowly to the center of the city. This was a huge square that was empty. There were no buildings within a radius of 1,000 meters, only a huge square paved with curved stone brick. Some parts of the square were even covered with holes. Looking at the remaining fragments in the square, Yun Nuoshing felt that those holes might be where some huge pillars had been placed. Some pillars with a diameter of 5 meters might be related to this square. Then, he saw a flat pattern engraved on the ground in the center of the square. His eyes immediately widened.